Chapter 297. The barbarian city had been very lively recently. The treasure hunters of the House of Ares had almost turned the entire House of Ares upside down. They had searched almost all the places they could find. In the end, the martial artists had set their sights on the barbaric mountains. The barbaric mountains were vast and the terrain was very complicated. When the divine sword of the fallen god mountain flew out, the residents of the barbarian city had noticed at least a dozen rays of light flying into the barbaric mountains. Although the center of the barbaric mountains was filled with countless level 7 and level 8 demonic beasts, it was said that there were even sacred beasts. Moreover, there were all kinds of poisonous creatures and countless dangerous places. However, under the temptation of the divine sword and the divine master's oracle, a large number of martial artists continued to flock to the barbaric mountains. Even many people from Hidden Island and Divine City had come. A large number of martial artists gathered in the barbaric mountains, causing the barbarian city, which was next to the barbaric mountains, to reach an unprecedented level of bustle and chaos. Nightstick had been very troubled recently. As the master of the barbarian city, he couldn't control the city. How could he not be troubled? Although the Yi family had sent a few Imperial Realm experts to help maintain the peace of the barbarian city, there were still countless corpses in the countless smelly gutters of the city every morning. As more and more divine swords were unearthed in the barbaric mountains, the open and secret fights in the barbarian city became more and more intense. Sir. After a busy day, he was about to carry his concubine to bed when there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Motherf **Cur, are you done? Nightstick flung his blanket aside and swayed his thick buttocks as he pulled the door open. He glared at the guard commander who had a bitter expression on his face as he opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Someone died in your family? No, sir. Your sister was stabbed in the ass. No. The barbarian city is surrounded by demonic beasts. This is impossible. Then, did someone from the Yi family castle come? No. Slap, Motherf **Cur, aren't you asking for it? Nightstick slapped the guard commander and roared, Are you deaf? I didn't tell you just now. If there's nothing important, I'll burst your sister's ass. Have you thought it through? Are you going to give your sister to me? My lord, my sister already has someone else, please let her go. Something big has happened. There's a fight outside. The guard with a bitter face said as he cupped his face in grievance. However, before the guard could finish his sentence, the reply to his words was another slap. Night Rod swung his hand and kicked the guard away. He turned around and was about to return to his room. As he walked, he kept cursing, I don't care if they're all dead. You idiot, when is there no one to beat you up? As long as they don't attack the city lord's mansion, I don't care if there are rivers of blood and corpses everywhere. Damn it, I don't know how many corpses I'll have to collect tomorrow. Sir, wait. This time it's different. This time, it's Hidden Island's Yin Dang and Feng family's young master Feng Chui Xiao who are fighting. Moreover, the location of their fight is the Dark Moon Hotel. The guard with a bitter face was anxious as he hastily shouted, Xiao. When Night Rod heard this, his fat body actually made a 360-degree turn with unusual agility and sprinted straight to the door. He immediately gave the guard another slap and cursed, Damn it, you idiot, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and call for help. Damn it, you've hurt young Master Han's woman. I'll skin you alive. Why did this idiot Yin Dang go to the Dark Moon Hotel to have a lewd time? Feng Chui Xiao is really something. He didn't go play the flute but went to the Dark Moon Hotel. Is he trying to get me killed? Dark Moon was also very vexed. Looking at the smashed chairs in the hall, her brows furrowed even more. Half a month ago, she received 2 secret letters from different places. This caused her usually relaxed and happy mood to become extremely oppressive and painful. And during this period of time, the young masters and young masters who swarmed into the bar, their eyes filled with naked lust and greed, made her mood even worse. Since she wasn't in the mood, she didn't want to continue wearing a mask and forcing a smile. She also didn't care about the senseless jealousy of the young masters in Zhou Xian Tavern. In the past, because of her, it was not uncommon for there to be fights and jealousy in the tavern. However, with her skillful skills, she could easily resolve it. But now, if she didn't make a move, something bad would happen. There were a lot of people on both sides of the battle, but it was clear that neither side wanted to escalate the matter. Both sides only sent out a few of their subordinates to fight. On the left were the people of the Feng clan. 5 or 6 experts surrounded a man in embroidered robes and were waiting in formation. On the right were the people from the Hidden Island. There were also 5 or 6 people surrounding a man wearing a flowery robe and looking like a ruffian. In the middle, both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. There were 3 people on each side and both sides had suffered injuries. There were a few young masters dressed like young masters sitting on the stairs. They were obviously there to watch the show. Outside the door and outside the window, there was also a group of onlookers watching the fight inside with great interest. It was a free show, so it would be a waste not to watch. Dark Moon sat at the bar in the corner and didn't say a word. Beside her stood an old servant in black, wiping a wine cup alone. "Flute player, your subordinates don't seem to be that good. I think you should go back and find someone to blow your flute. Don't embarrass yourself here." Indang opened his mouth. His tone was full of mockery and insolence. Although the tavern's hall was quite big, it was obvious that it was a little small for a few martial artists to fight. Moreover, the people of the Feng clan were suitable for long-range attacks. Before the battle started, Feng Shuexiao had warned them not to use any big moves. Otherwise, they would tear down Dark Moon's tavern. At that time, it would be troublesome if the soul-attracting lady boss got angry. Therefore, after fighting for a while, the people of the Feng clan began to fall into a disadvantageous position. One after another, they were stabbed by the people of the Hidden Island. At this moment, they could only barely resist. "Humph, if it weren't for the fact that the tavern's terrain is too small, and that I was worried about Miss Dark Moon tearing down the tavern, your useless subordinates who only know how to sneak attack and have no martial arts skills would all be dismembered by one round of big sword moves." Feng Shuexiao glanced at Dark Moon in the corner. His expression was a little angry. He stared at Indang and didn't show any weakness. A month ago, he was ordered to bring people to the barbarian city and began to search for the godly sword. When he saw Dark Moon, he was shocked. He didn't care about finding the godly sword and only sent out most of his subordinates. He brought a few guards and stayed in the tavern every day, hoping to capture her heart and have a one-night stand. Unexpectedly, before he could succeed, half a month ago, Indang came in with his people. When he saw Dark Moon, he directly launched a strong offensive. Fresh flowers, expensive jewelry, and rare treasures of the Hidden Island. She even directly provoked him today. If he could tolerate it, what could he not? He sent people to attack, but unexpectedly, his subordinates did not live up to his expectations. Chapter 298. Everyone look, there's a cow flying in the sky. The people of the Feng clan can fly not only with their swords, they can also fly their cows. So awesome. Windchaser, I didn't expect you to not only know how to play the flute, but you also know how to play the cow. I wonder if you know how to play the trumpet? Indang laughed. His flowery robe, coupled with his ruffian aura, gave him a unique charm. Ha! The people of the Hidden Island laughed in unison. The onlookers could not help but snicker. Even Dark Moon, who had been sitting alone at the bar counter, could not help but smile. Her charming smile, the charm of ecstasy, brightened everyone's eyes and filled the room with spring. Indang, this is not the Hidden Island. Do you want to die? I don't mind having a few more corpses in the gutter tomorrow. Windchaser saw Dark Moon's cold expression and laughed because of Indang's words. He could not help but feel embarrassed and angry. He, Windchaser, was a direct disciple of the Hua clan. Even though he was lustful and not very intelligent, his strength was not bad. He had a high status among the younger generation of West Wind City. Even though he was not as favored as Feng Zi, he was at least ranked. Today he was humiliated in front of everyone. How could he tolerate this? Anxious. Trying to scare me? I'm so scared. Young Master Feng, don't be like this. Even though you're pretty, I'm not born with a mountain on my back. Don't play the flute for me. Go away, you gay bastard. This was the first time in half a month that Indang saw Dark Moon laugh. He was in a good mood and his face was glowing. He had completely forgotten about the reputation of the Feng clan in the divine battle manner and continued to tease her without any scruples. It was as if he wanted to make her smile and make her laugh. You want to die? All of you, let's chop this Hidden Island flower. Windchaser Xiao was humiliated for the first time in his life. Blood rushed to his head and his eyes turned red. His battle aura surrounded him and he formed a seal with both hands. The sword on his back trembled and was about to break out of his body. The cultivators from the Feng clan also sighed helplessly. It seemed like today's battle was unavoidable. Not only was it related to Feng Shuexiao's reputation, it was also related to the Feng clan's dignity. They could only fight. Fight. It's best if all of them die. It's even better if we tear down this hotel. There's nothing to remember anyway. In the corner, Dark Moon faintly sighed. She murmured and prepared to turn around to leave. This scene was very boring to her. Shio. Just as the two sides were about to fight, two black-robed experts flew in from outside the gate and landed directly in the arena. The Dark Moon Hotel is under the protection of the Yi family. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the Dark Moon Hotel will be the enemy of the Yi family. Dark Moon Hotel is under Dragon City's protection. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, Dragon City will definitely not let them off. The two of you, if you want to fight or kill, please go outside. Feng Chui Xiao and Yin Dang called their men to stop at the same time. They looked at the two people in the arena with complicated expressions. They had heard that Dark Moon had a powerful force behind her. After so long, even though Dark Moon seemed easy to deal with, the two of them had not even touched her hair. Today, the two of them secretly planned to cause a small disturbance to see if there was someone behind her. If there wasn't, then things would be simple. However, they didn't expect that a small disturbance would turn into a big one. The two of them were really angry. Now that the person behind Dark Moon had appeared, the two of them naturally came to their senses and stopped fighting. However, they didn't expect that the force behind Dark Moon was so powerful. It was Dragon City and the Yi family that was currently at the peak of their power. Dark Moon is Dragon City's patrolling envoy. If you want to bring her home, please use your true abilities. If you want to use underhanded methods, Dragon City will definitely intervene. Dark Moon Hotel is Dragon City's base in Barbarian City. Please give Dragon City some face and don't cause trouble here in the future. Goodbye. The Dragon City emissary took out a token, clasped his hands together and coldly said. Then he directly left. Dragon City envoy. The surrounding crowd understood, but they looked at the Yi family's expert with even more astonishment. It was as if they were asking, what was the relationship between Dark Moon and the Yi family? Becoming enemies with the Yi family? That was a bit too harsh. The Yi family's emperor was embarrassed. In a hurry, Yi Bang had told him to stop the fight as soon as possible. He also told him that Dark Moon was likely to be Yi Qinghan's woman. When he heard this, he was shocked. Young Master Han's woman was the young madam of the Yi family. Thus, he hurriedly opened his mouth. However, he wasn't sure if this was true, so he couldn't say anything. He didn't know how to explain it. He, Miss Dark Moon, is the savior of one of our young ladies. The Yi family is naturally responsible for protecting her. At this time, Yi Bang hurried over. When he saw that Dark Moon was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. If something happened to Dark Moon, he was afraid that he would anger Yi Qinghan. Then, his position as the city lord would come to an end. Greetings to Miss Dark Moon. Miss, are you alright? Night Rod walked in eagerly and ran directly to Dark Moon. He smiled with a look of concern. Thank you for your concern, City Lord. What could happen to her? The two young masters were just fooling around. Sorry to trouble you, City Lord. Dark Moon smiled sweetly. She smiled very happily. It seemed like that young man really valued her. The two young masters, so you were just fooling around? You gave me a fright. It hasn't been very peaceful recently. Please give Yi Bang some face and stop fooling around in the future. Too many people have died recently. I'm about to go bald. If anything happens to you, I can only commit suicide at the city gates to apologize to your elders. After Yi Bang finished his flattery, he turned around and looked at wind-chilling laughter and Yin Dang. He cupped his hands and tried to smooth things over. Listen to what City Lord Yi is saying. It's too serious, too serious. Brother Feng and I were just bored. We were just joking. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Yi Bang's steps were very smooth. He gave the two of them enough face. Yin Dang waved his hand generously and got off the stage. Sorry to trouble you, City Lord. Wind-chilling laughter knew that he wouldn't be able to get back at them today. He laughed bitterly and cupped his hands at Yi Bang. He was forced to get off the stage. Alright, everything's fine now. The sky is clear after the rain. After a while, the servants of Dark Moon's hotel cleaned up and the hotel regained its peace. Laughter and chatter continued. Dark Moon seemed to be in a much better mood. She regained her usual demeanor and frequently toasted and flirted with the people in the lobby. The atmosphere in the hotel was lit up. Yi Bang hurriedly returned to the city lord's residence and went straight to the study. After a while, a messenger pigeon flew out from the backyard and flew straight to Tsang City. Recently, the undercurrents in Tsang City were turbulent. People from all walks of life were gathering. He was afraid that something would happen to Dark Moon. He quickly wrote a long letter with exaggerated details about the recent situation and the events of the night. He sent it to Yi Qinghan. The meaning was obvious. First, it was to express his respect and love for Yi Qinghan's woman. He had sacrificed so much for her and blocked so many blades in the open and in the dark. Second, it was to remind Yi Qinghan that things haven't been peaceful recently. If you don't do something, don't look for me if something happens. Chapter 299. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that a storm was brewing in Man City right now. He was busy cultivating. Brother, flying is so fun. At this moment, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu were sitting in the backyard of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. They were looking at Yi Qingyu, who was flying in the sky in a crooked manner. Yi Qingyu, be careful. You've been learning for so many days but you're still flying like this. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu's childish smile. She was having a lot of fun. He smiled and stood up. Battle aura surrounded his feet and he flew steadily toward Yi Qingyu. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu had broken through to the Emperor realm long ago, but they hadn't mastered the flying technique. Now that they had some free time, they finally had the time to master the flying technique. Actually, the principle of flying skill was very simple. You just needed to constantly release your battle chi under your feet to offset the attraction force of the earth and have your battle chi constantly circulate between your feet and your body. After mastering certain skills, you would be able to fly and stand in the air. Why did they have to reach the Emperor realm to cultivate it? It was because the Emperor realm's battle aura was strong. The core in the Dantian rotated continuously, forming a perfect cycle with the battle aura under their feet. At the same time, after reaching the Emperor realm, they would be able to comprehend a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. They would have a trace of connection with the heaven and earth, and the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth would be much smaller. They would be able to fly much faster. On the other hand, the noble realm martial artists didn't have strong enough battle aura. If they forced themselves to fly, they would easily consume too much battle aura. Moreover, the speed was very slow. It was better to run with battle aura. Therefore, it was common knowledge that only experts above the Emperor realm could fly. Brother, you're so amazing. You fly so fast and so steadily. It seems that Qingyu is too stupid. Hehe. Seeing Yi Qinghan flying over, Yi Qingyu's heart couldn't help but palpitate as she bashfully said. Yi Qinghan's figure was graceful, and there was a faint smile on his delicate face. His black hair fluttered in the wind and he was extremely handsome. He who dares to say that my Xiaoyu is stupid. I'll kill him instantly. Come, I'll carry you down. Yi Qinghan had learned how to fly in the air a few days ago, so he quickly got the hang of it. He laughed heartily, grabbed Yi Qingyu and flew straight to the ground. Pu. At this moment, a messenger pigeon flew over from the sky, heading straight for the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. When he landed on the ground, he gently put Yi Qingyu down. Then he elegantly flipped his body and performed an extremely difficult maneuver, causing the two women to cry out in surprise and fly into the sky once more. Reaching out to grab the pigeon, Yi Qinghan took down the letter and quickly flipped it open. His face gradually turned cold. What is it, little Han? Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing majestically in the air. She sensed a trace of abnormality and asked with concern. It's nothing. The Night Rod sent a letter saying that Man City has been very chaotic lately, and many people have died. He asked me to transfer some people from the clan to him. Don't worry about him. Yi Qinghan hurriedly pretended as if nothing had happened. He casually tore the letter into pieces, smiled faintly and turned to look towards the south. He thought to himself, it looks like I'll have to make a trip to Man City soon. Dark Moon is the first woman in my life after all. I've also promised her that I'll be responsible for her in the future and take good care of her. Of course, he also missed the pink bed in the hotel's backyard. That was the place where he said goodbye to his virginity. Just as Yi Qinghan was pondering about finding an excuse to go to Man City, something big happened in the barbaric mountains. It was something that shocked the entire continent. The Hua clan found a strange demonic beast while they were searching for the divine sword in the barbaric mountains. This demonic beast looked like a sable. Its entire body was pink and glowed faintly. It had a triangular head, 6 legs and 2 tails. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its body emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Coincidentally, the Hua family's people were chasing after this peculiar magic beast when they were discovered by 3 teams of adventurers who were passing by. They surrounded it together, but they did not expect that it still managed to escape in the end. This matter swiftly spread throughout the entire barbaric mountain range and continued to spread throughout the entire mainland. Once the appearance of this demonic beast was spread, countless people brought out the demonic beast history book of the continent. After comparing, they discovered a shocking piece of information. This was actually the sacred beast, the civet fragrance beast. The entire continent was shocked. It wasn't that the sacred beast continent didn't have any. There were a few sacred beasts in the misty forest. Only a few people knew that in the dark forest, there were not only sacred beasts, but also mythical beasts. But this civet fragrance beast was different. Strictly speaking, this civet fragrance beast was not a sacred beast. because it didn't have the offensive power of a sacred beast, but its defense and speed were comparable to a sacred beast. This wasn't important. What was important was that the civet fragrance beast had a very special characteristic. It didn't have a demonic crystal, but it had an origin core. This origin core was the only treasure on the continent that could greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation level and make it easier for a cultivator to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Note that it was a great increase in the speed at which one could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, there were no side effects at all. It was a green product that was several times better than the legendary dragon crystal. 60 years ago, there was a person whose strength was only at the first level of the martial realm. He accidentally captured an injured civet fragrance beast north of the House of Aries and consumed its origin core. From then on, his strength skyrocketed in half a month and directly reached the peak of the noble realm. Moreover, his cultivation continued to soar. After a few decades, this person had reached the peak of the sage realm and was half a step into the immortal realm. It was said that he could break through the last step at any time. This person was the current lord of Dragon City, Dragon Bastard. After the incident, many people heard from Dragon Bastard that the civet fragrance beast's origin core had indeed benefited him greatly. Dragon Bastard went from an ordinary family's child to the lord of Dragon City and became a legend. This was an inspirational story that could become a legend. At the very least, the civet fragrance beast was very famous on the continent. The people of the continent directly classified it as a sacred beast. Its importance was comparable to that of a sacred beast. It could greatly increase one's cultivation level and at the same time, make it easier to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Although the former was important, the latter was more precious. The civet fragrance beast was regarded as a sacred beast that was as precious as the two sacred physiques. However, after so many years, no one had found another civet fragrance beast. This time it appeared in the barbaric mountains. Moreover, it happened with so many witnesses. Therefore, people from all over the continent began to rush towards the barbaric mountains in search of the divine sword and the civet fragrance beast. Dragon City sent people. A sage realm expert and Long Sinan led more than 10 imperial realm experts. All the major clans made their moves. They were all led by sages. The divine city made its move. The god-slaying guards led their people and rushed over. The hidden island made their move. The barbarians made their move. Even the demon race made their move. They paid a huge price to borrow the barbarians' path and headed straight for the barbaric mountains. Yi Qinghan made his move. He didn't want to snatch such a treasure. This was not in line with his character. Moreover, he just happened to be going to the barbarian city to climb on that pink bed. He could use this opportunity to ask the family to go to the barbarian city. The result was not unexpected. The Yi family's elder hall rejected him. Yi Tianlong didn't want to see him. Yi Qingyu glared at him. Yi Baihu talked to him and fell asleep. What a joke. The Yi family's young clan leader had just left the Forbidden Land. It was already a blessing from the heavens and the ancestors. Why didn't he stay at home and cultivate? Why did he want to go out to play? Did he really want to play these old fellows to death? There was no other way. Yi Qinghan could only beg Yi Ruoshui. Unexpectedly, Yi Ruoshui agreed. She directly ordered Yi Qingyu and Yi Baihu to lead a team and accompany Yi Qinghan to play. Of course, there was a precondition. He had to convince Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu that they couldn't go. Therefore, Yi Qinghan began to appease and persuade them for a day and a night. Yi Qingwu was easy to handle. Yi Qinghan directly got on the horse and knocked her down countless times. She didn't even have the strength to speak. How could she say the word no? In the end, Yi Qingyu only managed to convince her after he continuously assured her hundreds of times and told her about Elder Lu's existence. On the 5th day after the civet beast was discovered, 7 or 8 super-large carriages drove out of the Yi family's castle. They directly drove out of the Tsang City's southern gate and headed south. Chapter 300. Young Master Z, we can't take this lying down. The people from the hidden island humiliated our Feng clan. If we don't get revenge, the Feng clan won't be able to raise its head in the future. Inside a high-class hotel in Barbarian City, Feng Zi sat expressionlessly. Next to him, Winchesting Laughter was bent over and said angrily, "Cousin, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're almost 30 years old, how can you still be so lustful? Is that dark moon so charming? Besides, if you want to flirt with women, then do it. Why are you messing around with the ruffians from the hidden island? You know what kind of people those vagabonds are, how could you not be at a disadvantage fighting them?" Feng Zi smiled wryly. He was helpless against this idiotic cousin of his. In West Wind City he had to clean up after him, and now he was causing trouble in Barbarian City. So, Young Master Z, you know that I only have this hobby. Speaking of which, that dark moon is truly a calamitous seductress. Tiscadete, her body is like a ripe peach, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that makes people want to commit a crime. You don't know how excessive that hidden island was. He said that the people of the Feng clan are all trash and, there are many things that I can't say. Winchesting Laughter's eyes revealed a hint of greed, then he said with a bitter expression. Alright, don't talk about it. If there's a chance I'll help you get revenge. You better behave yourself. You know Third Grandpa's temper. If there's any more trouble, I won't be able to protect you. Feng Zi smiled helplessly. Of course he knew what kind of person Winchesting Laughter was. However, the Feng clan was famous for its unity. Slapping Winchesting Laughter in the face was also slapping Feng Zi in the face. Of course he had to find a way to get back this face. At the same time he reminded Winchesting Laughter to be careful. After all, the clan had sent a Supreme Elder this time. If there was any more trouble and the Supreme Elder was angry, then Winchesting Laughter would be in trouble. Of course. Even though I'm stupid, I'm not an idiot. Why don't we go to the Dark Moon Inn and take a look at the flower of Barbarian City? Winchesting Laughter heard that Feng Zi had decided to make a move and immediately beamed with joy. Feng Zi was now the young master of the clan and had the first position among the younger generation. Once he made a move, it meant that everyone from the Feng clan was going to make a move. He would definitely be able to get back at them. Thinking that Yin Dang would soon be trampled under his feet, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Let's go and take a look. Feng Zi thought for a moment and stood up. She decided to make a trip to the Dark Moon Hotel. Firstly, he wanted to see how seductive this barbarian city's flower was. Secondly, that place should be quite lively. It would be good to go and find out some information and meet some acquaintances. Alright, I'll go get them now. Wind's smile grew even wider when he heard that. He hurriedly pushed open the door and went out to get them. When the 7 or 8 emperors on the same floor heard that Feng Zi wanted to go out and see the flower of Barbarian City, their interest was piqued. Their mission was to protect Feng Zi anyway, so they immediately packed up and followed Feng Zi and Feng Guixiao to the Dark Moon Hotel. The Dark Moon Hotel was very lively. Barbarian City was filled with powerful individuals, so the most famous hotel in Barbarian City was naturally filled to the brim. Those who weren't rich or powerful didn't even have the right to sit in the lobby. Feng Zi pushed open the door and entered. He realized that the room was almost full and many of them were acquaintances. Lunatic, come sit here. I knew you would come. A beautiful young master dressed in Feng Zi's robes waved at him from the window on the left. Hello, young Master Feng. Long time no see, young Master Feng. Many people inside stood up and greeted him with a smile when they saw Feng Zi walk in. Hello, everyone. Feng Zi smiled and cupped his hands. Many of the people inside were young masters from various families in the House of Aries. She knew them all. She ordered her subordinates to find a place to sit while she walked to the left alone. As she walked, she said, "You're quite fast, lady boy. I just arrived at night and you're already sitting here. Your parents are willing to let you out. Hello, Miss Sinan, brother Shuelu." Long Sinan, Long Shuelu, and Hua Hua were sitting at the table near the window. Beside them were a few emperors from the 2 families. They seemed to be bodyguards. The Tanuki beast is out. I can't cultivate if I don't come and take a look. Hua Hua's beautiful face was filled with helplessness. He lowered his voice and said, Our Hua family is unlucky. It wasn't easy for us to find a sacred item. We thought we would get it for sure. Unexpectedly, we were discovered. Now, the entire continent knows about it. Sigh. No one knows who will get the sacred beast in the end. Hee, treasures belong to the fated. We can't force it. The Shui family is here too? Tu Chenjun is here too? Why aren't the Yu family and Yi family here yet? Feng Zi looked around and asked curiously. The Shui family had kept a low profile for a long time. Last time, Luotian Mountain didn't participate. This time a young master came. It was Shui Wuhan's cousin Shui Duanfei. Tu Chenjun was here too. He was sitting with Shui Duanfei, Yin Dang, and a few others. However, it was obvious that Tu Chenjun was the center of this group of people. Don't provoke Tu Chenjun. He disappeared for a few years. His strength has improved greatly and he has become more low-key. This Tu Chenjun is even more terrifying. Long Shuelu looked at the people beside Tu Chenjun with disdain. They were constantly flattering him and fawning over him. Hee. Feng Zi smiled sinisterly and didn't say anything. Long Sinan glared at him as if blaming him for saying such a thing. During the residence battle, Tu Chenjun had schemed against Yi Qinghan and almost caused them to lose their lives. Of course they bore a grudge in their hearts. However, they couldn't show it in front of him. We're going to enter the mountain together tomorrow. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about Moon Breeze. Why don't I see the flower of Barbarian City? I came because I heard about her. Feng Zi waved her hand and looked around again. There were a few maids serving wine and greeting guests in the hall. These women were also quite good-looking, and they were constantly flirting with the guests in a flirtatious manner. However, they were clearly not at the level of a calamitous beauty described by Feng Zishao. Hehe, you're late. Dark Moon was still here earlier. She had all the young masters in the hall infatuated. However, before you came, she excused herself by saying that she wasn't feeling well and left to rest. Hua Hua clicked his tongue in praise. He seemed to be reminiscing about Dark Moon's intoxicating charm. She's that famous? Feng Zi raised her eyebrows and looked at Long Sainan in surprise. Long Shuelu was surprised. Dark Moon was actually a secret agent of Dragon City. She actually dared to leave to rest while the young masters and young mistresses of Dragon City were still sitting here? Don't look at me. The secret agent takes orders from my father. I don't care about that. Long Sainan said, annoyed and amused at the same time. Hehe, I do not have the qualifications to know about this. If I had known that there was such a beauty in Dragon City, I would have long since made my move. A glint flashed across Long Shuelio's eyes as he spoke in a somewhat regretful manner. However, before he could finish speaking, he was glared at by Long Sainan, causing him to hurriedly shut his mouth. Then Tu Qianjun and the others didn't stop her? Feng Zi looked at Tu Qianjun curiously. The young master of the Divine City was here. He didn't give him any face, but he didn't cause any trouble? They did. You came late and missed a good opportunity. That idiot Shui Duanfei made a move just now. He wanted to suck up to Tu Qianjun, and he wanted to invite the Dark Moon out from the backyard. However, he was invited back instead. Hua Hua's face revealed a trace of ridicule as he chuckled. What? Is the Dark Moon very powerful? Feng Zi's interest was piqued when she heard this. Dark Moon's strength is average. But did you see the old man cleaning wine glasses at the entrance of the backyard? Hua Hua shook his head. He's at the peak of the imperial stage. Oh, so that's why. Feng Zi finally understood. Tu Qianjun probably didn't say anything. Shui Duanfei took the initiative to please Shui Duanfei, but he met a peak of the imperial stage and was invited back politely. It was obvious that everyone knew that Dark Moon had the Yi family behind her. It was fine for the young master to make a scene, but the Shui family and the imperial stage powerhouses of the Divine City obviously wouldn't follow suit. Therefore, Shui Duanfei was at a disadvantage. Is the number of peak imperial stage powerhouses in Dragon City so high? Why does a dark messenger need such a powerful powerhouse to protect her? Feng Zi turned around and asked Long Sainan in confusion. He's not from Dragon City. He's probably her servant. This Dark Moon isn't simple. Long Sainan shook her head and said with a complicated expression. This woman looks very fierce. Feng Zi sighed and didn't talk about this topic anymore. Instead, she chatted with the others about entering the mountain together tomorrow. Chapter 301. This slut is too pretentious. It's fine if she doesn't give me face, but she doesn't even give young Master Tu and young Master Yin face. On the other side of the hall, Shui Duanfei was drinking wine gloomily. She is indeed pretentious. I gave her so many treasures but she didn't even get anything. If we were on the hidden island, I would force myself on her. But it's very interesting. I like it a lot. Young Master Tu, I'll lend it to you when I get it. Yin Dang was also angry. He was the one who instigated Shui Duanfei to invite him in the name of the three of them. Over the past few days he had spent a lot of money and treasures, but he still couldn't get his hands on her. Tu Qianjun lowered his eyes and drank his tea slowly. His expression was very calm. Several years in prison, as well as the tragic death of Shui Wuheng of the God-slaying mountain, had made him understand some truths, and his temperament had also become more sinister. He knew that the two people in front of him were obviously encouraging him to make a move. If it was 5 years ago he would have made a move without hesitation. But now. He slowly put down the cup and said expressionlessly, Young Master Shui, young Master Yin, I don't know your tempers. If it was me, I definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Shui Duanfei was dumbfounded. Yin Dang almost spat out the water he was about to drink. The two of them became awkward and speechless. They looked at each other and were confused. Was this Tu Qianjun? Why was he completely different from the rumors? The two's plan tonight was very obvious. Shui Duanfei had always held a grudge against Tu Qianjun because of the death of Shui Wuhan. Tonight they wanted to lure Tu Qianjun into making a move. They wanted Tu Qianjun to go against the Yi family of Dragon City. Dang, on the other hand, just wanted to watch the show. They heard that Tu Qinjun was extremely arrogant and would fly into a rage if he was angered. They didn't expect him to be so tolerant. And he even turned the tables on them. Even if we can't tolerate it, we have to. He's powerful and has a peak Emperor realm martial artist guarding the door. Who can enter this backyard? Of course, Xue Duanfei didn't dare to play around anymore. Yes, I've spent so many treasures, valuables and energy, but I haven't even stepped into the backyard. Looks like this woman needs to be stewed slowly. I can't rush her. Dang smiled helplessly. Anyway, he still had some time to wait in the barbarian city, so he was not in a hurry. He had made up his mind to go and have some fun in the backyard. Tu Qinjun faintly smiled. He didn't say anything further and started to fiddle with the tea on the table. Crick. A moment later, the door of the hotel was opened again, and 4 or 5 people walked in, attracting the attention of everyone in the lobby. When everyone realized who it was, they all had different expressions on their faces. Hua Feng Zi Long Shui Long Sai Nan stood up involuntarily and smiled. Xue Duanfei's face suddenly turned dark, and a trace of hatred flashed through his eyes. Dang looked at the person in the middle with great interest, a thought-provoking expression appearing on his face. Tu Qinjun, on the other hand, glanced at him, and continued to play with the teacup in his hand with an expressionless face. However, he seemed to have tightened his grip on the teacup, and the veins on his hand were popping out. Greetings, young Master Han. Greetings, young Master Han. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Young Master Han is indeed handsome, elegant, and talented. The young masters and young masters of other clans sat in the room, and most of them were from the southern clans of the House of Aries. Yi Qinghan's image had already spread throughout their clans. So after a moment of shock, they all came to their senses and hurriedly bowed. For a moment, there was an endless stream of greetings and flattery, and it was even more enthusiastic than when Tu Qinjun had entered. The person who had just arrived was Yi Qinghan, who had rushed over. After a few days of traveling, he had finally arrived at the barbarian city. The moment he entered the main residence of the barbarian city, Yi Qinghan couldn't hold back his longing, so he informed Yi Qingniu and hurried over with a few people. Since the barbarian city was the territory of the Yi family, they were all in the open and in the dark. Yi Qingniu wasn't worried that something would happen to Yi Qinghan, so he left him alone after giving him a few instructions. Instead, he and Yi Baihu split up to meet with the clan leaders of the House of Aries to discuss the matter of entering the mountains tomorrow. Hello everyone. Feel free to do as you please. Yi Qinghan swept his gaze over the crowd, and smiled when he found that most of his acquaintances were present. When he saw that Tu Qinjun was quietly playing with a cup, his smile became even wider. He raised his hands in greeting to the crowd and walked straight towards Feng Zi. Young Master Han, why are you so late? I've rushed over from West Wind City and you've only just arrived? You deserve to be punished. Feng Zi hurriedly emptied a seat at the side and said with a smile. The flowers and plants followed suit. That's right, the barbarian city is young Master Han's territory, and you're the last to arrive. You deserve to be punished. Punish him. Get Dark Moon to perform an erotic dance for me. He's a local, so he'll definitely have a way. Long Shuelu obviously wanted to see the world in chaos. Long Sainan looked at Yi Qinghan with a complicated expression, smiled slightly and nodded without saying anything. The elders in the family are very strict, so it's not easy to come out. I'll punish myself with a cup of wine as an apology. Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly, raised the cup, and drank it in one gulp. Feng Zi, Hua Zi, and the others nodded lightly, expressing their understanding. After all, Yi Qinghan was now a treasure to the Yi family. He had just come out from the Fallen God Mountain, so how could they let him run around again? A local is not bad. The few of them were just about to sit down and chat in detail when a strange voice unexpectedly rang out in the hall, causing the good atmosphere to freeze. The few of them turned their heads at the same time, and the chatter in the hall also stopped, paying attention. But a local might not be useful. If you have the ability, invite Dark Moon out. Let's not talk about erotic dance. If she can drink with us a few times, we'll admire her from the bottom of our hearts. The one who spoke was Xue Duanfei. Xue Duanfei was already very unhappy when he saw Yi Qinghan. A few years ago, the Xue family lost a clan leader and a grand elder, causing the Xue family to be unable to raise their heads for a period of time. It also caused these young masters to not dare to step out of the fluttering snow gate. Therefore, these young masters of course hated the source of all this, Yi Qinghan. Moreover, when Yi Qinghan came in, he immediately became the focus of the hall, which made him even more unhappy. Therefore when he heard Long Shuelyo's words, he couldn't help but speak up and provoke him. Yes, young Master Yi is so fierce. Go invite Dark Moon out, I also admire you. Hidden Dang saw that Yi Qinghan was so eye-catching and couldn't help but feel jealous. On Hidden Island this was how he appeared. Today, however, it was a different person. Of course, he followed Shui Duanfei's words and started to provoke. The two of them were very clear, they wanted Yi Qinghan to hit a wall and embarrass him. After the two of them finished speaking, the hall quieted down. Feng Zihua wanted to say something, but it wasn't appropriate for her to do so. After all, someone was provoking Yi Qinghan. If they spoke up, they would also embarrass Yi Qinghan. Although the Yi family's powerhouses behind Yi Qinghan were very angry, they understood that this was a matter between the young masters, and it wasn't appropriate for them to intervene. As for the other young masters, they didn't dare to intervene. Therefore, everyone looked at Yi Qinghan with complicated expressions, wanting to see how this legendary fierce man would respond. Chapter 302. Don't worry about them, they are two mad dogs. Long Sinan frowned slightly, looking at Tu Qinjun who continued to sit quietly with his eyes closed, and sent a message to Yi Qinghan with some worry. Yi Qinghan smiled at Long Sinan, indicating that she did not need to worry. Then he gently placed the cup on the table. He looked at Snow Swirling Snow and Yin Dang with a meaningful and interested gaze. He stared at them for a moment. Snow Swirling Snow and Yin Dang were getting impatient and were about to open their mouths. He suddenly turned his head, looked at Feng Zi and Hua Hua, frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "These two, who are these idiots?" When the people in the hall heard the word idiot, they all became idiots. After a moment, the hall was silent, and even a pin drop on the ground could be heard. The expressions of the people in the hall were very rich and interesting. Feng Zi, Hua Hua and Yin Dang were tongue-tied, not knowing how to answer. Long Sanan's eyes flashed with a trace of fascination, and at the same time she began to worry. The powerhouses of the Yi family all straightened their backs, emitting a domineering aura. The young masters of the large and small families collectively sighed, and at the same time, they were more interested in watching silently. It seemed that there would be a good show tonight. Shui Fei's face turned from dark blue to ashen, and his body trembled slightly as if he was about to explode. Yin Dang's mouth was wide open as if he could not understand someone dared to call him an idiot. Tu Qianjun, however, lowered his eyes even more, and the hand holding the cup tightened. Cough. Young Master Han, this is Young Master Shui Fei and Young Master Yin Dang of Hidden Island. Young Master Han, could it be that you drank before you came and spoke drunkenly? In the end, it was Long Shuelu who spoke, breaking the atmosphere of the scene. He had no choice, he was the one who started the topic, and if he did not smooth things over, he was afraid that Shui Fei and Yin Dang would hate him, so he spoke awkwardly. Oh. Yi Qinghan dragged out his voice, responding to Long Shuelyo's words. Long Shuelu was happy, thinking that Yi Qinghan was going to take the opportunity to step down. But he did not expect Yi Qinghan to look at the two again, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. I was wondering who that was. So it was the trash of the Shui clan. Shui Wuhan's corpse hasn't even turned cold, and you dare to jump out? Concealment? The name is very lewd, but, compared to Invicil, it's far too lacking. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was shocked. Humiliation, this was a naked humiliation. Yi Qinghan had actually given the two of them a resounding slap in front of so many people. It was an open and above-board slap to their faces. Yi Qinghan, don't be too arrogant. Snow's body trembled even more violently. She pointed at Yi Qinghan and choked out these words after a long time. Clearly she was very angry. Acting tough will get you struck by lightning. Yi Qinghan, don't go too far. You've gone too far. In the end, you're the one who's at a disadvantage. Yin Dang couldn't bear it anymore. His face turned green and black as he said coldly. Insolent? Too much? Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh as his expression turned cold. His personality had always been gentle, but if he was provoked, he would not care about the consequences. Back when he was still a piece of trash at the first level of the elite stage, he had dared to knock out the second young master, Yi Qingxian. And now, with his current strength and status? I want to ask the two of you. Do we have a grudge in the past or do we have a grudge today? Or do you have a grudge against the Yi clan? Do you want to make an enemy out of the Yi clan? This young master is here to meet a few old friends, but the two of you are chattering away. Every time you open your mouth, you'll embarrass me and the Yi clan. Do I look like a pushover? Do I look like a pushover? Or is the Yi clan a pushover? Since the two of you have nothing better to do and want to be beaten up, then I can only fulfill your wishes. Yi Qinghan's words were full of righteousness, full of conviction and awe-inspiring righteousness. First, he put a huge label on them, escalating a small matter to the level of making an enemy out of the Yi clan. At the same time, he expressed his innocence and brought up the Yi clan with every sentence. His meaning was clear. I'm the young master of the Yi clan. I represent the Yi clan. Humiliating me is equivalent to humiliating the Yi clan. He also made it clear that the two of them had nothing better to do and were looking for trouble. They couldn't blame him. Cough cough. Shue's swirling snow was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She was so angry that she coughed violently and couldn't speak. She could only point at Yi Qinghan, her eyes filled with endless hatred. He didn't expect Yi Qinghan's words to be so sharp. A small matter had escalated to the level of making an enemy out of the Yi clan. At this time he finally came to his senses. Yi Qinghan had already been bestowed the title of Young Master of the Yi clan. He could completely represent the Yi clan and use the Yi clan's power to oppress others. But he didn't expect Yi Qinghan to be so open and aboveboard. He directly used his power to oppress others. Of course, he couldn't argue with Yi Qinghan and say that Yi Qinghan wanted to make an enemy out of the Shui clan. After all, his status in the Shui clan wasn't very high, so he couldn't speak on behalf of the Shui clan. Moreover, the Shui clan was currently laying low. If he stirred up trouble, wouldn't the Shui clan skin him alive? Young Master Yi, how impressive. The two of us only said that we admired you for being able to invite Miss Dark Moon. We didn't expect that you would accuse a deer of a horse and smear it. Of course, we don't dare to make an enemy out of the Yi clan. The Yi clan is so impressive, and Man City is your Yi clan's territory. We don't have the guts. Yin Dang's expression changed several times. He knew that if he continued Yi Qinghan's words, he would definitely fall into Yi Qinghan's trap. The more he tried to explain, the worse it would get. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. He very cleverly changed the topic and played the sympathy card. His meaning was clear. Yi Qinghan, you're the young master, so you can represent the Yi clan. You're awesome. You're using your power to oppress others. How impressive. At the same time, he pointed out the matter between Dark Moon and the local tyrant. He was also mocking Yi Qinghan. It seems that the two of you are still not convinced? Yi Qinghan smiled slightly and tilted his head. He said disdainfully, this young master will convince you today. Didn't you just say that if I were to invite Miss Dark Moon, you would all prostrate yourself before me? Yi Qinghan didn't play by the rules again. He continued to provoke them and brazenly twisted their meaning. This caused the crowd to sigh and roll their eyes. The others had just said that they would prostrate themselves before you, but now they were saying that they would prostrate themselves before you. This young master of the Yi clan was really fierce. Not only did he provoke them so openly, he even lied so brazenly. However, the crowd became even more expectant. Looking at Yi Qinghan's attitude, could it be that he was really going to use his status as a local tyrant to forcefully invite Dark Moon out? If young Master Yi is that impressive, then why can't I prostrate myself before you? Faced with Yi Qinghan's aggressive provocation and the crowd's amused expressions, Yin Dandang clenched his teeth and directly confronted him. If you're that awesome, then I, Snow Swirling Snow, am willing to prostrate myself before you. Snow swirled in the air. Yin Dandang saw that everyone, including Yi Qinghan, was looking at him. He sneered and clenched his teeth in response. Everyone is a witness. If you don't prostrate yourself before this young master, then don't blame me when this young master flips out. Yi Qinghan smiled wickedly. Under everyone's gazes, he walked flippantly toward the entrance of the rear courtyard. Chapter 303. Young Master Han, are you going to force your way in and ask Dark Moon to come out by force? Feng Zi's eyes flashed with surprise as he watched Yi Qinghan walk towards the door of the backyard. He rubbed his head with his hand. I don't think so. This isn't young Master Han's style. Have you ever seen young Master Han bully others? Hua Hua blinked her beautiful eyes and shook her head. She was also confused. He can do it. Long Sainan looked at Yi Qinghan's back with a glimmer in her eyes. She always thought that Yi Qinghan was a man who could create miracles. Unfortunately, this man was too young. Shui Duanfei and Yin Dang sneered. They didn't believe that Yi Qinghan would dare to bully others by force. After all, everyone was in Fengyun Man City and they were going to enter the mountain tomorrow. They were sure that Yi Qinghan wouldn't dare to cause a ruckus. Although they had heard that Yi Qinghan was extremely strong and could instantly kill all the experts in the Emperor realm, they didn't believe it. He was so young. Unless he was a spiritual body of heaven and earth, it was impossible for him to reach such a level of strength. Tu Qianjun's drooping eyelids finally lifted at this moment. A trace of unknown hatred and a strange smile flashed across his eyes as he looked at Yi Qinghan's back. Then he slowly smiled as he watched Yi Qinghan's performance with interest. The hall was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Qinghan. They were waiting for Yi Qinghan's performance. Or rather, they were waiting for Yi Qinghan to embarrass himself. 5 steps for steps. Yi Qinghan's footwork was still relaxed. However, the ordinary-looking old man at the door of the backyard slowly stopped. His hand that was wiping the wine glass sat up straighter. Everyone became nervous when they saw this. It was like the calm before the storm. When Xue Duanfei walked over, the old man did the exact same thing. Then Xue Duanfei was patted on the shoulder by the old man and was invited back. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Yi Qinghan's footsteps didn't stop until she was in front of the old man. The old man suddenly raised his head, and 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes, causing everyone present to tense up, and their hearts to leap to their throats. Yi Qinghan made his move. He casually stretched out his left hand and gently patted the old man's shoulder. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he nodded and said, "Old man, thank you for your hard work. I'll have tea with you another day." After that, Yi Qinghan bowed, turned around, walked through the gate and disappeared into the backyard. What was going on? The people in the hall were dumbfounded again. They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Yi Qinghan said softly, "Old man, thank you for your hard work. Let me treat you to some tea." Did he just walk in like that? Right, he also patted the old man's shoulder. But, why did he just walk in like that? Why did he just pat the old man's shoulder, say some nonsense, and walk into the backyard that the people of the city of barbarians and many of the young masters here wanted to enter? Why? A moment later, someone finally asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. It was the furious Xue Duanfei. That's right, why? The second person to speak was Yin Dang. He was feeling extremely unbalanced and unhappy, and his eyes turned red as he roared. The old man's eyes flashed with disdain. He lowered his head again and picked up the wine cup to wipe it. After a while he finally spoke. Because of him, it's Yi Qinghan. Dark Moon was wearing underwear at this time. She was half lying on her big pink bed with her slender thighs bare. She was staring at the white moon in the sky through the window. The moon was beautiful, the scenery was beautiful, and the room also emitted a faint fragrance. However, Dark Moon was not in a good mood. The Tanuki beast was born, and the barbarian city was close to the savage mountains, so it naturally became the nearest supply point. The various families of the House of Ares began to gather in the barbarian city. She knew that the little man was coming. She was looking forward to the appearance of the little man, but she was also very afraid of the little man's appearance. Although the higher-ups had not given the next order, and she did not know why she was asked to get close to Yi Qinghan, she was still very conflicted. However, she was still very conflicted and hoped that Yi Qinghan would not come. So tonight, she dealt with the guests for a while and returned to the backyard alone. Little man, with a deep sigh, Dark Moon closed her eyes and slowly slid down. She no longer thought about it and prepared to sleep and forget all her troubles. What? Thinking of little man? Unexpectedly, a teasing voice suddenly came from the door, causing Dark Moon to be startled. Then, her expression became wild with joy, and then a faint pain, but it was obvious that she was pleasantly surprised. Yi Qinghan directly pushed the door open and entered. He looked at the incomparably familiar pink bed in the room, looked at Dark Moon's shy and charming face on the bed, looked at her snow-white underwear, and looked at her straight and white long legs. Once again he laughed and said, "Aha! You washed up so early and took off all your clothes? Could it be that you knew that I was coming? I haven't seen you for a few years, and your body is even more bewitching. You are obviously trying to make me stay on this big bed forever." The same frivolous tone, the same evil smile, but the little man seemed to have grown into a man. His body inadvertently released a mature man's aura. Compared to the last time they met, he was less immature and more bashful. More domineering, temperament, and suave. Dark Moon's eyes were slightly watery. She wanted to say something but she didn't know how to express it. As a result, when she opened her mouth, it was full of jealousy. "And? Isn't this the young clan leader of the Yi family? You are about to get married but you still have time to visit me. Should I be grateful to you, or should I express anger at your unreasonable intrusion?" Yi Qinghan smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he directly jumped on the big bed and hugged Dark Moon. With a roll, he pressed Dark Moon under his body. "Let go of me, what kind of woman do you think I am? Back then I lost the bet. I have already paid back what I owed you. If you still want to do this now, I won't be polite anymore. Dark Moon felt Yi Qinghan's manly aura, and her eyes flashed with a trace of intoxication. But after a moment, she twisted her body in anger and said angrily, "Ch." Yi Qinghan stretched out a hand and gently covered Dark Moon's soft lips. He didn't make many movements, but just stared at Dark Moon's bewitching face with deep affection. The Dark Moon looked at Yi Qinghan's deeply affectionate black and white eyes, and strangely closed her mouth that was about to continue cursing. Then her body slowly stopped twisting and finally became soft and fiery. But her eyes were still staring at Yi Qinghan with dissatisfaction. Chapter 304. That's a good girl? Yi Qinghan smiled evilly. He reached out and touched Dark Moon's thigh fiercely. He said jokingly, "Don't call me your mother. You're not my mother. Besides, why don't you owe me anything? You owe me too much. You can't repay me in this lifetime." Nonsense. When did I owe you too much? Being touched by Yi Qinghan, the Dark Moon's body involuntarily trembled. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and said in an unconvinced tone, "Yi." Yi Qinghan's big hand kept moving up and down Dark Moon's thigh. He said evilly, "My virginity has been taken away by you. Look at you. Are you not going to take responsibility?" "Bah." Dark Moon said angrily. She blushed. She was ashamed and angry. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's big hand with one hand and slapped Yi Qinghan's chest with the other. She twisted her body again and scolded, "You lecher. Let go of me or I'll call for help." "Haha, Dark Moon, let me tell you. I said 6 years ago that you are my woman and I will take responsibility for you. You can never get rid of me in this life. You are Yi Qinghan's woman alive and my ghost dead. Your man is capable now. He can make you live a happy life. Do you understand?" Yi Qinghan squeezed Dark Moon's twisting body with his legs. He grabbed Dark Moon's hand with one hand and grabbed Dark Moon's chin with the other. He made her look into his eyes and said in an extremely domineering manner. Yi Qinghan's eyes seemed to have a strange magic power. Dark Moon stopped resisting again. Listening to Yi Qinghan's incomparably domineering and yet affectionate words, Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. Dark Moon's body completely softened, and her eyes gradually became intoxicated. Her hands involuntarily hugged Yi Qinghan tightly. A moment later, the pink bed began to make strange creaking noises. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was having a lot of fun inside. On the other hand, the people outside were having a hard time waiting. 3 hours. It had been 3 whole hours. The door to the backyard was still tightly shut. The old man guarding the door still had his head lowered as he continuously wiped the wine glasses. Feng Zi's face had been smiling ever since Yi Qinghan went in, but now it was cramping. After staring at the backyard door for 2 hours, Wuxia's eyes started to feel numb. Long Shuelu started to curse in his heart. Long Sainan, on the other hand, had already drunk more than 10 glasses of wine. At this moment, it seemed like she was going to order a few more glasses. Shui Duanfei's face darkened. Tu Qianjun, on the other hand, lowered his eyelids as if he was about to fall asleep. The young masters in the hall started to discuss softly, but their tone was obviously a little irritated. It was already the middle of the night. Everyone had waited here for 3 hours just to see the results, to see what was going to happen next. However, with so many people waiting here, Yi Qinghan still hadn't come out after 3 hours. Of course, everyone started to grumble in their hearts. You're the boss, you're awesome, but you can't disregard everyone's feelings. You're having fun inside alone and you're letting everyone sit on the cold stool? Moreover, it's been 3 hours. Even if you've had it twice or thrice, it should have been over by now. Could it be that you've worked too hard? Fallen asleep? Creak. Just as the crowd grew impatient and were about to leave the hall, a voice suddenly rang out. The door suddenly opened. Yi Qinghan and Dark Moon walked out one after another. Everyone's spirits were lifted. A good show was about to start. Everyone, I'm ashamed. Yi Qinghan walked into the hall and cupped his fists in front of everyone. Although he said he was ashamed, there wasn't a trace of shame on his face. Instead, his face was glowing and he said energetically, "Haha, when I went in just now, I met Miss Dark Moon and chatted with her. But I realized that Miss Dark Moon was very knowledgeable and knew everything about astronomy and geography. I was shocked and couldn't help but discuss with her about literary ideals, history, and human relationships. I'm ashamed. I was too engrossed in the discussion and forgot about the time. Everyone sat here for a while. Let me punish myself with a glass of wine, haha." As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, at least 7 or 8 people in the hall spat out the tea and wine in their mouths at the same time. Everyone was speechless and rolled their eyes. Even Long Sinan shook her head helplessly. She seemed to despise Yi Qinghan's shamelessness. Talking about life and ideals? Damn it. Look at your flushed faces and lustful eyes. Even a blind man can see what you've done. Besides, both of your hair is slightly wet and your bodies have a kind of body wash scent. Obviously it's because of the bath. Could it be that talking about life and ideals made you sweat so much that you had to take a bath before coming out? Sitting here for a while? Boss, when you're feeling good, of course you want time to pass as slowly as possible. Everyone had been sitting on the cold bench for 3 whole hours. A group of people was waiting for you, but you just said you were ashamed? Come on, don't look at me with such admiring eyes. I know I'm not bad looking. Hehe, I'm ashamed. Here's to everyone. Yi Qinghan didn't seem to know what shame was. He directly picked up the wine that the maid brought and handed a glass to Dark Moon. Then he and Dark Moon raised their glasses to the crowd and drank. Chapter 305. What's that? Young Master Shui, Young Master Yin. After finishing the wine, Yi Qinghan turned around and looked at Shui Duanfei and Yin Dang from the corner of his eyes. He said, now that you've finished the wine, do you think it's time for you to prostrate yourselves? It's late, everyone go back and rest. Young Master Han, don't go overboard. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. Shui Duanfei's expression darkened even further. He thought that Yi Qinghan bringing Dark Moon out was already a slap to the faces of the two of them. They were all members of the great clans, so Yi Qinghan would at most humiliate them a little. He wouldn't go overboard. He didn't expect Yi Qinghan to be so overbearing and force them to prostrate themselves. If he really did that, he wouldn't be able to stay in the House of Aries anymore. The Shui clan would also strip him of his status as a young master. Thus he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Bully your sister. Poor my ass. You're the young master of the Shui clan, how are you poor? Shui Duanfei's words made Yi Qinghan's expression turn cold. He wanted to say the same thing when he was the 7th son of the Yi clan, but he knew that if he said it, Yi Qinghuang, Yi Qingxian, and the others would bully him even more. At the same time, he thought of the slap that Shui Wuhan threw at him on the Cowherd Street, as well as everything that Shui Wuhan had done to him. His expression turned even colder. He said coldly, so what if I prostrate myself? Don't make me angry. So what if I don't? Do you dare to kill me? Shui Duanfei slammed the table and stood up angrily. The way Yi Qinghan treated him today was equivalent to completely falling out with him. He was completely humiliated. He couldn't take it anymore. Of course, he didn't believe that Yi Qinghan would dare to do anything. After all, the supreme elder of the Shui family was in the barbarian city. If something happened to him, the Yi family wouldn't be able to give an explanation. Shui Duanfei slammed the table. The emperors of the Shui family stood up immediately and glared at Yi Qinghan. The experts of the Yi family also stood up and looked at Yi Qinghan. They seemed to be waiting for Yi Qinghan to give the order so that they could start fighting. For a moment, the atmosphere became unusually tense. Feng Zi Hua and the others were secretly laughing. They looked at Shui Duanfei pitifully. He was indeed an idiot. Tu Qianjun also opened his eyes. He let out a soft sigh and closed his eyes to recuperate. Of course I won't kill you. Killing an idiot like you would dirty my hands. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes and waved his hand at the experts of the Yi family, indicating that they didn't need to get involved. Then he didn't say anything and attacked immediately. A bewitching purple light suddenly lit up and engulfed Shui Duanfei and the experts of the Shui family. In an instant, Shui Duanfei and the experts of the Shui family felt dizzy. Then he teleported next to Shui Duanfei. He extended his slender hand and grabbed Shui Duanfei's neck gently. Then he lifted Shui Duanfei into the air and walked towards the door. Thump. Shui Duanfei was thrown out of the hotel by Yi Qinghan as if he was throwing trash. He fell flat on his face and his head was facing the hotel on the Dark Moon. His body was spread out and he prostrated himself on the ground. However, because he fell too hard, his nose hit the ground hard and blood splattered all over the road. Shui Duanfei had obviously fainted. Of course I won't kill you. I'm just letting you complete the bet. Everyone saw how Shui Duanfei treated me, but I only threw him lightly. I'm merciful, aren't I? Yi Qinghan spat on the ground again after he was done throwing Shui Duanfei. He turned around and returned to the hall. He opened his arms and said innocently to everyone. *CK. Everyone was sweating profusely. You've completely destroyed Shui Duanfei's body, soul, and reputation. How dare you say that I'm merciful? At the same time, everyone was shocked by Yi Qinghan's strength. It seemed like the rumors were true. Yi Qinghan was invincible among those below the Sage Realm and the #1 spot on the Earth leaderboard. Young master, young master. After a while, the Emperor realm experts of the Shui family regained consciousness. They looked at Shui Duanfei, who was lying on the ground, and their expressions changed drastically. After confirming that Shui Duanfei had only fainted, they looked at Yi Qinghan with fear and hatred and left in a hurry. Young Master Yin, it's your turn. Are you going to throw yourself, or do you want me to do it for you? Yi Qinghan ignored the gazes of Dark Moon and Wind Purple Flower Grass Dragon Sainan. He continued walking towards Yin Dang and said coldly. He was going to enter the mountain tomorrow, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to return. Yi Qinghan felt that since he had promised to take responsibility for Dark Moon, he would take responsibility from tonight onwards. He wanted to use his powerful voice and facts to announce to these young masters who were drooling over Dark Moon that Dark Moon was his woman. You can try if you have the guts. At the same time, he knew that his strength had spread throughout the continent after the battle at the Luotian Mountain. However, many people were still suspicious of him. In order to avoid being challenged by others for no reason, he decided to show them his determination and strength. At the same time, these two idiots made him very unhappy. Hence, he decided to show the people of the continent his determination and strength. That was why he made such a forceful move. His meaning was clear. I don't want to cause trouble, but don't provoke me either. I, Yi Qinghan, am not the seventh son of the Yi family. Not everyone can bully me. Yin Dang was confused and embarrassed. His face was as bitter as a cucumber and he didn't know what to say. He just turned his head towards the door and said nothing. At this moment he was very regretful that he had been so stupid to provoke this malefic star. This wasn't right, and this wasn't right. It seemed that he had lost all face today. What could he do? If Yi Qinghan could throw Shui Duanfei out like trash, then he could also throw him out. Yi Qinghan saw that Yin Dang was hesitant, but he didn't answer or move. His eyes narrowed and he was about to make a move. Wait, young Master Han. At this moment, a person suddenly flashed through the door. He was wearing the same flowery robe as Yin Dang, but his temperament and appearance were obviously a level higher than Yin Dang's. Oh, Brother Yin Sha. Yi Qinghan turned around in surprise and saw that it was a familiar face. It was actually the first young master of Hidden Island, Yin Sha. He smiled faintly and greeted him. Big Brother Yin Sha, you're finally here. You have to. Yin Dang hurriedly became excited when he saw him. When he saw that Yi Qinghan hadn't come out for a long time after entering the backyard, he guessed that Yi Qinghan would very likely fly into a rage and secretly ask someone to bring Yin Sha over, hoping that Yin Sha could help him regain his face. After all, Yin Sha had the right to represent the will of Hidden Island. But Yin Dang hadn't finished his words when Yin Sha directly slapped him across the face, not even looking at Yin Dang. He simply cupped his hands towards Yi Qinghan again and said, Young Master Han, I've made a fool of myself. Give me some face today and I'll owe you a favor. Let's forget about it, okay? Brother Yin Sha, look at what you're saying. Yi Qinghan smiled. A favor from Yin Sha was a good thing, so he hurriedly said, Who would dare to not give you face? Brother Yin Dang joked with me, so I'm also joking with him. Yin Dang held his face and didn't dare to speak again. However, when he heard Yi Qinghan's words, he cursed inwardly, looking at your attitude just now, if Yin Sha had come a step later, I'd probably have thrown him out, right? Yin Sha didn't expose him. He cupped his hands again, bid farewell with a smile and left with his men. Well, the show was over and it was time to disperse. Countless young masters and young masters exchanged greetings with Yi Qinghan for a while, and left with a strange mood. Tonight they had really broadened their horizons. What was called fierce? Today they finally saw it. Bullying commoners, what did low-level martial artists count as? If you wanted to slap faces and oppress people, then you had to learn from young Master Han. Tu Qianjun opened his eyes again. He didn't say anything and quietly left with his men. However, when he left, his eyes glanced at Dark Moon, who was standing beside Yi Qinghan, and the corners of his mouth revealed a strange smile. Wait for me, I'll come back from the mountain. Yi Qinghan felt refreshed and he had also slapped people, so he was perfectly satisfied. He spoke to Dark Moon in a low voice, and then left with large strides with Feng Zi, Hua Hua, Long Sainan and the others disappearing into the night. Chapter 306. After parting ways with Feng Zi and the others at the intersection, Yi Qinghan led his men straight to the city lord's mansion. As soon as he entered, he discovered that the hall was still brightly lit. Yi Qingyo, Yi Baihu and Yi Kuang were waiting for him there. Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly. He knew that the incident at the Dark Moon Hotel couldn't be hidden from them. After all, the barbarian city was the territory of the Yi family, and his every move would be under the surveillance of Yi Qingyo and the others. Why haven't the two grand elders rested yet? Yi Kuang, what are you doing? Haven't you arranged a place to rest yet? Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and walked in as if nothing had happened. He cupped his hands towards the two elders and sat down on a chair. Yi Kuang rolled his eyes and sweated profusely. He shrunk his body and looked innocently at Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu. He looked very pitiful, but his meaning was clear. This young clan leader was obviously using him as a scapegoat. Little brat, you've grown up. You went out for a stroll, but you ended up in the bed of the barbarian city's flower. Do you want us two old fellows to die of anger? Yi Qingyo's eyes bulged. They thought that Yi Qinghan was usually a gentle person and would not cause any trouble if he just went out for a stroll. They didn't expect that he would offend both the Shui clan and the Hidden Island the moment he went out. Little Han, it's not that Grandpa White Tiger wants to scold you, but if there's a next time, we'll have no choice but to forcefully take you back. Yi Baihu also followed suit. Ha! Don't be angry, elders. It's just a small matter, not worth getting angry over. Yi Qinghan touched his nose and said embarrassedly. Small matter? You don't know how that old thing from the Shui clan looked when we were discussing things. He was just short of slamming the table and cursing. That old thing from the Hidden Island was probably cursing in secret. Fortunately, you didn't go too far in the end. Otherwise, all of us old fellows would have fought because of you. Yi Qingyo's eyes bulged even wider when he heard this. He stroked his beard and said angrily, Face, do you understand? The few big families on Hidden Island all had face and they valued face the most. If it was in the dark, it would be fine even if you beat up those two people, but who were the people sitting in the Dark Moon Hotel at that time? This is equivalent to giving the Shui family in Hidden Island a heavy slap in the face. When Yi Baihu saw Yi Qinghan's puzzled expression, he smiled helplessly and explained. So that's how it is. Qinghan knows her mistake. Yi Qinghan admitted his mistake without any hesitation. Of course he pretended to be regretful. He lowered his head thoughtfully and remained silent for a while. Then he raised his head again and said seriously, Next time Qinghan will definitely not slap them in the face. Once we get out of the door, find a place with no one around and break their legs. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu looked at Yi Qinghan's serious expression. Their mouths twitched and then they fell silent. It seemed like their ideological work was getting worse and worse. This kid was even more of a headache than Yi Dao was back then. Like father, like son. It seemed like there would be more headaches in the future. The next day, Man City began to clamor before the sky had even brightened. Today was the day that the big families would enter the mountain together. The Savage Mountain range was huge and the terrain was complex. It was rumored that there was a sacred beast guarding the central area. Moreover, the barbarians and the demon race were clearly working together to capture the civet beast. Therefore, the people of the House of Ares and Hidden Island had discussed and decided to enter the mountain together to capture the civet beast. If they fought with the demon race and barbarians, they would be able to look out for each other. If they successfully surrounded the civet beast in the end, the first family to capture it would belong to them. It would all depend on their luck. Yi Qinghan followed behind Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu. He brought more than 10 emperors and dozens of dukes from the Yi family to the southern gate of Man City. Many people had already gathered at the southern gate. They were all experts from the big families. Of course they were at least dukes. After all, although they were here to look for something, it was very likely that they would go deep into the central area of the Savage Mountain range. Ordinary martial artists would be courting death if they went. Yi Qinghan looked around and found Feng Zi and Hua Hua hiding behind their elders, winking at him. Long Shuilu, also smiled and greeted him. However, when he saw the Shui family's square formation, he could clearly feel their collective hostility. The people of Hidden Island also looked at him with unfriendly expressions, but not as obvious as the Shui family. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and curled his lips as if nothing had happened. He always believed that those who didn't attract jealousy were mediocre. Those who earned respect were heroes. This was his personality. He could do whatever he wanted. After a while, the people from the Divine City also arrived. However, the people from the Divine City clearly didn't want to get involved with them. They led their people into the mountain alone. After waiting for a while, not many people had arrived. The crowd began to march towards the Savage Mountain range. There were nearly 1,000 people from the big and small families. They were divided into countless square formations, separated by a certain distance. Like a fishing net, they began to sweep towards the Savage Mountain range. They didn't affect each other, but they could take care of each other. This was the result of the discussion between the leaders of the families last night. they decided to turn the savage mountain range upside down. They swore to keep the civet beast in the House of Ares. Although the majority of the troops were experts, they didn't move very quickly. They searched carefully along the way, not letting any loopholes slip by. This time, the magical beasts of the savage mountain range suffered. When the army passed by, not a single blade of grass grew. The magical beasts that couldn't run fast became magical crystals in the people's bags. On the first day, the majority of the troops had already traveled dozens of miles and reached the outer regions of the savage mountain range. When night fell, the majority of the troops stopped advancing. They had come to find the civet beast, but it was dark and they couldn't see it clearly. Therefore the group began to set up tents and roast meat. They prepared to drink and rest for the night and continue tomorrow. Sitting in front of the fire, eating roast meat and drinking wine, listening to the people around him constantly teasing him. Yi Qinghan was a bit disappointed as he looked at the surrounding ancient trees and the savage city. His mind was filled with many thoughts. A few years ago he had also come to the savage mountain range. At that time he was still alone. With a restless heart, he forced himself to come here. At that time his strength was very low. Every minute and second he had to carefully investigate the surrounding situation. Even when he slept, he would often wake up in the middle of the night, not to mention making a fire in the forest and talking loudly. It wasn't like now. The majority of the troops seemed to be playing in the savage mountain range. When they saw a magical beast they would be very excited and flock to it. Often if they were too late they wouldn't even have the chance to enjoy themselves. As for himself, he didn't even have the mood to make a move on these low-level magical beasts. In the past he felt that the savage mountain range was very scary. There were dangers everywhere. Now he felt that the entire savage mountain range was like the 13th street of Tsang City. It was very relaxing. If one's strength and realm were different, their mentality would also be different. Yi Qinghan took a sip of wine and felt a bit emotional. Oh, stop. At this time, a deep shout came from behind. At the same time, the people of the Yi family who were on guard immediately surrounded the direction of the voice. The people sitting next to the fire also became vigilant, in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Only Yi Qingyo, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qinghan's expressions didn't change. The three of them were still eating roast meat and drinking wine, as if they didn't feel anything. Report. After a moment, a figure rushed over from behind and directly knelt on one knee, saluting Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu. Then he turned to Yi Qinghan and said, "Reporting to young patriarch, there is a woman, looking for you." Chapter 307. A woman is looking for me? Yi Qinghan was a little surprised. He then rubbed his head and embarrassedly smiled at Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu. Then he got up and walked towards the back. He had only been in the barbaric mountains for a day. Why would someone be looking for him? Was it Yi Qinggu, Yi Qingyu, or Yi Qingqing? He thought it was impossible. Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu were being watched by the elder ancestor and Yi Tianlong. It was impossible for them to appear in the barbaric mountains. As for Yu Qingqing, the Yu clan didn't even see anyone who was hunting the civet beast. Moreover, Yu Qingqing knew that he would go to the barbaric mountains to ask for her hand in marriage as soon as he finished his business here. After thinking for a while, he still felt that it was impossible. He didn't think about it anymore. He quickened his pace and walked towards a black-clothed person who was surrounded by his clan's experts. The black-clothed person's entire body was shrouded in a large black robe. Her face couldn't be seen. However, the exquisite figure under the black robe showed that she was a woman. "You are?" Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked directly. "Little man, it's me." The woman didn't open her robe. Moreover, her voice seemed to have been altered so that people couldn't tell who it was. T. Yi Qinghan was covered in cold sweat. He could easily tell who the voice belonged to. He waved his hand to let the Yi clan's disciples leave. Then he grabbed the woman's hand and asked doubtfully, "Madam, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the barbarian city?" "That's right." The person who came was the barbarian city's lady boss, Dark Moon. Dark Moon still didn't open her robe. She just smiled mischievously. "I miss you. I want to follow you. Why can't I? Didn't I feed you until you were full last night? We didn't enter the mountain to play. You must know that. Well, go back and wait for me. I will take you back to the Yi family castle." Although Yi Qinghan was puzzled as to why Dark Moon would follow the group into the mountain, he didn't think too much about it and just comforted her. "I was full yesterday, but I'm hungry again today." "What? You're complaining that I'm annoying already? If you men are really bad. You want to kick me away when you're tired of playing with me? Dark Moon shook off Yi Qinghan's hand and pretended to throw a tantrum. Grandaunt, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried about your safety. Let's not beat around the bush. Are you here for something? If there is really something, then follow me. Yi Qinghan was obviously helpless with women. He sighed, hugged the Dark Moon and comforted her. It's nothing. I've stayed outside the mountain for so many years and haven't had the chance to come in to play, so I wanted to come and play. There are so many of you this time and it's so lively. Moreover, you're going to catch a civet beast, so I wanted to come and watch the fun. It's such a simple matter. If it's too difficult for you, I'll go back now. Dark Moon said coldly as she turned her head and pretended to leave. I see. Alright, follow me, but you have to listen to me. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and finally compromised. There were so many people this time, and there were only 2 Saint Stage elites from his clan. He wasn't afraid even if they encountered danger. Most importantly, he had the Carefree Ring and Elder Lu. If there was no other way, he could let Dark Moon enter the Carefree Pavilion. With Elder Lu around, he didn't have to worry about her safety. Pulling the Dark Moon, Yi Qinghan walked directly into his tent and asked her to stay inside. However, he walked alone to the fire and sat down with an awkward expression. Little Han, tell me the truth. How many women do you have? You've become much more capable than your father. As soon as Yi Qinghan sat down, Yi Qingyo squinted his eyes and teased him. Little Han, it's not that Grandpa White Tiger wants to scold you, but this is not a trip. There might be some danger. Both of us came out to catch the civet beast and to protect you. But you're bringing a woman with you now. It won't be good if something happens. Yi Qingyo said seriously. I'm ashamed. Yi Qinghan touched his face and said embarrassedly, it's okay. She can protect herself. This woman has a little temper and insisted on playing with us. Please don't laugh at me. What are you ashamed of? Why don't you bring something for her to eat? Alright, just be careful. Yi Qingyo looked at him with disdain. He grabbed 2 thighs and handed them over. Yi Qinghan laughed mischievously. He took the thighs and ran away. This bastard is a playboy by nature. White Tiger, he's much stronger than we were. Yi Qingyo laughed and chatted with Yi Qinghan about the past. The experts of the Yi family all looked at Yi Qinghan's back with envy and admiration. This young patriarch was so fierce. He played with women wherever he went. But now he brought a woman up the mountain to have wild sex. Eat something. You must be hungry. Yi Qinghan entered the tent and saw that Dark Moon had taken off her robe, revealing a green warrior's outfit. The tight-fitting warrior's outfit outlined Dark Moon's curvaceous figure. He swallowed his saliva and sat beside Dark Moon. He handed over the thighs and took out a jar of wine and water at the same time and placed them on the ground. Humph, at least you still have some conscience. Dark Moon smiled. She was naturally charming. She stretched and took the barbecued meat. Hee, my woman, no one says I don't have a conscience. Yi Qinghan gently embraced Dark Moon's slender waist from behind. He buried his head in her fragrant hair and said, I've always thought that if a man can't make his woman happy, then he's a failure. At the very least, he's a failure as a person. Oh. Hearing Yi Qinghan's heartfelt words, Dark Moon stopped chewing on the barbecued meat. Her eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. At the same time, a trace of pain and desolation flashed in her eyes. Finally, she put down the barbecued meat, turned around and hugged Yi Qinghan tightly. Then she kissed him passionately. Make me happy, little man. Following Dark Moon's seductive whisper, the atmosphere in the small tent became intense. The next day the main group set off. Apart from the addition of a black-robed woman hiding behind Yi Qinghan, the Yi family's group remained the same. The main group formed a net and advanced into the depths of the barbaric mountain range. After a few days, they reached the most dangerous depths of the barbaric mountain range. If they advanced further, they would reach the center of the mountain range, the core region. Along the way, they encountered many powerful demonic beasts and engaged in countless small and large battles. There were also casualties among the experts of the various clans. However, due to the support of Yi Qingyo's group of 7 or 8 Saint Realm experts, there were not many casualties. Along the way they encountered several powerful level 8 demonic beasts. The Saint Realm experts attacked immediately. They either killed the demonic beasts or escaped with injuries. However, it was strange that after so many days, the main group did not find any civet fragrance beasts. It seemed that the civet fragrance beasts were hiding in the core region or had run to the other side of the barbaric mountain range near the barbaric god residence. After resting for a night, the main group set off and entered the most dangerous region of the barbaric mountain range, the core region. However, in less than half a day something happened in front of them. The Hua family spy brought back shocking news. Report, a group of level 8 demonic beasts has appeared in front of us. There are at least 100 of them and they are rushing towards us. The Hua family spy's face was filled with terror. His body trembled as he reported. Chapter 308. Magical beasts of the 8th rank? Or more than 100. This news completely shocked everyone. Magical beasts of the 8th rank weren't a big deal, but more than 100 of them was a bit terrifying. Apart from the Saint Realm experts, everyone's expressions changed. Nobles of the Yi family, listen up. Retreat to the danger zone and wait for orders. Nobles of the Feng family, retreat now. All nobles, retreat to the danger zone and join forces to defend it. Wait for orders. Although the expressions of the sage powerhouses didn't change much, they still gave orders at the same time. Magical beasts of the 8th rank were a small matter to them. However, they wouldn't have the time to take care of these nobles when the battle started. Moreover, such a strange thing happening in the core area surprised them. Could something have happened inside? Could it have caused the magical beasts to riot? After the orders were given, all the nobles retreated, leaving behind only a few hundred emperors and the young masters of the various families. The Saint Realm experts didn't let their young masters retreat. After all, this was a good opportunity to broaden their horizons. Ew. Following a series of deep roars and the sound of galloping horses, countless tall, fiery figures quickly appeared in front of them. These magical beasts were all sturdy and fiery red. They were more than 3 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters long. They had thick limbs but were very short. They had 2 horns on their heads and their heads looked like dragons. Their eyes were as red as blood, but their bodies were covered in blue flames. Fire Qilin? Yi Qingyo's eyes were slightly puzzled. These magical beasts were common in the misty forest, but he didn't expect there to be so many of them in a small mountain range. However, he didn't think too much about it. He waved his hand high and ordered the Yi family experts to prepare to attack. Whoosh! The Fire Qilin charged 100 meters in front of the group, accompanied by rolling waves of heat. Countless lights of different colors lit up in all directions. Several light barriers appeared out of nowhere and enveloped the Fire Qilin in front of them. Attack! Yi Qingyo couldn't be bothered to attack a magical beast of this level. Seeing that Yi Baihu had activated his Saint Domain, he began to command the experts of the Yi family to attack. The fire-scaled beast was a low-tier 8th level demonic beast. Moreover, the White Knight Tiger had activated his Sacred Domain, which would greatly reduce the fire-scaled beast's movement and attack speed. Letting the family's Emperor Realm martial artists fight it would increase their combat experience. Kill? Monster, look at my domineering manly wave. Domineering flame dragon wave, break for me. For a time, the Emperor Realm experts of the various clans all took action and fought the fire-scaled beast. The sounds of battle chi tearing through the air, the angry roars of the Fire Qilin beasts, the shouts of martial artists, and the sounds of explosions came one after another. It was a spectacular scene. Stay here and watch how your man slays demons. Yi Qinghan watched for a while and his hands began to itch. With a wave of his hand, a 2-meter-long black saber appeared in his hand. He instructed Dark Moon, who was beside him, and nodded at Yi Qingyo. Battle chi surged from the bottom of his feet as he merged with his beast and charged forward. Yi Qinghan had suffered at the Luotian mountain because he didn't have any martial techniques. After returning to the Yi family's castle, he immediately went to Yi Tianlong's place and copied all the saint techniques of the Yi family. After studying for a long time, he had more or less grasped 2 offensive techniques. Now that he had such a good opportunity to fight, he naturally wouldn't let it go. World-destroying slash. With a heavy leap, he jumped into the air and charged in front of a fire-scaled beast. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless. He decided to test the strength of this fire-scaled beast first. He immediately used his strongest attack. In midair, he raised the Slaughter God blade high and slashed down at lightning speed. Green saber waves spat out from the Slaughter God blade and spiraled around it. Finally, it turned into a green fire dragon and charged towards the fire-scaled beast. Bang! The fire-scaled beast felt a sense of danger and roared angrily. It turned around and spat out a green flame. The flames on its body also burned brighter. It seemed like it wanted to use the flames it spat out and the defensive flames on its body to resist the fire dragon formed by Yi Qinghan's saber aura. However, Yi Qinghan's fire dragon actually ignored the flames it spat out and directly went through it, smashing into its huge body. A dazzling explosion suddenly sounded, and a huge hole was blasted in the fire-scaled beast's huge body. The powerful impact sent its huge body flying, crashing heavily into a fire-scaled beast behind it. The fire-scaled beast behind it was smashed to the ground together with it, and it died instantly. This fire-scaled beast looks very powerful, but it's not that strong. Yi Qinghan curled his lips and said disdainfully. The Yi family martial artists at the side all laughed bitterly. You are strong, you have merged with a saint beast, you have a saint weapon, and you have a saint technique. Of course you won't feel anything. However, each of them had to fight a fire-scaled beast. Some of them could only defend bitterly. Actually, it wasn't that the fire-scaled beast wasn't strong. It was just that Yi Qinghan underestimated its strength. Not including the fusion technique, Yi Qinghan's combat strength was already extremely strong. He was at the first level of the Imperial Realm. After merging with his battle beast, his combat strength reached the third level of the Imperial Realm. In addition, his Slaughter God Blade gave him 200% battle chi. Most importantly, his world-extinguishing slash was extremely powerful. It was normal for him to kill a fire-scaled beast in an instant. Moreover, the fire-scaled beast was within the range of Yi Baihu's Saint Realm, so its speed was greatly reduced. It was like a live target that was waiting to be hit. Soul confusion. A bewitching purple light lit up. Yi Qinghan saw that the nearby martial artists were having a hard time fighting and decided to help them. He directly stunned a few fire-scaled beasts around him. With a sweep of the Slaughter God Blade, he killed a few more fire-scaled beasts. This reduced the pressure on the Yi family martial artists. Only then did he face off against a Fire Kirin beast and slowly battle it out, honing his new holy skill. Once Yi Qinghan showed his prowess, the Yi family martial artists relaxed. 2 people and 1 fire-scaled beast started to fight with ease. The situation here made the other martial artists extremely envious. After Yi Qinghan made his move, it was obvious that he didn't have the intention to help them kill the fire-scaled beasts. They had no choice but to fight bitterly. When the other family's Saint Realm martial artists saw that the Yi family's Saint Realm martial artists didn't help, they were too embarrassed to do so. They could only look at their own disciples with resentment. Half an hour later, the group finally killed all the fire-scaled beasts. With the help of the Yi family martial artists, they were able to kill all of them quickly. However, not only did they not feel grateful to the Yi family martial artists, but they also started to despise the Yi family martial artists. Why? Because the Yi family martial artists had killed all the fire-scaled beasts on their side. When they rushed over to help, they specially picked the injured fire-scaled beasts to fight. After swiftly chopping up the fire-scaled beasts, they collected the fire-scaled beast's demonic crystal at a speed that was several times faster than killing the fire-scaled beasts. And the one leading them was the Yi family's young clan leader, Yi Qinghan. You said you came to help and we are very grateful. But couldn't you just kill those who weren't injured? If you killed them, then so be it. Why did the fire-scaled beast fall in the blink of an eye, and when they surrounded it, the demonic crystal was already gone? Bandits. Bandits. The Yi family's bandits are even more ruthless than the Hidden Islands. Although they were secretly cursing, they didn't dare to show it. After all, last night Yi Qinghan showed his prowess and ruthlessly slapped the Shui family's young master and the Hidden Islands' young master. Moreover, they saw Yi Qinghan's ferocity just now. Who would dare to provoke this malefic star? Chapter 309. Fine. I can't afford to offend you. I'll look down on you and curse you. I'll curse you for not having orgasms for a month. Since there's purple, why there's cold? Feng Zi flicked her hair, but the loneliness on her face didn't disappear. Instead, her dandruff flew up. Why, do I feel a sense of sadness in my balls? Hua Chao rubbed his nose and had the urge to recite a poem. However, after thinking about it, he could only think of this line. He couldn't help but rub his chin awkwardly. Done. Pack up. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for everyone to be grateful. Then he led his men back to the Yi family formation. He gave Yi Qingyo, who was behind Yi Qingyo, a flirtatious look that caused Yi Qingyo to have goosebumps all over. How was it? Your man isn't bad, right? Yi Qinghan said in a low voice as he gently caressed Dark Moon's plump buttocks. Good manners. Dark Moon wiggled her buttocks and rolled her eyes at him through her robes. Then she said in a low voice, but his movements were very cool. What's that move called? It's so fierce. I've learned this move from Big Brother. Back then, I comprehended this move on Mount Laoshen after watching the snow for a few years, observing the sun, moon, stars, heaven and earth, and so on. Don't spread the name of this move, or the consequences will be severe. This move is called the Invincible Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, Domineering and Cool. Chaotic Universe / How is it? It's awesome, isn't it? Yi Qinghan said seriously with an evil smile. Really? Dark Moon was stunned by his words. Then when she saw the smile on Yi Qinghan's face, she understood. She wanted to raise her fists and punch Yi Qinghan, but when she saw Yi Qinghan in front of her, she put her hands down in embarrassment and secretly pinched Yi Qinghan's thigh. "Alright, stop flirting with each other. Let's set off." Yi Qingyo calmly turned his head and glared at Yi Qinghan, then waved his hand and said, "Prepare to advance." The group rested for a while and dealt with the spoils of war. Then they once again set out for the core area. However, this time their speed was even slower. Although the hundreds of fire Lin beasts didn't cause much damage to the army, they still reminded them that this place was very dangerous and they shouldn't be impulsive. His footsteps were not as arrogant and domineering as before, and his figure was much more low-key and light. More than 200 people were like thieves who had sneaked into a girl's boudoir, becoming wretched. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly at this moment as he thought of something. Where did the people from the Divine City go? He hadn't seen anyone from the Divine City along the way. He was very concerned about that handsome young master Tu Qianjun from the Divine City's team. After advancing for half a day, a strange thing happened. The army did not encounter a single magical beast, not even a pheasant. Of course, it would be even stranger if there were pheasants in this place. After advancing for more than 10 miles, the group's field of vision suddenly widened, and they saw a very strange terrain. There were no trees in the middle of the savage mountain range. Instead, it was a super large open space, and the open space was covered with green grass that was half the height of a person. And there was a large lake in the middle of the open space. The lake water was dark green, and one could tell at a glance that it was very deep. On the other side of the lake was a mountain range that was dozens of meters tall, and around the mountain range were countless small caves that were more than a meter tall. The group felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. There were no terrifying magical beasts in the middle of the savage mountain range, and it was instead a very beautiful scenic spot. This place was very good for traveling and staying for a short while. But who would dare to stay here? There must be a reason for this abnormality. Yi Qingyo and the other old fellows looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Even with their spiritual senses, they hadn't discovered the presence of powerful magical beasts nearby, and there wasn't even the presence of magical beasts. Wasn't this strange? Yes, there was an aura. In the next second, a faint fragrance overturned Yi Qingyo's thoughts. After being stunned for a moment, he was suddenly overjoyed. He turned his head and opened his eyes to look at a small cave beside the lake. At the same time, the remaining sages also smelled the alluring fragrance, and their faces became filled with ecstasy. Civet beast? That's right, it must be a civet beast. The old fellows immediately determined the owner of this fragrance. Such a fragrance was rarely seen in this world and intoxicated one's soul. If it wasn't the civet fragrance beast, what else could it be? However, the fragrance was like a flash in the pan, disappearing immediately. Even ordinary Emperor Realm martial artists couldn't sense it. Yi Qingyo and the others looked at each other, determination flashing in their eyes at the same time. They were ready to attack. At this moment, there was no sign of the barbarian race, demon race, or God City's troops. If they didn't capture the Lixiang beast now, when would they be waiting? Although they were puzzled by the disappearance of the barbarian race and the demon race in the Divine City. But it was clear that this was not the time to think about this. Capturing the civet beast was the way to go. Everyone advance. Our target is the third cave in front of us. Everyone be on guard. Advance carefully before we reach the cave. The order was immediately given. They were about a few thousand meters away from the cave. This distance was flat ground, so it was very easy for them to be discovered. Therefore, the group began to move at an even slower speed and more wretched expressions as they advanced toward the cave in front of them. There was nothing wrong with 5,000 meters. 3,000 meters, safe. 1,000 meters, no problem. 500 meters, there was no danger in this place. Why were they so nervous? Looking at the countless caves in front of them, the emperors felt that the sages were a little too nervous. When the old fellows saw that the cave was right in front of them, they also felt that the sages were too nervous. However, they all felt that the road ahead was a little strange. When a martial artist reached a certain realm, they would have a premonition that they could avoid dangerous things in advance. It was just that their premonition had failed. Whoosh. As Yi Qingyo walked slowly, he kept his eyes on his surroundings, keeping his guard up. He was afraid that a powerful demonic beast would suddenly appear. The atmosphere in this place was too strange. It was so strange that it made people's hearts beat inexplicably. The cave was just a few hundred meters in front of them. If they increased their speed, they would arrive in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Qingyo waved his hand and the Yi family slowed down a little. Everyone stop. Everyone get ready. After taking a few more steps, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He immediately sent a voice transmission to everyone in the Yi family to stop. Yi Baihu stepped in front of Yi Qinghan, protecting Yi Qinghan and Dark Moon behind him. "What's wrong, Brother Niu?" Once the Yi family members stopped, the other family members didn't dare to move anymore. They all stood on guard. The old fellows sent voice transmissions to each other. Yi Qingyo didn't say anything, nor did he send a voice transmission. He just suddenly closed his eyes, frowned, and listened calmly. Everyone looked around nervously, but the surroundings were still calm. They didn't find anything special. Yi Qinghan held Dark Moon's hand lightly. He wasn't worried at all. What was there to be afraid of? He had a peak heavenly god as his bodyguard. Even if a divine beast came, he would still kill it. At this moment, something strange happened. The wind started to blow. The green grass, which was half the height of a person, suddenly surged with waves in the distance. It was extremely beautiful. However, the crowd didn't have time to admire this delightful scenery. Instead, they turned their eyes to the lake on the left. It was unknown when the calm lake water started to ripple. Then the ripples quickly turned into ripples, and the ripples turned into waves. Finally, the waves surged over and turned into a tsunami-like giant wave. "Everyone run for your father. Get into the cave quick." Old friends were in big trouble this time. Yi Qingyo's closed eyes suddenly opened. His bull's eyes were even bigger than those of a lion's. He immediately activated his Saint Domain, rose into the air and roared angrily. Chapter 310. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. However, they could see that the waves were getting bigger and bigger, and that the wind was getting stronger and stronger. A few sage experts flew into the sky with grave expressions on their faces. They knew that something was wrong. Their battle aura surged as they ran forward with all their might. They covered the distance of a few hundred meters in an instant. The emperors protected the young masters of the various families as they found a random cave entrance and rushed in. Yi Qinghan was also shocked. He could feel the terrifying aura coming from the distance in the lake. He knew that a powerful demonic beast was about to come out. This aura was at least at the level of a holy beast. Of course, he didn't panic. Elder Lu didn't say anything, so this demonic beast was probably only at the level of a holy beast. The sages should be able to deal with it. If it was a divine beast, Elder Lu would have notified him long ago. He held onto Dark Moon with one hand and followed the group into the cave. He turned his head to look back with great interest. However, the Yi family experts behind him kept urging him, so he didn't have time to get a clear look before he entered the cave. In the end, he only managed to catch a glimpse of it, but he was extremely shocked. In the last scene, he saw two huge black silhouettes on the grassland in the distance, madly rushing over. Their huge bodies, which were like small hills, carried boundless ferocious and tyrannical aura, and they were charging towards him at an astonishing speed, so much so that they brought with them gusts of violent wind, blowing the greenery all over the sky to the ground. Because they were moving too fast, he didn't get a clear look at the appearance of these two powerful demonic beasts. However, he was attracted by a huge head that emerged from the lake. This head was about the size of a house, and its two eyes were bulging like Yi Qinghu's. Each eye was as big as a wicker basket, and it could scare a cow to death. Below the cow's eyes was a pig's flat nose that was emitting green smoke. Above the cow's eyes was a head of long black hair that was dripping wet. The two black curved horns on its head were emitting a cold light. Its mouth was very big, and it had a row of fangs that were a few meters long. They were so white that they were translucent, and it made people shudder. What kind of demonic beast was this? Yi Qinghan was very puzzled. This magical beast was not recorded in the continent's magical beast records. However, Yi Qinghan was absolutely certain that this was a 9th-grade holy beast. This aura was the aura of a holy beast, the aura of an adult high-grade holy beast. Bang! Ayo! Oh whoa! The battle outside had broken out. The powerful air-breaking sound of battle chi and the loud roars of Saint Beasts seemed to shake the entire cave. The group didn't stop and continued forward. They wanted to go a little deeper so that they wouldn't be affected. Yi Qinghan originally wanted to turn around and watch this shocking battle, but he was held hostage and protected by the Yi family's Emperor Realm martial artists. This passageway was full of people from the Yi family. Yi Qinghan couldn't say much, so he pulled Dark Moon and followed the crowd inside. Bang! There was another loud noise and the cave shook even more. Everyone quickened their pace. As a result, there was a faint purple haze on the ground in front of them. Due to the dim light in the cave and the fact that they were walking too quickly, they didn't notice it. Swish! By the time they discovered it, a dazzling purple light flickered. Immediately after, they felt their vision blur and their bodies swayed. Suddenly they arrived at another passageway. Huh? A teleportation array? Yi Qinghan immediately understood. At the same time, he merged with his battle beast and took out the slaughter god blade. He looked around vigilantly. What is this place? Why is there a teleportation array in the cave? Everyone be careful. This place is very strange. The Yi family martial artists also came to their senses. They merged with their battle beasts and held their long blades in their hands as they looked around. This was still a passageway inside the cave. However, the light was much dimmer and the passageway was much wider. It could accommodate more than 10 people standing side by side. The cave was very dry and the air was stuffy and suffocating. There was also a faint fragrance in the air. A faint fragrance? Civet beast. The eyes of the Yi family's Emperor Realm martial artists lit up, and they became energetic. They could wear out iron shoes and find it effortlessly. When they were outside, these Emperor Realm martial artists' senses weren't as strong as the Sage Realm martial artists, so they didn't notice it. Now that they smelled the fragrance, they were naturally overjoyed. However, Yi Qinghan wasn't happy. Instead, his expression was slightly solemn. He didn't look at the scenery around him or speak. Instead, he closed his eyes and transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. This place is very strange. I feel an inexplicable sense of panic. Elder Lu, check it out. Elder Lu was silent for a while before transmitting his voice over. You are still in the cave. You just touched the teleportation array and were teleported to the Longda passageway inside the cave. There are many passageways in this place. It's very strange. I can feel the aura of a god and a divine beast. God? Divine beast? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He held Dark Moon's hand even tighter. However, he didn't run away when he saw that Elder Lu wasn't panicking. Instead, he waited quietly for Elder Lu's explanation. Don't make a fuss. I've checked. There aren't any god or divine beast here. I guess this cave used to be the abode of a god realm martial artist. Just be careful and you'll be fine. Elder Lu said casually. To him this was no big deal. Yi Qinghan was slightly relieved. Since there were no god or divine beasts, this place was not dangerous. Then he transmitted his voice over again. Elder Lu, check where the civet fragrance beast is. I'll go and capture it. I heard that it's a good thing. Civet fragrance beast? Elder Lu didn't seem to care about Yi Qinghan's whereabouts. He probably only released a trace of his divine sense to guard Yi Qinghan. He would only check if there was any danger. Now that Yi Qinghan had asked him, he released his divine sense again. After a while he said in surprise, there are spirit beasts in this dimension? That's strange. Alright, follow this path to the left. As long as you can get within 100 meters of this spirit beast, I'll be able to capture it and bring it into the Carefree Pavilion without being discovered. This is a good thing. You're in luck, lad. Hurry up. Yi Qinghan beamed when he heard this. If Elder Lu said that it was a good thing, then it must be a good thing. He opened his eyes and said to the crowd with a smile, Everyone follow me. Don't wander around. I'll bring you to catch the civet fragrance beast. The Yi family powerhouses noticed that their young clan leader had suddenly become so confident. Moreover, his expression revealed a hint of excitement. It seemed like the civet fragrance beast had already been caught in the mousetrap that he had placed. Now all they had to do was go and pick it up. Although they didn't know what was going on, they still followed Yi Qinghan's footsteps and advanced quickly. The passageway was very smooth. Although the lighting was dim, they were all powerhouses and had good eyesight. Hence, they advanced very quickly. As they walked, they became even more confused. There would be a fork in the passageway at regular intervals. However, their young clan leader didn't even bat an eyelid. He turned left and right as he led them forward without stopping. It seemed as if this wasn't the core area of the barbaric mountains, but the 13th street of Tsang City. There wasn't any danger and they were very familiar with it. Gradually, everyone's hearts began to heat up. Their footwork also quickened, and their throats began to swallow their saliva. As Yi Qinghan turned left and right, the fragrance in the air became stronger and stronger. It was intoxicating. Everyone seemed to have seen a beautiful civet fragrance beast in front of them, waiting for their arrival. Chapter 311. Yi Qinghan was also very excited. Under the guidance of Old Lu's voice transmission, Yi Qinghan approached the fragrance raccoon at the fastest speed possible. As the fragrance became stronger, he became even more excited, and he held Dark Moon's hand even tighter. However, when he made a turn, he was completely dumbfounded. The passage in front of him had suddenly become narrow, but that was not important. More importantly, There was a purple light shining in all directions at the entrance of the narrow entrance. Unexpectedly, there were many mechanisms to activate the teleportation portal at this juncture. Once they touched them, they would be teleported away again. Elder Lu? What's going on? Yi Qinghan stopped in his tracks and asked curiously. You guys are very unlucky. The teleportation portal here is actually moving. It moved to this junction just before you arrived. Elder Lu explained helplessly. What should we do then? Yi Qinghan was silent for a while. Then he grinned and said, Why don't you help me capture it? That's too troublesome. I am not your servant. Elder Lu rejected him immediately. His tone was cold and did not give him any face. You want me to do everything for you? Do you want me to help you enter the bridal chamber? Moreover, I will be teleported away if I touch the teleportation portal. If I teleport, there will be fluctuations in the energy of heaven and earth. Do you want the entire continent to know that you have a god-tier expert in your spatial ring? Forget it then. Yi Qinghan touched his nose embarrassedly. Elder Lu was his last hidden trump card. Even though he had brought Yi Qingwu into the carefree pavilion, he did not tell Elder Lu about his existence. Hence, he waved his hand helplessly and walked forward. Swish. As expected, a bright light flashed in everyone's eyes. Their bodies swayed and they appeared in another unfamiliar passage. Young clan leader, what's going on? I smelled the scent of the Lixiang beast just now. How did we get teleported away again? Yes, what a pity, what a pity. Damn it, we are about to get on the horse but Aunt Flo is here. What bad luck. Don't be long-winded. Follow me. Yi Qinghan didn't waste any time. He pulled Dark Moon and jogged forward again. He knew that at this moment, there must be countless warriors in the cave frantically searching for the civet fragrance beast. If someone else got it first, it would be really unlucky. Run, run, run. Yi Qinghan raised his speed to the maximum. Elder Lu told him that there were many passages in the cave, and it was even larger than the maze in the Luotian mountain. Moreover, the Lixiang beast was now very far away from them. Although it didn't move from its original spot, what if it was accidentally discovered? Wait, there's a group of martial artists up ahead. Elder Lu transmitted his voice once again, causing Yi Qinghan's speed to decrease abruptly. He transmitted his voice to everyone to stop, stay alert and prepare for battle. Prepare for battle? Everyone tensed up and surrounded Yi Qinghan and Dark Moon to protect them. However, they suddenly remembered that the young clan leader was the most powerful person below the Sage Realm. The young clan leader protected them quite well. Well, even if they couldn't protect them, they could at least be cannon fodder. Thud, thud. Following a series of light footsteps, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. All of them were dressed in black and had their faces covered. They suddenly saw Yi Qinghan and the others guarding the passage, glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. All of them were terrified. They activated their battle aura and got into battle mode. For a moment, a murderous aura filled the passage. Yi Qinghan wanted to ask when he saw the murderous aura of the other party. They were dressed in black, but he couldn't be bothered to. Damn it. Anyone who dared to show their murderous aura after seeing me, Yi Qinghan, must be an enemy. Since they are enemies, I will kill them regardless of the consequences. Swish. He waved the slaughter god saber, and a green saber wave surged out, instantly illuminating the passage. Yi Qinghan looked around coldly and waved the slaughter god saber. The green fire dragon on the saber was about to break out of his body and destroy all the black-robed people in front of him. Stop. Young Master Han. A voice suddenly shouted from the other party. It was a panicked shout, causing the fire dragon that was about to leave Yi Qinghan's body to freeze in midair. I am Fengzi. Damn it, I was almost killed by you. That person hurriedly took off his mask and revealed a bitter expression. He was flustered and exasperated. F***ck you idiot. Yi Qinghan cursed angrily and kept the slaughter god saber. At the same time, he asked his subordinates to disengage from battle mode and went up alone. He said angrily, Are your eyes not good? Can't you see me? This young master almost let you die at an early age. Idiot. Big brother, you don't know how aggrieved I am. Fengzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. When we were teleported to this cave, we had already fought with a few groups of people. Every time there was a disturbance, we would immediately prepare for battle. We just fought with the demon race and now we suddenly meet you guys. Of course we are scared. The demon race is here too? Also, why are you all masked? Yi Qinghan frowned. Under Elder Lu's guidance, he had taken the safe route and did not meet any groups. Not only the demon race but the barbarian race God City is also here. Feng Zi smiled bitterly and said, "Luckily, everyone is looking for the civet beast and did not start a war. If we don't cover our faces, it will be easier for us to fight other groups. I am fishing in troubled waters. Alright, did you guys meet the civet beast? Meet my A***s. Enough nonsense. Let's split up and look for the civet beast. If we meet other groups, don't start a war. Finding the civet beast is more important. Good luck, run." Yi Qinghan panicked when he heard that so many people were looking for the civet beast. Without another word, he led his men away. "Young Master Han, take me with you." Feng Zi thought for a while and suddenly realized that it would be safer to be with Yi Qinghan. He quickly shouted. However, Yi Qinghan's men were already far away. After chasing for a few steps, he realized that there were many forks in the road. He could only smile bitterly. Run, run, run. Time was not money but the civet beast. Of course, Yi Qinghan heard Feng Zi's shout. However, he did not have time to care about him. If he brought him along, wouldn't he have to give him a leg when they caught the civet beast? Ignoring the idiot, Yi Qinghan dragged Dark Moon and the rest of the Yi family warriors through the maze-like cave. Swish. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed behind him, causing Yi Qinghan to stop in his tracks. When he turned around, he saw that a Yi family warrior had disappeared with a flash of white light. Be careful. The teleportation in the cave is changing very quickly. If you are not careful, you might bump into a trap and be teleported out. Get your men to get closer. Elder Lu suddenly transmitted his voice, causing Yi Qinghan to panic. These people were the mainstays of the Yi family. If one or two of them were suddenly teleported out and encountered other forces, they might be killed. All of you get closer and walk together. The teleportation light is changing at any time. If you want to teleport together. It will be safer. Yi Qinghan shouted. His grip on Dark Moon's hand tightened. The Yi family warriors were looking behind them, baffled. When they heard Yi Qinghan's shout, they quickly came to their senses. They were about to approach Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan suddenly saw the expressions on their faces as they looked at him. They became incomparably panic-stricken. It was as if they had seen something very frightening. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He looked at the ground and saw a faint purple light shining from the ground. Following that, a strong light flashed. A teleportation trap suddenly appeared under his feet. He and Dark Moon were directly teleported out. Young clan leader. The warriors of the Yi family were shocked. The young clan leader they were protecting had suddenly disappeared from their sight. How could they not panic? However, the cave was so big. They had no idea where Yi Qinghan had been teleported to. They could only pray silently in distress. Yi Qinghan was also shocked. However, it wasn't because he and Dark Moon had been teleported away. He was shocked because the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a group of people. Moreover, he was very familiar with one of them. It was an unforgettable face. "Ha, Yi Qinghan, why didn't you take the path to heaven? Why did you barge into hell when there's no door? Heaven is too kind to me." An elegant young master in the crowd was also shocked when he saw two people suddenly appear in front of him. However, when he saw the appearance of the two people, he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was incomparably wanton. "Ha! Tu Qianjun, to be able to see you, is really King Fate. Heaven is too kind to me. I want to thank the party and the government. Wow." Yi Qinghan pulled Dark Moon behind him and laughed. His laughter was even more wanton and unrestrained than Tu Qianjun's. Chapter 312. Yi Qinghan, what are you being so arrogant for? What right do you have to laugh so wantonly? Yi Qinghan's wild laughter startled Tu Qianjun and the people around him. Then they became a little nervous. After all, Yi Qinghan's notoriety was built on massacres. Tu Qianjun was startled for a moment. Then he looked at the Sage Realm expert who was hiding behind him. He felt slightly relieved and full of confidence. His face turned gloomy as he angrily said, "You still don't understand the situation? Do you think this is still the Tranquil Lake Island? Is there an old thing from your clan here? Today I want to settle the score with you." Ah. When Yi Qinghan heard Tu Qianjun's blatant threat, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he laughed even more wantonly. After Tu Qianjun finished speaking, he stopped laughing. However, the corners of his mouth still carried an evil and cold smile as he frivolously said, "Young Master Tu, you didn't stay in your divine city, but you actually dared to come out. I, Yi Qinghan, admire you for being a real man. It just so happens that I also want to settle the score with you. Yi Qinghan, this daddy can't stand people like you the most. You've obtained some so-called fortuitous encounters, and yet you're so arrogant. Who do you think you are? Even if you're the second dragon man, aren't you still kneeling in front of our divine city? When Tu Qianjun saw Yi Qinghan's frivolous and evil smile, his expression became even colder. He extended his hand and pointed at Yi Qinghan as he angrily said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me? How dare you humiliate me on the tranquil lake island? How dare you snatch my woman? Are you going to defy the heavens?" The more Tu Qianjun spoke, the angrier he became. The anger and resentment that he had accumulated for many years erupted at this moment. He paced back and forth a few steps. Without waiting for Yi Qinghan to speak, he shook his hand and angrily said, "Do you know that because of you this daddy was imprisoned for 5 years? This daddy was imprisoned in the divine prison for 5 years. Even my father was reprimanded by the divine lord. You bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you act so insolently in front of me in the Dark Moon Hotel? You dare to meet me alone and laugh so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid of death?" Pa, pa, pa. Tu Qianjuan's eloquent speech didn't excite Yi Qinghan's emotions. Instead, he only received a burst of applause and a helpless bitter smile. "Why are you smiling bitterly? Why are you scared? It's good that you're afraid. How about this, cripple your own cultivation and kneel before me, and I'll spare your dog life." Tu Qianjun saw Yi Qinghan hanging his head and smiling bitterly. He thought that Yi Qinghan had finally recognized the situation. Tu Qianjun grinned evilly. "I'm not afraid. I'm just thinking. For your father to be able to give birth to a fool like you, he must be prepared to defy the heavens." The bitter smile at the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth turned into a mocking smile. His eyes suddenly became sharp and radiant. His voice was calm, but there was an indescribable coldness in it. "Of course I'm nothing. Compared to a high and mighty young master of the divine city, I'm just a lowly commoner. But, what I want to say is, without your father you're not even a lowly commoner. Your status is high, the young master of the divine city, the #1 young master of the continent. But so what? Could it be that just because you're the young master of the divine city, everyone in the continent should kneel before your feet and lick your shoes? That's Shui Wuhan, not me, Yi Qinghan. I, Yi Qinghan, kneel to the heavens, kneel to the earth, and kneel to my parents. I've never kneeled to anyone. Not to mention you, even your master, the divine lord, doesn't have the qualifications. Moreover, who do you think you are? Who do you think your father is? Aren't you just a dog raised by the divine lord? You want to say that I made you stay in the divine prison for 5 years? That's even more nonsense. If you didn't plot against me, would you stay in the divine prison? So many people died on the Netherworld Island. Do you think you can clear your debt by staying in the divine prison for 5 years? It's not enough. Tell me, what right do I have to be so arrogant in front of you? Ha, because I'm stronger than you and because of the blade in my hand." Yi Qinghan wasn't like Tu Qianjun, who was getting more and more agitated as he spoke. Instead, he was getting calmer. With a wave of his hand, the black slender slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. He brandished it in the air a few times and pointed it at Tu Qianjun. His aura surged as he said coldly, "Today I want you to kneel before me. Kneel, kneel, kneel." Yi Qinghan's last 2 words seemed to have been enhanced by battle qi, and his voice reverberated in the passageway. In addition to his tyrannical aura, Tu Qianjun and the rest were forced to take a step back. "You." Tu Qianjun was suddenly shaken by Yi Qinghan's aura and involuntarily took a step back. When he regained his senses, his face was filled with shame and anger. There was a dignified sage and so many experts behind him. What was there to be afraid of? When he looked at Dark Moon, who was behind Yi Qinghan, his face became even gloomier. The corner of his mouth twitched and revealed a trace of cruelty. "Yi Qinghan, don't be arrogant with your little strength. Let's see who will kneel today." Yi Qinghan snorted coldly and looked at the golden-robed man behind Tu Qianjun indifferently. He said mockingly, "Isn't there a sage hidden here? I'm not afraid. Let him come out." Tu Qianjun was shocked. The golden-robed man behind him was also shocked. Yi Qinghan actually knew that there was a sage hidden here? This sage was secretly sent to him by his father. Along the way he had concealed his aura. If it wasn't a sage, how could he discover him? Tu Qianjuan's eyes quickly flickered. He decided not to hide his trump card anymore. He slowly stretched out a hand and made a strange gesture towards the sky. His palm suddenly emitted a faint light. Then he shouted towards the people behind Yi Qinghan, "Yi Qinghan! Yi Qinghan, go to hell. Elder brother Chun is invincible. A domineering man will kill you." Elder brother Chun is invincible? A domineering man will kill you? What's that? Yi Qinghan looked at Tu Qianjun with a baffled expression. He had thought that Tu Qianjun would ask a sage to attack him. However, he hadn't expected that Tu Qianjun would make a baffling move and say something even more baffling. However, he suddenly felt a sense of danger when he heard the word, attack. The danger came from behind. He sensed a cold, murderous aura behind him. A gentle breeze suddenly woke him up. He quickly turned around and saw a scene that he couldn't believe. He saw a black dagger. The dagger was suffused with a faint dark light. The hand holding the dagger was a snow-white, slender, and extremely beautiful jade-like hand. In the jade-like hand there was a familiar face, and a pair of ice-cold eyes. Yi Qinghan was in a daze. However, the speed of the dagger didn't slow down. The black dagger stabbed towards Yi Qinghan's chest at lightning speed. The dark light on the dagger became even colder at this moment. If Yi Qinghan had quickly shifted his position, he might have been able to dodge this fatal attack. However, Yi Qinghan didn't move. Instead, he looked at the pair of ice-cold eyes that were getting closer and closer. His head kept shaking as he softly murmured, "No. Impossible." Bang. The dagger paused for a moment on Yi Qinghan's body along with a muffled sound. Then it went straight into Yi Qinghan's left chest. However, no one knew that his chest had emitted a faint light. Then it shifted the position of the dagger by a few inches. Yi Qinghan still didn't move even though he had suffered such a big wound. His eyes were still motionless. He looked at the ice-cold eyes in front of him in a daze. The corners of his mouth exposed a bitter smile. He then asked in a trembling voice, "Dark Moon, why?" Dark Moon's eyes weren't as charming as they used to be. Instead, they were so cold that it made people shudder. She didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, she gently pulled out the dagger. Then she quickly walked towards Tu Qianjun. She then knelt down on one knee in front of Tu Qianjun. She didn't say anything. Nor did she turn her head to look at Yi Qinghan. It seemed as if the two of them had become strangers. What? As Dark Moon pulled out the dagger, blood spurted out from Yi Qinghan's chest. He used one hand to stab the slaughter god blade into the ground so that he wouldn't fall down. He kept covering his chest with his hand, but he still couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. At this moment, he didn't care about the pain in his chest. Instead, he covered his wound and stared at Dark Moon. He kept shaking his head and murmuring. His chest was in pain, but he didn't care about it. At this moment, the most painful thing wasn't his chest, but his heart. His heart was in pain. His heart was in pain. The pain penetrated deep into his heart. Chapter 313. Haha. Dark Moon didn't speak, but Tu Qianjun laughed wildly and scrupulously. What? Dark Moon, tell me why. Yi Qinghan ignored Tu Qianjun and continued to look at Dark Moon in a daze. His hand was still covering his chest, but strangely, the blood didn't flow out. I'll tell you why. Yi Qinghan, I'll let you die knowing. After Tu Qianjun laughed, his whole body felt refreshed and he was in high spirits. He looked at Yi Qinghan condescendingly, as though he was looking down on all living things. Dark Moon is a secret agent of Dragon City on the surface, but her real identity is a spirit envoy of God City, the most loyal spirit envoy. Our high and mighty God City has ruled the Fire Dragon continent for thousands of years. Do you think that's all we have on the surface? If it wasn't for the Lord God having no intention to unify the continent, there wouldn't be 3 mansions and 1 island. Humph. My father could become the head of the 4 guards of God City because he had countless spirit envoys under him. Ever since I found out that you and Dark Moon had an affair, I started to plot this. Passionate men in the end always die heartlessly. Ah. So the real power behind Dark Moon is God City? You've been plotting against me since the beginning? Dark Moon. Could it be that the feelings you've shown to me have been fake all along? The bet 6 years ago has always been a trap? I don't believe it, Dark Moon. I want you to tell me yourself. Tell me. The sadness in Yi Qinghan's eyes became more intense. He started to roar hysterically. He didn't believe that it was a gentle trap since the first time he climbed onto Dark Moon's pink bed 6 years ago. Not to mention that Dark Moon had revealed her true feelings intentionally or unintentionally, he was still a worthless piece of trash 6 years ago. It was impossible for him to be noticed by the high and mighty God City. After coming to this world for 21 years, this was the first time he had been betrayed. And the one who betrayed him was the woman he had fallen in love with, his first woman. He didn't care about the pain on his body. He had crawled out of pain all his life. However, this was the first time he had been betrayed in his heart, so he was heartbroken and shattered. Dark Moon still didn't say anything. Even her kneeling body didn't move at all. His face was expressionless and his eyes were as cold as snow. Brr. Continue roaring. Crazy, continue to be crazy. Weren't you very awesome just now? Continue acting cool? Ah. The more Tu Qianjun saw that Yi Qinghan was in pain, the happier he became. He laughed out loud and the gloominess of the past few years was swept away. Yi Qinghan was infuriated. His eyes flashed with a hint of madness as he roared. He wanted to raise the slaughter god blade and attack with all his might. However, he found that he had no strength left in his body. His battle chi didn't seem to listen to his commands. His body couldn't help but tremble and his expression changed greatly. Wow, what's wrong? You want to kill me? Do you realize that your whole body is weak now? You can't circulate your battle chi anymore? Yi Qinghan, just give up. You are now a complete cripple. Tu Qianjun looked at Yi Qinghan's actions and expression and laughed loudly again. He danced with joy. Our divine city's intoxicated breeze melts the moment it comes into contact with fresh blood. Within half an hour, don't even think about using a single strand of battle chi. How is it? Don't you feel very aggrieved? Aggrieved? That's right. I want you to die a useless death. Why are you staring at me? Are you not convinced? Come and chop me. Come. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. His expression was still filled with grief and pain. However, he started to transmit his voice to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, my heart is aching. I'll leave the rest to you. If you don't go through hardships, how can you become a true warrior? A true expert? Elder Lu had been silent all this while and didn't make a move. When Dark Moon's dagger was about to stab him, he used a bit of his divine power to shift the dagger a few inches. When he heard Yi Qinghan's voice transmission, he said softly, "Things have been too smooth for you recently. You've become too comfortable and don't have any sense of danger. That's why I didn't make a move just now. The feeling of betrayal doesn't feel good, does it? I can still bear this little bit of physical pain. It's just that my heart really hurts." Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice again. He sounded extremely desolate. You don't have to feel heartache. I've been observing that girl for a long time. She has indeed fallen in love with you. She did not betray you. Elder Lu transmitted another message to Yi Qinghan, causing him to tremble in fear. Someone planted a soul seed in her. She's obviously being controlled now and can't control herself. That girl opposite us, the beam of light and the strange words that she said just now, stimulated the soul seed in her head and controlled her body. Brother Chun is invincible. Domineering and manly? Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise and hatred. His incomparably lonely and heartbroken heart was now replaced by a belly full of rage. Tu Qianjun had actually controlled his woman to kill him. This had touched the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, quickly detoxify me. This poison is too vicious. I can't move. Tu Qianjun, I want to tear him apart with my own hands. Vicious my ass. Do you think that the soul ring on your hand is trash? It's the Soul Emperor's ring. Although the soul ring is damaged, this little poison will be detoxified in a moment. You will be able to control your battle chi in a moment. Elder Lu laughed. Yes, Elder Lu, help me kill that Sage Realm cultivator after I detoxify the poison. I'll deal with the rest. Yi Qinghan's voice was cold and he seemed to be really angry. Is this your second request? Elder Lu chuckled. Of course not. Aren't you going to protect me? Now that this sage is threatening my life, are you still not going to help me? Are you waiting for me to die? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, began to practice Tai Chi. Of course, he would not use Elder Lu's 3 chances so easily. The last time he used it on the God-slaying mountain, he felt distressed for a long time. Oh, you little rascal. Fine. If you come a little closer, I will be able to help you kill him without alerting the other sage experts in the nearby passageways. Elder Lu had no choice but to compromise. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He smiled coldly and looked at Tu Qianjun. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The conversation between Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu had only lasted for a few seconds. Tu Qianjun felt a little strange when he saw Yi Qinghan lowering his head in agony. Moments later, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and he laughed coldly. He did not dare to play around anymore. He turned to the sage expert behind him and said, "Old Yi, go and chop off his legs. Make him kneel." The Sage Realm expert nodded gently, walked out of the crowd and slowly walked towards Yi Qinghan. "Young man, don't blame me. Blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have." The golden-robed man sighed at Yi Qinghan regretfully. He waved his hand and released a crescent-shaped blade chi. He was about to chop off Yi Qinghan's legs. However, this saber chi was suddenly dispersed by a gentle breeze. The sage expert's eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His face turned ashen. He saw a green spiraling blade chi emerge from the ring on Yi Qinghan's left hand. This blade chi was so fast that he did not even have time to dodge it. Moreover, this blade chi was too strange. It ignored the battle chi defense on the surface of his body and pierced into his chest, smashing his heart into pieces. Old man, don't blame me. Blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. Yi Qinghan returned the old man's words to him and sighed lightly. Of course, his tone didn't contain the slightest bit of regret. Chapter 3:14. Celestial Realm. The sage from the divine city opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, causing him to choke on his words. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror and despair. He understood that the only person who could kill him with a single move was a deity-level powerhouse. However, even at the moment of his death, he did not understand who this deity-level powerhouse was. Elder Lu's sneak attack was very successful. He had crushed his heart and killed him instantly. The strange thing was that even though this sage stopped breathing, he still stood there motionlessly. Elder Yi, why aren't you doing anything? The sage's back was facing Tu Qianjun, and Elder Lu's sneak attack had killed him instantly. Thus, Tu Qianjun didn't feel anything even though he heard the two of them talking. After a while, he saw that the two of them were still standing there and shouted impatiently. Yi Qinghan didn't reply or move. At this moment, he could feel the mysterious energy flow from the soul ring dissolving the clear breeze drunk in his body. He couldn't help but smile as he tightened his grip on the slaughter god blade. Elder Yi, do it. Chop off his legs. I want him to kneel before me. Do you understand? Tu Qianjun was impatient again as he shouted angrily. However, before he could finish shouting, he realized that Elder Yi didn't move, but Yi Qinghan moved. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand that was covering his chest and turned it into a claw. Then he pressed it against Elder Ye's face and pushed it lightly. With his other hand, he pulled the slaughter god blade out from the ground and placed it on his shoulder. Then he walked over slowly. I'm sorry. He can't do it anymore and I can't kneel before you. I hereby announce that the game is over. Following Yi Qinghan's cold words, old Yi fell to the ground with a thud, revealing a horrified expression as if he had died with a grievance. What? This. How is this possible? This is impossible. Tu Qianjun was shocked. The 10+ emperors behind him were shocked as well. They looked at Yi Qinghan who was walking towards them, and then at Elder Yi who was lying on the ground. They felt a little dizzy. What was going on? An illusion? Yi Qinghan is fine? Elder Yi of the Saint Realm had suddenly died? Young master, run. A moment later, someone finally came to his senses. His battle chi surged as he madly pounced at Yi Qinghan. The people nearby also came to their senses and shouted at the same time. One after another they stood in front of Tu Qianjun. Run. Tu Qianjun was not a fool. No matter how Elder Yi died, the most important thing was that he was dead. At this moment, the other saint-level expert in the team, the god-slaying guard, was not by his side. He knew that if he did not escape, he would be the one to die later. Shio. However, in the next second he completely despaired. He discovered that he had only taken a few steps when a white light flashed in front of him. Yi Qinghan appeared out of thin air in his escape route. Then he saw a streak of cyan saber chi shooting out from Yi Qinghan's strange weapon towards his lower body at the speed of lightning. It was so fast that he couldn't react. Tu Qianjuan's knees were instantly chopped off by the saber chi. His originally running body directly fell to the ground. Immense pain instantly spread throughout his entire body. He painfully hugged his legs as he rolled on the ground and howled. Young master. Yi Qinghan, you actually dared to chop off young master's legs. The divine city will not let you off. The divine master is furious. Your Yi family is finished. Yi Qinghan, you are dead. Watch my spear. The emperors of the divine city were originally pouncing towards Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan suddenly disappeared. Just as they were puzzled, they suddenly heard Tu Qianjuan's painful howl. At the same time they woke up with a start. They turned to look and saw that Tu Qianjuan's legs were all chopped off. He was rolling on the ground. They all despaired. Once something happened to Tu Qianjun they would definitely die. Therefore they angrily shouted and pounced towards Yi Qinghan and Tu Qianjun. Divine city? Divine master? If I kill all of you, how would the divine city and that dog sh*t divine master know? Swish. Yi Qinghan laughed coldly and immediately released his body fusion technique. The passageway suddenly lit up with a bewitching purple light. Following which, all the emperors of the divine city who were pouncing towards Yi Qinghan froze on the spot as though they were struck by lightning. Wind chasing 6 styles, 1,000 men slash. A ruthless look flashed across Yi Qinghan's eyes. Since they weren't going to kill them, he would kill them all. These emperors reminded him that if this matter were to spread, he wouldn't be afraid. However, the Yi family would definitely be in trouble. The slaughter god saber spun in the air and shot out wind blade-like saber chi. The saber chi enveloped all the emperors in front of it. Chi. The green saber chi was like a sickle sweeping through wheat, cutting the bodies of the emperors in front of it into pieces. After Yi Qinghan merged with his beast, his strength had reached the third level of the emperor realm. With the addition of the slaughter god saber's attack power, it was easy for him to kill these defenseless martial artists whose souls were in a daze. Tu Qianjun, I said that I would make you kneel down. Look, you are crawling on the ground now. I didn't lie to you, right? After taking care of those martial artists, Yi Qinghan placed the slaughter god saber on his back. He turned his body sideways and stared coldly at Tu Qianjun, who was hugging his legs and curling up on the ground. Yi Qinghan, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. I can give you a lot of money and holy weapons, but you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Divine Master will definitely raze the Yi family to the ground. Please let me live. I promise that I will never step out of the Divine City ever again. Tu Qianjun saw Yi Qinghan act like a murderous demon. In an instant, more than 10 of his subordinates were turned into minced meat. He was afraid, terrified. He wasn't afraid of losing his legs. He was afraid of losing his life. That would be the end of him. Money? Is that useful? Holy weapons? I have a lot of them. As for the Divine Master you are talking about, let me tell you, sooner or later, I will walk up to the Divine City and slap him to the ground. What right does he have to look down on everyone? Yi Qinghan shook his head. He seemed to be very unhappy with the Baldi in the Divine City. He laughed coldly again and said, I'm not satisfied with your answer. You have to pay for the hundreds of my brothers who died on the Nether Island. So, I sentence you to death. You can't kill me. Uncle Jean, save me. When Tu Qianjun saw that Yi Qinghan's eyes were getting colder and colder, he even forgot about the pain in his legs. His entire body trembled in fear as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, before he could finish his words, he saw in despair that Yi Qinghan's long black saber was raised high before it smashed down heavily on him. Unsurprisingly, Tu Qianjun was split into two and turned into a pile of minced meat. He was dead. Yi San Yi Jiu, and the rest of my brothers, I have avenged you. Your souls in heaven can rest in peace. Yi Qinghan sighed emotionally as he sheathed his saber. He recalled the huge explosion that had occurred when Yi and the rest had tried to save him. Stop sighing. Quickly pack up. Someone is approaching us quickly. Don't you want to catch the civet beast? Elder Lu suddenly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan, startling him. Chapter 315. Yi Qinghan quickly cleaned up the corpses and collected the spoils of war. After that, he released the 1,000 men beheading again and chopped all the corpses into pieces. Even their mothers could not recognize them. At the same time, he sent old General Lu, who was still kneeling on the ground, into the carefree pavilion. Then he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Less than 10 minutes after Yi Qinghan left, a group of golden-robed men rushed over. The leader was the god-slaying guard with the garlic nose. The god-slaying guard was originally with Tu Qianjun. However, they had too many people and accidentally triggered the teleportation device. So, he and some of them were teleported away. With the help of the Divine City's special sensing sacred tool, he barely sensed Tu Qianjun's location. Then he hurried over with his men. However, when he arrived, he found minced meat all over the ground. My lord, it's young master and old Yi. A few of his men identified and found a fact that made them tremble. The minced meat on the ground was Tu Qianjun and the rest. Tu Qianjun was dead. Bang! The god-slaying guard breathed out a mouthful of air from his garlic nose. His expression became extremely ferocious and he punched the wall of the passageway, creating a huge hole in the passageway. When he saw the minced meat all over the ground, he knew that something had happened. Barbarian race and demon race, you old things, you've gone too far. Do you know that? 6th slaying 7th slaying 6th slaying 7th slaying back to the Divine City as soon as possible and send more men over. Damn it, you've gone too far. This time you've really gone too far. The god-slaying guard quickly gave the order. He did not think much and immediately blamed Tu Qianjun and old Ye's deaths on the barbarian race and demon race. Because the old sages of the House of Ares and Hidden Island were still fighting outside. The only people who could kill old Yi were the martial sages of the barbarian race and demon race in the passageway. Chase after them. If you can't find the real culprit, all of you will be buried with him. The god-slaying guard roared angrily. He did not even look at the minced meat on the ground and rushed forward. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was running wildly. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw a teleportation device. He stepped on it and disappeared into the passageway. Killing Tu Qianjun was not a small matter. If someone found out about it, this could become a huge matter. At this moment, before he had enough strength and influence, he could not go against the divine city. If a young man fought with an adult, others would say that he was brave, but if a child challenged a strong man, that wasn't bravery, it was stupidity. Elder Lu, where is the fragrance beast? Are there any warriors nearby? As soon as he was teleported, Yi Qinghan immediately looked around and asked after discovering that there was no danger. Elder Lu sent a telepathic message over to Zhang Xian. Yes, it's not too far away. It's still quite a distance away. Head towards the fork on the right. Yi Qinghan did not hesitate. With the slaughter god saber in his hand, he headed in the direction that Elder Lu had pointed. As he walked, he asked Elder Lu, Dark Moon? How is she? How can she be? Same as before. Her body is temporarily controlled by that Tu Qianjun. However, Tu Qianjun did not remove the demonic technique. I reckon that it will take some time before it disappears completely. This demonic technique is related to the soul. I'm not proficient in it, so I don't dare to act recklessly. Elder Lu said after pondering for a while. Soul seed? It's a soul seed, right? How do I remove it? If I don't remove it, won't he be controlled by the divine city for the rest of his life? Yi Qinghan was anxious. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He felt that it was extremely evil and terrifying. Go left. I've already said that I'm not proficient in the soul. I don't have a solution. Unless Lord Devour takes action, it will definitely work. Elder Lu sighed helplessly as he gave Yi Qinghan directions. Lord Devour? You know Lord Devour? That's impossible. It's impossible for him to help me. There's no need to think too much. Is there no other way? Yi Qinghan was puzzled. How did Elder Lu know Lord Devour? Could it be that Lord Devour was a powerful existence in the divine world? However, when he recalled Lord Devour's cold words in the Dark Castle, he felt that it was impossible to beg Lord Devour. After all, Lord Devour had said that even if he died, he wouldn't take action. At most, he would save Xiaohei before he died. There's another way. Elder Lu's words stunned Yi Qinghan. He was pleasantly surprised. However, his next sentence didn't make him happy. Kill the owner of the soul seed. Then all the people who have been implanted with the soul seed will be saved. Kill the owner of the soul seed? Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. According to Tu Qianjun, the owner of the soul seed was either a god-slaying guard or the owner of the divine city. The divine master Tu Qianjun. If it was the god-slaying guard, there was still a chance. However, if it was the divine master Tu Qianjun, who was a legendary ferocious person who had single-handedly defeated the god-grade experts of the wild continent several thousand years ago, it would be extremely difficult. Divine Master, do you know what level of expert he is? Can you deal with him? Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and asked Elder Lu with a glimmer of hope. If he could defeat him, he would make use of Elder Lu's opportunity to kill the Divine Master. After all, Elder Lu was a peak heavenly celestial. That Baldy from the Divine City? He is also a peak heavenly celestial. If we were in the divine world or other planes, I would have a 50% chance of defeating him. However, in the Fire Dragon plane, even 10 of me wouldn't be his match. In this plane, only Lord Devour can kill him. He can easily kill other god-grade experts. Elder Lu's words shocked Yi Qinghan. He paused for a moment and asked in surprise, how can the difference be so great? How can he be so strong in the Fire Dragon plane? This doesn't make sense. If they were both at the peak heavenly celestial, Elder Lu would have a 50% chance of defeating him. However, in the Fire Dragon plane, even Elder Lu wouldn't be his match? What was going on? There are many things you don't know. I'll tell you later. Turn left quickly, the spirit beast is not far away. Elder Lu reminded Yi Qinghan. Not far away? Yi Qinghan didn't say much. He increased his speed to the maximum and ran at full speed. Turn left, turn right, turn left. After a while he stopped again. This time, it wasn't because he had reached the destination or seen the civet beast. Instead, there was another narrow opening in front of him. This time, the narrow opening was filled with a faint purple light. What's going on? Why am I so unlucky again? Yi Qinghan was puzzled. It was fine if it was the first time he encountered such a thing. Now that he was about to reach the destination, it was strange that something like this happened again. It's not that I'm unlucky. I guessed wrong. The mechanism here isn't moving but hidden. It will appear as soon as someone approaches. No wonder no one has approached the civet beast for so long. So that's why. Elder Lu answered Yi Qinghan's doubts after a moment of silence. What should we do then? We can't just enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed. Yi Qinghan was helpless. He could only hope that Elder Lu would come up with a solution. Of course, Elder Lu had a solution. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, "Nonsense. This civet beast can help you enter the Saint Realm quickly. Of course we can't let it go. Alright, I'll use a strand of my divine power to help you break this mechanism." Chapter 3:16. Get closer to it. Don't touch the mechanism. Move your hand closer to it so that it won't cause too much of a disturbance. Elder Lu continued to instruct Yi Qinghan through voice transmission. Yi Qinghan slowly extended his left hand and moved the freedom ring closer to the purple light on the wall. "Stop. Don't move. I will take care of the rest." Elder Lu transmitted his voice again. Then the freedom ring shone with a black stream of air. It flowed out like a black stream and landed on the ball of purple light. Then the black stream of air quickly spread out on the purple light. The purple light started to flicker continuously. The black and purple colors intertwined, creating a beautiful sight. After a while, the purple light gradually dimmed, and the black stream of air shrunk. Finally, it returned to the freedom ring. "It's done. Let's go." Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He quickly took out the slaughter god saber from the freedom ring and rushed in with his battle chi. Once he entered the narrow passage, the terrain suddenly widened. The further he walked, the brighter it became. Finally, his field of vision suddenly became extremely wide. He had arrived at a super-large cave. Civet beast? At a glance, Yi Qinghan saw a strange magical beast sleeping soundly on a stone platform in the middle of the cave that was paved with unknown white feathers. This demonic beast was only the size of 2 palms. It looked like a mink and a fox at the same time. From head to toe, it was covered in pink fur that emitted a faint glow. There were 3 horns on its head and it was snoring softly. The 3 horns were swaying continuously. That's right. This is a spirit beast. This spirit beast is considered a treasure in the divine world. It is very beneficial to martial artists below the divine tier. Quickly get closer to it. If it wakes up, get closer to it as fast as you can. As long as you can get within 10 meters of it, I can help you capture it silently. Elder Lu was so close to this demonic beast that he was even more certain that it was a civet beast. He quickly urged Yi Qinghan. "En?" Yi Qinghan sheathed the slaughter god saber on his back. He did not dare to use form transposition or fly in the air. Instead, he used extremely gentle footwork and a vulgar expression as he approached the civet beast. He was like a thief who had sneaked into a girl's boudoir in the middle of the night. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. The excitement in Yi Qinghan's eyes grew brighter, and the smile on his face became more wanton. Of course, his footwork was still as gentle and wretched as ever as he continued to approach. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Got it? Yi Qinghan looked at the sleeping Lixiang beast, and the smile on his face widened infinitely. His figure flashed, and without hesitation he used position transposition, and flashed toward the civet beast. Elder Lu, do it. Yi Qinghan immediately teleported to the side of the civet beast. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he let Elder Lu do it. Squeak. Of course, the civet beast woke up. Yi Qinghan's position transposition had caused a disturbance in the space. No matter how sleepy it was, it still had the most basic of spiritual senses. When it saw a human suddenly appear beside it, its eyes widened instantly. Its 6 legs exerted force at the same time, and its body turned into a sharp sword as it flashed to the right. Too late. At this moment, a stream of air suddenly emerged from Yi Qinghan's freedom ring. This stream of air quickly turned into a translucent giant hand, which directly grabbed the civet beast. Then it quickly retracted and disappeared into the freedom ring. Nice. Yi Qinghan's eyes were full of smiles. His tensed body finally relaxed, and at the same time he trembled with excitement. Although he didn't know the specific use of the civet beast, it didn't stop him from analyzing the value of the civet beast from Elder Lu's words. How could something that could quickly help him break through to the Saint Realm be ordinary? One had to know that he was only at the first level of the Emperor Realm. His battle aura was still at the 2nd level, let alone his understanding of the laws. Now he actually said that it could speed up. When Elder Lu said that it could speed up, it had to be absolute speed. Let's go home and hug our wives. Yi Qinghan laughed lewdly. The civet beast had stopped attacking, and he had brought Dark Moon back to Tsang City. Now that the matter was resolved, what was the point of staying here? He couldn't wait to go back and tell this good news to Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu. Wait. Yi Qinghan was about to run away, but Elder Lu's words made him stop. You idiot, why are you in such a hurry? Time is not a problem. Hurry up, there are a few spiritual herbs growing in this cave. Hurry up and pick them. I will teach you how to pick them. They are good stuff for you. There are spiritual herbs? We've struck it rich this time. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up like an old pervert who had just seen a naked young girl. He quickly followed Elder Lu's instructions and ran around the cave. In the study room of the immortal slaying tower, the slaying god guard put down the book in his hand uneasily. His right eyelid had been twitching for the whole morning, and his heart was palpitating as if something big was about to happen. At their realm they were already halfway to the divine realm. Occasionally there would be some ominous omens in their hearts. But this morning his heart had been palpitating non-stop. Now his eyelid was twitching and he finally couldn't calm down. It shouldn't be a big deal. With the Divine Lord in the Divine City, of course nothing will happen. Could it be Qinjun? Oh no, go to the Jade Slip room and check young Master's soul Jade Slip. The more Tu Qinjun thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He decided to check it out so that he could be at ease. All these years, he had been following the Divine Lord and was bestowed with a holy technique to cultivate the soul. His soul cultivation was not bad, so he created a soul Jade Slip for all the important figures in the family. Tu Qinjun naturally had one too. As long as the Jade Slip was fine, Tu Qinjun would definitely be fine. Swish. A moment later, a golden-robed envoy flashed in. He didn't say anything but knelt down. His body was trembling non-stop as he held a Jade Slip with both hands. When the slaying god guard saw the Jade Slip, his eyes suddenly turned scorching hot and then blood red. The corner of his mouth started to twitch, and his body started to tremble gradually. Finally, he waved his hand and sent out a huge golden palm that enveloped the kneeling golden-robed envoy. Bang! A huge energy explosion blasted a huge hole in the study room's wall, and the golden-robed envoy was smashed into meat paste. The powerful shockwave caused tens of thousands of books in the study room to be blown into the air, and paper shreds flew everywhere. Someone passed down my order. All the martial artists in the family who are above the arch class, get over here and wait for my orders. The slaying god guard roared furiously as he flew out of the huge hole and towards the Divine Lord Pavilion in the Divine City. Master, the slaying god guard requests an audience. The slaying god guard had a gloomy expression as he flew to the Divine Lord Pavilion. He knelt down on one knee at the entrance and shouted. Chapter 317. Come in. An indifferent voice rang out. The massacre god guard had a gloomy expression. He didn't care about the surprised gaze of the golden-robed man at the entrance of the Divine Lord Pavilion and dashed into the Divine Lord Pavilion. Master, please help me. Qinjun has been killed. The massacre god guard walked into the study room and saw the Divine Lord reading a book outside the window with his back facing the door. The massacre god guard quickly knelt down and kowtowed to the Divine Lord. Huh. The Divine Lord let out a surprised sound and turned his head around slowly. A pair of strange eyes flickered as he looked at the massacre god guard and said, Qinjun is not in the city? Tell me what happened. Didn't the civet beast appear not long ago? I have also reported to you that the civet beast appeared in the barbaric mountain range. Massacre god Wei brought his men over and Qinjun wanted to follow. I sent Elder Yi to protect him, but something happened. Massacre god Wei's eyes were filled with tears. He had a son at an old age, and this son of his did not disappoint him. He had cultivated to the Emperor realm at such a young age. Although his aptitude wasn't top-notch, it was still not bad. He had hoped that Tu Qinjun would take over his position in the future, but unexpectedly... Wait, let me check. The Divine Lord closed his eyes and his expression didn't change much. Instead, the tattoo on his bald head seemed to have come to life and started to twist. The massacre god guard looked at the Divine Lord's shiny bald head with hope. He knew that the Divine Lord would definitely take action if he could find out who killed Tu Qinjun. However, the Divine Lord definitely wouldn't let him act recklessly if he couldn't find out who killed Tu Qinjun. How is it? The Divine Lord opened his eyes slowly after a while, and the massacre god guard asked anxiously. I can't find out the exact situation. Everyone is in the center of the barbaric mountain range and many of them are in that cave. My divine senses can't check the situation inside. The Divine Lord shook his head slightly. Master, how is this possible? Is there a place in the Fire Dragon continent that your divine senses can't check? The massacre god guard panicked when he heard that. However, the moment he said that, he knew that he had said something wrong and he quickly kowtowed again. Are you doubting my words? The Divine Master snorted coldly, and a look of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. When he saw the massacre god guards kowtowing again, he explained after a moment, that cave was the abode of a very powerful sky god in the past. The restrictions he set up were very mysterious. If I don't enter the cave, I can't investigate. Then what should we do? When the massacre god guard heard that, he became even more flustered and exasperated. His eyes flickered as he clenched his teeth and said, Master, can you please take a step forward and investigate? As long as you can help me take revenge, I will forever be your sole slave. Divine Master 2 was clearly displeased with the bold request of the god-slaying guard. With a cold snort, he turned around and actually said nothing more. Bang bang bang. The massacre god guard also knew that his request was too much. However, he was currently dizzy from hatred, so he did not speak. Instead, he kept kowtowing to the Lord God, causing the floor to produce loud bangs. I won't make a move. That cave is currently occupied by a divine beast, and that divine beast is related to the dark forest. I can't deal with that old thing for now. Therefore we can't attack. After a while, perhaps the pleading of the god-slaying guards had moved the Master God. The Master God actually started to explain. However, as he spoke, he paused again and looked into the distance. Then he used a very cold tone to ask them to leave. That Tanuki beast should have been captured by someone, and that divine beast is running towards the barbaric mountains from the dark forest. You don't have to beg. It's useless even if you beg. I won't make a move. You can leave now. When the massacre god guard heard the Lord God's increasingly cold voice, he knew that the Lord God had already made up his mind. After following the Lord God for so many years, he was very clear that Lord God would definitely not change his mind once he made up his mind. He kowtowed on the ground again and left in a daze. You can mobilize the people in the divine city. Go and investigate yourself. Once you find out, I will help you. Remember, just investigate and don't make a move. Otherwise, if there's a mess, you can kill yourself. When the massacre god guard was walking out in a daze, a faint voice transmission entered his ears. This made the massacre god guard perk up, and he hurriedly flew towards the immortal slaying tower. A moment later, countless horse carriages came out of the divine city's west gate and rushed towards the east, bringing up clouds of dust. This is the Kirin fruit. Wow, I'm going to be rich this time. Yi Qinghan held a bright and glistening fiery red fruit and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He took another look and threw it into the unfettered ring. Elder Lu, do you have more? Quick, this place is good. There are so many good things. Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands again and transmitted a message to Elder Lu. In the dark area of the cave just now, he actually plucked 3 types of spiritual medicine and spiritual fruits that only appeared in books and legends. These spiritual medicine and spiritual fruits grew in a remote area and seemed to be isolated by something. Without Elder Lu's help, Yi Qinghan would definitely not have discovered them. That was why he continued to ask for Elder Lu's help. Elder Lu? Yi Qinghan hurriedly asked in surprise when Elder Lu didn't respond to his transmission. Quick run. There's a divine beast approaching us. We'll be in trouble if we're discovered. Elder Lu finally transmitted a message over, but it made Yi Qinghan's face change drastically. Divine beast. There's actually a divine beast approaching. There's no need to run. Its divine sense has already locked onto you. You can't run away. Just wait here. Listen to my instructions later. Yi Qinghan was just about to run away when he heard Elder Lu's transmission. Damn, locked onto? Yi Qinghan wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment he finally understood why there was such a strange transmission array mechanism in this place. It was clearly to protect the civet beast, and the inexplicable restriction on the spirit herbs and spirit fruits was also set up by someone. Just now he had a faint suspicion that this cave had an owner. He hadn't expected that his suspicions would come true. He had captured the owner's disciple and taken the owner's spiritual medicine, only to be discovered. Most importantly, the other party was a divine beast. After a moment, he thought of Elder Lu's presence and felt a little more at ease. He steeled himself and stood in the middle of the field, waiting silently. Yi Qingyo was very worried, but it wasn't the powerful divine beast in the lake that made him afraid. 3 upper-tier divine beasts had suddenly appeared, and the unknown divine beast in the lake was at the peak of the upper tier. However, the House of Ares had sent many sage experts this time, as well as the experts from Hidden Island, so he wasn't afraid of these 3 divine beasts. He was worried about Yi Qinghan. It had already been half an hour since Yi Qinghan had entered the cave. The battle here was still in a stalemate. These 3 divine beasts had frighteningly strong defenses. He and Yi Baihu couldn't separate from each other to enter the cave to look after Yi Qinghan, so he was very worried. After a moment, his worry turned into shock and then into fear. The expressions of all the saints outside the cave changed drastically at the same time, and they all looked towards the sky in the north in horror. Umph. An extremely powerful and suffocating aura came from the northern sky. This aura was like a meteor that was rushing toward them. It was followed by a cold snort filled with anger. All the sage experts felt as if their hearts had been hit by a heavy object, and they almost vomited blood. When the three divine beasts heard this cold snort, they howled in unison and attacked even more fiercely. Chapter 3:18. Swoosh. While they were dealing with the holy beast's attacks, they looked to the north. However, they only saw a faint pink light, and then the aura disappeared into thin air outside the cave. By who I'll hold this holy beast. You go get little Han. The fear in Yi Qingyo's eyes increased. His battle aura surged as he roared crazily. A faint kuei emerged behind him, crazily pouncing on the holy beast in the lake. Yi Baihu looked at the crazy Yi Qingyo and knew the situation was serious. That terrifying aura was the aura of a divine beast. Now that the divine beast had entered the cave, everybody inside would be in danger, including Yi Qinghan. Brother Kuei, I'm going. Yi Baihu's eyes twinkled like lightning. Why didn't Yi Ruoshui show up? However, he couldn't care that much right now. He stomped his feet and dashed toward the cave. That cold snort that could make people vomit blood had stifled the Saint Realm experts outside the cave. At the same time, all the people inside the cave changed their faces. The Feng family's people were fighting against a small team of the barbarian tribe again. Unexpectedly, that cold snort scared them so much that they shivered. They didn't dare to fight anymore and started to run away. The members of the monster clan were frightened. They didn't dare to run around to find the Fragrance Lee heading toward the cave's exit. Although the god-slaying guard was enraged, he didn't dare to look around. Without the God Lord, he didn't have the confidence to fight against a God Realm expert. Anyway, it wasn't his son who had just died. Of course, Yi Qinghan also heard that cold snort. Although he gave a forced smile, he wasn't afraid. His tense body relaxed. As he was locked, he couldn't run away. Then he had to fight. He didn't believe that Yi Ruoshui would let him die. He didn't believe that Lord Devour wouldn't care about him. He didn't believe that old Lu at the peak of Heavenly God Realm couldn't deal with a divine beast. He knew that he wasn't fighting alone. He wasn't the seventh son of the Yi family. He wasn't afraid, Buzz. Along with the space fluctuation, he finally saw the owner of that cold snort. At this moment, a pink figure appeared in the sky above the cave. It was an enlarged Fragrance Lee. It had the same appearance, the same pink triangular hexapod. However, this Li Xiang beast was standing and it was also wearing a pink robe. Its eyes were exactly the same as a human's, filled with cold arrogance. Despicable human, how dare you! The moment this godly beast appeared in the cave, it could not help but look at the stone platform covered in white feathers in the middle of the cave. It saw that the stone platform was empty. It turned its head and the coldness in its eyes intensified. When it opened its mouth, it actually had the same female voice as Madame Jiao in the dark forest. Hee senior, don't be angry. I just came out to buy some soy sauce and accidentally stumbled into a treasure trove. I'll leave immediately. Yi Qinghan chuckled, rubbed his hands and said with some shame. When this godly beast heard Yi Qinghan's words, the coldness in its eyes turned into anger. Its whole body surged violently, and it directly pressed down on Yi Qinghan's body. It said angrily, lowly human, you can't go anywhere today. Kneel down. When this wave of aura fell on Yi Qinghan's body, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt as if a divine mountain had collapsed. His body suddenly bent and he almost fell to the ground. However, at this moment the Xiaoyao ring suddenly emitted a stream of air and entered his body. This caused the battle qi in his body to suddenly become many times thicker. He gritted his teeth to resist the heavy pressure on his body. He raised his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He cursed, half a day ago, a bastard asked me to kneel down. Now he has turned into a pile of minced meat. You bastard, you want me to kneel down to you? Don't talk about the door, I don't even have a window. When this godly beast appeared, it kept calling him lowly human. He was already in a bad mood. Now he actually wanted him to kneel down? Yi Qinghan had always had a bad temper since he was young. He would not leave even if he was chased. As long as you speak politely, everything is fine. You are welcome. Even if you are the god of heaven, I will *ck you first. The godly beast in midair was shocked. It looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. This insignificant human, not only did he capture its clansmen, but he also did not kneel in the face of its coercion. Now he actually dared to call it a bastard? How could this be? This insignificant human is going to defy the heavens? When the godly beast was angry, the temperature in the cave seemed to have risen by dozens of degrees. A dark red flame suddenly appeared outside its pink robe. Its eyes also ignited with raging flames. One of its claws stretched out, and the dark red flame in the claw continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously it was ready to make a move. It wanted to burn Yi Qinghan to ashes with the flame in its hand. Wait! Yi Qinghan suddenly shouted at this moment. The godly beast was angry. It withdrew its coercion from its body. It seemed that it was ready to make a move. If he did not shout and if he really turned into ashes, then it would be too big. He shouted to attract the godly beast's attention. Seeing that the flame in its hand had stopped growing, he slowly said, "If you want that cute civet to die immediately, I advise you not to make a move." Yi Qinghan's words reminded the godly beast. Its eyes flickered a few times, and the flame outside its body slowly disappeared. However, the flame in its hand was still there. It coldly stared at Yi Qinghan for a while and said, "Let it go and I will leave your corpse intact." **T, Yi Qinghan staggered and almost fell down. But in his heart he secretly cursed. This bastard is a bastard. What is the difference between an intact corpse and a half corpse or no corpse? If I really die, why would I care about an intact corpse? I really don't know which bastard gave birth to this bastard. Let me go and I will leave your corpse intact, okay? After cursing for a while, Yi Qinghan finally couldn't hold back and teased, "I say, don't you understand the situation? I have a hostage in my hand." "No, it's an animal." That's not right. "Let me tell you this, I'm afraid you won't understand. I have a civet in my hand. If I let it go, I will die. And if I die, I don't know if my corpse will be intact. So, since I'm going to die anyway, I will let your clansmen die first. After the disaster, I will die. Do you understand what I mean? Looking at your stupid appearance, it's hard to understand." Yi Qinghan's tongue twister clearly made the godly beast in the air dizzy. After pondering for a long time, it suddenly realized and angrily cursed, "Lowly human, you are challenging my limit. You really want to die?" Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. He was completely convinced by this bastard. "After all, you're asking me whether I want to die or not. Who the F***ck wants to die?" He helplessly sighed and said, "Big sister, can't we be a little more creative in threatening people? It's already been more than 10,000 years since the Fire Dragon calendar. We have to keep up with the times and be innovative. You won't understand even if I tell you this. How about this? Let me analyze it. You're in a bad mood. You want to kill me, but I have a civet in my hand, so you don't dare to kill me. But you won't let me go, right? And I don't want to die, so I can't let go of the civet. So, the final result is that we can only stare at each other in this stalemate and spend a few Fire Dragon festivals here, right?" Yi Qinghan's tongue twister once again turned the godly beast's face green. However, as Yi Qinghan said, it really didn't dare to make a move against Yi Qinghan, because this civet was very important to it. Moreover, it had searched all of Yi Qinghan's places but didn't find the civet. It could feel that the civet was still alive, but it didn't know where, so it hesitated. Chapter 319. Of course, it had checked Yi Qinghan's 2 rings, but it was obvious that its thinking had gone astray. It thought that Yi Qinghan was such a small human being, and it would be considered heaven-defying if he had a space ring at most. The space ring could not store living things, but the Lixiang beast was still alive. Moreover, Yi Qinghan's increasingly unscrupulous attitude made it even more suspicious, so it did not dare to make a move. "Let it go and I'll let you go." After thinking for a long time, the mythological beast finally suppressed its anger and said in a low voice. It finally figured it out. Since it wanted to save the Lixiang beast, it could not kill Yi Qinghan at this moment. Moreover, its subordinates were still fighting outside. It wanted to let Yi Qinghan live for a while longer and then vent its anger on other intruders. Originally, it thought that the Lixiang beast was staying in the cave, and with the protection of the transmission portal, nothing would happen to it. Therefore, it used its divine sense to sense that there were many warriors in the barbaric mountains, but it did not care. It continued to reminisce with its old friends in the dark forest, but it did not expect that the Lixiang beast would suddenly disappear from the cave, so it rushed back as fast as it could. Still, not good. Yi Qinghan also had a headache. He had encountered a mythological beast, and it seemed that this mythological beast had a close relationship with the Lixiang beast. It would be a pity to let it go, but if the Lixiang beast still wanted to kill him, then it would not be worth it. You are challenging my bottom line." The mythological beast was so angry that its whole body slightly trembled, and the flames once again appeared, Encountering such a human, it could not help but burn with lust. "Oh, how about this, let me go?" Yi Qinghan thought for a while and very seriously said, "Let me bring the Li Xiang beast back to play for a while. This small beast is very cute and I like it very much. Don't be angry, I have one of my biggest strengths and that is I absolutely keep my word. You can rest assured. You are courting death." The mythological beast finally could not bear it anymore, and its body once again emitted flames, preparing to attack. "Wait a little longer." When Yi Qinghan saw this, he immediately waved his hand to stop the mythological beast's impulsive behavior. He nodded seriously and said, let me think for a while, just a little while. You rest for a while first. I'll be done right away." After saying that, he closed his eyes and appeared to be in deep thought. However, the godly beast was angered by him. It was as if it was having an epileptic fit. After enduring for a long time, it was finally able to swallow its anger. Her pair of fiery red eyes stared fixedly at Yi Qinghan, like an old woman burning with lust seeing a handsome young man. She couldn't wait to eat him alive. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not deep in thought. He was transmitting his voice to Elder Lu. Old dear, what should we do? This problem is a little difficult. This mongrel beast's strength is not low. I can see that. If it wasn't strong enough, I would have gone up to chop it up. Of course, this was nonsense. The problem was how to do it. Should we release the civet beast? But what if it wants to kill us again after we release it? There are still the children of the Yi family and my 2 old men outside. If something happens, it will be difficult. Release it? No way. You don't know this civet beast, but it molts once every 1,000 years. After 3 molts, it can become a mythological beast. The civet beast that we caught is about to molt for the first time. You don't know that its molted skin is a treasure of heaven and earth. It contains pure energy and the laws of space, wind, and fire. If you refine one piece, you will be able to break through to the Saint Realm. Do you think we can release this civet beast? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? I won't release it even if you beat me to death. That's it. We can't release it. We don't need to think about it anymore. Oh, we can't release it. The problem is how to solve this problem. Simple. You kill this mongrel beast and we will make soup. You take 40% and I will take 60%. F***ck you brat, can't you be a little more serious? I can kill it, but it will cause a huge commotion. Then, my existence will no longer be a secret. You will be in more danger in the future. I don't care. I will fight for the Saint Realm. Old dear, are you at the peak of the heavenly god realm? Why are you so timid? An expert must have a good temperament. I am now using my identity as the young master of the Carefree Pavilion. Of course, this is not an order. I beg you to help me this time. I will always remember your kindness. All right. It's my bad luck to meet someone like you. Human, have you thought it through? My patience is limited. Don't force me to cut off your flesh piece by piece and make you wish you were dead. The mythological beast in the air became impatient after the conversation between Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan had just finished his discussion with Elder Lu. He was not happy to hear this. I just decided to chop you up and you dare to be so arrogant? He flew into a rage and pointed at the mythological beast in the air. What are you shouting for? You mongrel beast, don't be so arrogant. I have your, no. I have a knife on my back. If you make me angry, I will go crazy. What's going on? The mythological beast in the air was shocked. His mind was in a mess. Why is this person like this? Why did he change so suddenly? Why is he so arrogant now? Is he a god or am I a god? You are courting death. After a while, the mythological beast finally understood that he was a god. He, a god beast, had been fooled by a mortal. This was intolerable. The mythological beast's aura surged, and the flame in his hand soared. I will ask you one last time. Are you going to let me go or not? I'm sorry, but the elders in my clan said that they wouldn't let him go. Do whatever you want. Elder Lu, come out and chop me. No, I will chop you up. Yi Qinghan winked at the divine beast and waved her left hand in the air. Her right hand pulled out the slaughter god blade that was stabbed into her back. She immediately used form displacement transposition and quickly retreated. This was going to be a battlefield. If she continued to stand here, she would just be waiting to be blown to death. As Yi Qinghan waved his hand, an old man in black appeared in the air. The old man had a face like a goat's. He had small eyes and a thin beard. His expression was cold and solemn, and he held a black iron rod in his hand. His black robes fluttered even though there was no wind. He looked extremely arrogant and had the demeanor of an expert. I was wondering who had broken my teleportation portal's mechanism. So it was you, the despicable old goat. Today both of you will die. The mythological beast finally understood why Yi Qinghan had always been so arrogant. He also understood why the teleportation portal's mechanism in the cave had been broken and why the civet fragrance beast had been captured. From the looks of it, the two of them were definitely not going to let the civet fragrance beast go. After understanding this, the anger that had been suppressed for a long time finally exploded. Elder Lu's expression was still cold and solemn. When he heard the impolite words of the divine beast, he slowly raised his head and the aura of his body rose with the wind. Like an unsheathed sword, it rose up violently and solidified the air in the cave. He waved his iron rod at a 45-degree angle and said arrogantly to the mythological beast in the air, "Little bastard, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me with your puny skills? Tell me, do you want an intact corpse or a half-corpse?" Chapter 320. The aura of the peak heavenly god realm Elder Lu erupted like the blazing sun in June after the rain. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. The arrogance and anger in the divine beast's eyes disappeared, replaced by fear and doubt. It had only felt this aura several thousand years ago in the dark forest, when the bald man in the divine city fought with Lord Devour. At that time, it had not entered the god grade, so it had a deep memory of this terrifying aura. The peak heavenly god realm. At this moment, it finally felt regret and fear. It had only been 1,000 years since it entered the god grade. Although it was a divine beast, it had the innate abilities of a divine beast. However, the civet beast was a divine beast with strong defense but weak attack power. How could it not feel disappointed when it had to fight with a peak heavenly god? You are the guardian of the god-slaying mountain. So the real divine sword was taken by a human like you. No wonder Lord told me to stop looking for it. The divine beast finally remembered the old voice that it had heard when the little divine pavilion of the god-slaying mountain had disappeared. And when it had talked to Lord Jiao in the dark forest, Lord Jiao had told it to stop looking for the divine sword. "Little bastard, you talk a lot of nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I will leave with my men," Elder Lu said impatiently, not caring what the divine beast was thinking. "Don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you are a peak heavenly god. If you provoke me, I will destroy my beast core to kill you all." Although the divine beast was frightened, it did not show it on its face. It continued to resist, but its tone was not as arrogant as before. "Since you have shown up, I will give you face. Let go of my son, and I will give you a piece of spirit skin. Didn't you capture my son for the spirit skin that is about to molt? Are you admitting defeat?" The divine beast's reaction was not beyond Elder Lu's expectation, but it was beyond the expectations of Yi Qinghan, who was standing in the corner behind Elder Lu. The divine beast that was so arrogant just now was frightened by Elder Lu's words? Admitting defeat? At the same time, he understood why this divine beast cared so much about the civet beast. It was her son. A trace of shame flashed in his heart. He was about to send a message to Elder Lu to discuss this matter. After all, he had captured her son. Unexpectedly, Elder Lu spoke again. "Do you think this old man is an idiot? That raccoon beast can shed 3 spirit skins and you give me 1? 3. There was no room for discussion. Otherwise, this old man will chop you up as well and take the spirit skin all the same. Elder Lu's attitude was very unyielding. After all, experts had their own pride. Otherwise he would not have made a move. Once he made his move, he would not rest until he saw blood or treasures. Of course, if he could avoid fighting, he definitely wouldn't. After all, if he were to fight, all the restrictions in this cave would definitely be broken. At that time, his existence would definitely be known by the entire continent. He didn't really care about it, but he was afraid that he would implicate Yi Qinghan. 2 pieces. If you have more, I'll start a war. The mythological beast was clearly enraged, and its entire body was trembling. $3 if you want to fight, I'll fight. Elder Lu snorted coldly. He held his metal rod and did not back down. Elder Lu's incomparably insolent attitude didn't provoke the mythological beast's anger. The mythological beast was silent for a moment before saying coldly, "Humph, you've gone too far. Let me consider it for a moment." What was going on? Yi Qinghan was even more confused. Was this still a mythological beast? Why didn't it have the temper of a mythological beast? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? However, a trace of a smile flashed in Elder Lu's eyes. He transmitted a message to him and answered his doubts. This mythological beast was stalling for time and waiting for strong reinforcements. Stalling for time? waiting for strong reinforcements? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he started to worry. However, he saw that Elder Lu was still standing there coldly and didn't seem worried at all. He could only continue to stand there uneasily and quietly watch the situation unfold. I've thought about it. My answer is that neither of you can escape today. Both of you prepare to die. After a moment, the mythological beast finally raised its head again. There was no longer any fear in its eyes. Instead, it became incomparably arrogant and unscrupulous. Its entire body was engulfed in flames, and 4 balls of dark red flames appeared in the center of its 4 claws. Its aura was boundless and it seemed like it was ready to attack. Strong reinforcements have arrived? Yi Qinghan tensed up. For this mythological beast to be so unscrupulous in front of a peak heaven god like Elder Lu, it seemed like this strong reinforcements were extremely powerful. Could they have invited a peak heaven god or a god general? After a moment, the space in the cave fluctuated, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Yi Qinghan glanced over and immediately understood why Elder Lu was so calm. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Madame Jiu, these 2 people captured my son and want to kill me. Help me kill them quickly. The mythological beast was overjoyed when it saw the newcomer. At the same time, a trace of arrogance and anger appeared in its eyes. That's right. It was the housekeeper of the Dark Castle, the 9-tailed fox Madame Jiu, a peak heaven god divine beast. When the mythological beast Li Xiang saw Elder Lu, it knew that something was amiss. It immediately transmitted a message to Madame Jiu, requesting for her help. It didn't expect Madame Jiu to agree immediately. It was only then that it became confident. After all, Madame Jiu was not only a peak heaven god divine beast that had become a god thousands of years ago, but more importantly, she had Lord Devour behind her. The king of the Flame Dragon continent, the invincible Lord Devour. Madame Jiu was wearing a black swallow-tailed coat today. She looked as elegant as ever, like a charming gentleman. She appeared out of thin air in the cave. She didn't release her aura, nor did she pay any attention to the enraged mythological beast Li Xiang. Instead, she stretched out 2 furry paws and cupped her fists at Elder Lu. Greetings, Elder Lu. At the same time, she once again looked at Yi Qinghan, who was behind Elder Lu. Her furry face revealed a smile that was identical to a human's, and she said in a very friendly manner, "Little Han, long time no see." This time, Elder Lu didn't act tough. He put away his metal rod and smiled at Madame Jiu. He didn't say anything and just stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Yi Qinghan's face was full of smiles as he sheathed the slaughter god's saber on his back. He took light steps forward and stood beside Elder Lu. He cupped his hands and bowed to Lord Jiu. Similarly, he said in a friendly manner, "Lord Jiu, long time no see. Madame Jiu, they captured my son and treated me like this. You must help me. I want to kill them." The mythological beast Li Xiang was anxious. Why was Madame Jiu talking to this human the moment she arrived? She hurriedly emphasized the crimes of these 2 people. She thought that she and Madame Jiu belonged to the same bloodline of mythological beasts. Moreover, they had known each other for a long time and had a good relationship. Madame Jiu would definitely help her. As long as Madame Jiu helped her, these 2 people would definitely die. Little San, forget it. This young man, you can't afford to offend him. When Madame Jiu heard the mythological beast's angry roar, she looked over helplessly and sent a voice transmission to the mythological beast. Can't afford to offend him? Of course I can't. He's a peak heaven god, so I can't afford to offend him. Madame Jiu is so powerful that you can't. The mythological beast became even more anxious when she heard Madame Jiu's words. She hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Madame Jiu. However, halfway through her words, she suddenly realized something and sent a voice transmission in astonishment. What? I can't afford to offend this young man? Chapter 321. What? I can't afford to offend this youngster? Is he also a hidden peak heaven god? Divine Beast Little 3 asked again, feeling even more incredulous. Miss Jiu chuckled, glanced at Yi Qinghan's thin body and transmitted her voice again. No, this youngster isn't awesome, but his battle beast is awesome. He is the master of Lord Xiaohei that I've told you about. If you still want to kill him, then go ahead and kill him. Lord Xiaohei's master? Miss Jiu, you must be joking. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to touch him. Hearing this, Little San's expression abruptly became incomparably bashful and unsightly. She was like a resentful wife who didn't dare vent her anger, feeling extremely wronged. What a joke. Lord Xiaohei's master, the master of the soul-devouring beast, she wouldn't dare to touch him even if she had 10,000 guts. When she was still a saint beast, she saw with her own eyes a few powerful divine beasts in the dark forest challenge Lord Devour, and in the end, they were smashed into meat paste by Lord Devour. Now she wanted to kill Lord Devour's nephew? However, when she thought of her son, the civet fragrance beast, she couldn't help but become even more embarrassed, looking at Miss Jiao with an even more resentful and wronged expression. Miss Jiao looked at the civet fragrance beast and smiled. She turned her head, looked at Yi Qinghan and said softly, "Little Han, I want to discuss something with you." "Miss Jiao, please speak." Yi Qinghan had seen Miss Jiao and the civet fragrance beast exchanging flirtatious glances just now. He was still wondering if these two had some kind of adulterous relationship. Could it be a lesbian relationship? Noticing that Miss Jiao suddenly looked at him, he hurriedly said with an awkward smile, "Give me some face and release the civet fragrance beast. How about I ask Little Three to give you 2 pieces of spirit skin? She also wants to give one to her son when he tries to break through to the god level." Miss Jiao of course didn't know about Yi Qinghan's dirty thoughts at the moment, and stated her intention. She also had some understanding of Yi Qinghan. Since this brat had already caught the Lixiang beast, he definitely wouldn't be willing to give it up for nothing. She might as well act as a peacemaker. What she did was like pushing the boat with the current to give Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe a favor. Of course she didn't violate Lord Devour's rules. After all, the civet fragrance beast was caught by Yi Qinghan. If he hadn't come, Yi Qinghan would have been able to capture the civet fragrance beast. Little San? Hearing this awesome name, Yi Qinghan looked at the civet divine beast thoughtfully. He thought in his heart, no wonder this divine beast is so stupid and has such a bad temper. It turns out to be a mistress. He chuckled and nodded without much hesitation. Since Lord Jiao has spoken, how could Yi Qinghan dare to disobey? That's good. Little San. Lord Jiao was satisfied with Yi Qinghan's attitude toward her. She smiled elegantly, then turned to look at the civet divine beast. The civet fragrance divine beast forced a smile, knowing that it was doomed. In terms of competence, it couldn't compete with the other's bodyguard. In terms of influence, it was even more shameful. Its backer was the butler of the other's backer. Light flashed on its body, and 2 translucent palm-sized pinkish skins appeared in its hands. With a wave of his hand, he threw it towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was thrilled. He caught them and found that these 2 spirit skins were not only radiant, but also had a thick aroma that was even better than the civet fragrance beasts. At first glance, he knew that they weren't ordinary items. He looked at old Lu, who nodded affirmatively. Then he put the 2 spirit skins into his unfettered ring. At the same time, he touched the unfettered ring, and a civet fragrance beast as big as 2 palms appeared in the air. Squeak squeak. When the civet fragrance beast appeared, it looked around in fear. Finally, it discovered the civet fragrance divine beast in midair. With a so sound, it jumped into her arms and hit its head. It was obviously frightened. The matter is settled. I should take my leave. Old Lu, Little Han, we shall meet again. Lord Jiao smiled slightly. Then she gracefully bowed and disappeared from the cave. And now that the matter has been resolved, I should take my leave. Xiao-san, I'll come visit you again when I have time in the future. Yi Qinghan was also in a good mood. He gracefully mimicked Lord Jiao and bowed. What's the saying of you humans? That's right, never to see each other again. In the future, never to see each other again. The civet fragrance divine beast, Little San, seemed to hate Yi Qinghan very much. However, she didn't dare to offend him, so she could only turn her body away and say angrily, do whatever you want. Goodbye. Yi Qinghan didn't waste any more time. He immediately summoned old Lu and ran away. He had obtained the treasure and old Lu hadn't been exposed. The civet fragrance divine beast probably wouldn't dare to spread the news even if she had 10 times the courage. She probably wouldn't say such a shameful thing either. He was in a good mood. However, when he ran to the entrance of the destroyed transportation array, he suddenly remembered something. He turned around and said, Little San, tell your divine beast to stop. Don't hurt my people. Don't touch any of the people from the House of Ares. Of course, you can kill anyone from the demon race, barbarian race, or the people of the immortal city. Don't stand on ceremony. Goodbye. Yi Baihu was very anxious. He kept running around the cave looking for Yi Qinghan's figure. However, the cave was so big. Moreover, there were countless passages in the cave. It was like a maze. He was getting dizzy from running around. Along the way he met many cultivators. There were demon race and barbarian race. He also saw the god-slaying guards' garlic noses. He saw Feng Zi Hua Hua Long Sinan, and the Emperor Realm experts from the Yi family. However, he didn't see Yi Qinghan. Everyone was running out. They were probably far away from the core region of the barbaric mountain range. However, he could only take a deep breath and lead the Yi family's cultivators through the passages. He hoped to see Yi Qinghan's figure. Grand Elder, we've searched so many places but we still can't find him. Where did the young clan leader go? What should we do? One of the Emperor Realm experts finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted anxiously. They had been running through the passages for half an hour. Other than the center of the cave, which they didn't dare to search, they had almost searched everywhere else. The center of the cave had been releasing a powerful aura for the past half an hour. They didn't dare to go near it even if they had 10 times the courage. Let's give it our all. You guys go out first. I'll go to the center to take a look. Yi Baihu laughed bitterly. He didn't know about the Emperor Realm experts, but he could feel the terrifying aura in the center. There was more than one aura. Suddenly, 2 auras appeared behind him. Now there were 3 auras. However, he had almost searched everywhere. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and prepare to go to the center to take a look. This, Grand Elder, you can't go. That place is too terrifying. The martial artists of the clan immediately panicked. The young patriarch had disappeared, and they guessed that Yi Qinghan had most likely met with misfortune. If the Supreme Elder were to go now, what if something unexpected happened? How were they going to explain it to him? Chapter 322. I've made up my mind. This is an order. Yi Baihu's face was filled with determination. The young master of the Yi family had disappeared in their hands. He was too ashamed to go back and see Yi Tianlong and Yi Ruoshui. He might as well go back. However, just as he was about to rush towards the center, he suddenly felt a change that made him stop in his tracks. He realized that the terrifying aura in the center had turned from 3 to 2, and then to 1. Then it disappeared completely. Everyone who stepped into the wild mountain range, barbarians and demons, you will all die today. Then an incomparably angry roar echoed through the entire wild mountain range. Yi Baihu felt the terrifying aura and dashed towards the outside of the wild mountain range. He was obviously chasing after the barbarians and demons. Yi Baihu and the Yi clan's Emperor Realm experts were puzzled as to why the divine beast was pursuing the barbarian race and the monster race instead of killing them. Yi Baihu suddenly felt that someone was quickly approaching. He immediately tensed up and stood guard. However, a moment later, he saw a handsome young man carrying a long black saber appear from the corner in front of him. He was overjoyed and cried out involuntarily, "Little Han?" "Young master." The Yi family's emperors were also overjoyed. They shouted and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. "Yi, hello everyone. What a coincidence." Yi Qinghan scratched his head. He looked at the emotional Yi Baihu and the Yi family's emperors who had tears in their eyes. He was very touched and smiled shamefully. "Kid, where did you go just now? Don't you know how hard it was for us to find you? Why are you crying? Useless." Yi Baihu rushed over and carefully looked at Yi Qinghan. He realized that he was fine. He looked at the Yi family's emperors who had tears in their eyes and quickly scolded them. However, as he spoke, his voice began to choke up, and he almost burst into tears. They couldn't be blamed. Just now, under that powerful aura, they were worried and afraid. They searched for half an hour. Her heart had already turned cold. She thought that Yi Qinghan had already. Now that she suddenly saw Yi Qinghan appear, she was naturally excited. They had taken a liking to this well-behaved, sensible, mild-tempered, but stubborn youth from the bottom of his heart. "Yes, it's Qinghan's fault. I'm sorry for making you worry." Yi Qinghan was moved to tears when he saw everyone's true feelings. He wanted to explain but he couldn't say anything. "Alright, there's no need to say more. It's good that you're back. Hurry up and get out. Your grandpa Green Ox must be anxious to death. So, I wonder what's going on outside." Yi Baihu didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to finish speaking. He waved his hand and pulled Yi Qinghan out. Everyone followed him out. After wandering around for half a day, they were very clear about the few passages that didn't have transportation formations. After walking for a while, Yi Baihu saw a person suddenly rush out from a corner. He was dressed in rags and his eyes were bulging. Who else could it be but Yi Qingyo? "Baihu, little Han. You're fine. That's great." Yi Qingyo's face was full of anxiety. There were a few wounds on his body and he looked very miserable. He was overjoyed when he saw Yi Baihu and Yi Qinghan. He quickly rushed over and carefully looked at everyone. Seeing that everyone was fine, he was in a good mood and his face was full of joy. "Grandpa Green Ox, your injuries?" Yi Qinghan was moved again. He didn't call Yi Qingwu Grand Supreme Elder and directly called him Grandpa. In any case, he was going to marry Yi Qingwu soon. He asked anxiously when he saw that Yi Qingyu was covered in blood. It's just a minor injury. It's good that you're fine. Let's go. Don't say so much. We'll talk after we leave the barbaric mountains. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, unconcerned. Remembering that they were still in a dangerous place and afraid that the divine beast would return, he quickly became serious and called everyone out. Yi Qinghan actually wanted to say that it was fine. They could walk slowly and it would be fine even if they stayed here for a month or so. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it was difficult to explain these things to them. Moreover, Elder Lu didn't want to expose himself, so he could only follow everyone and rush out. The group did not speak and rushed out of the cave. However, they didn't see the three divine beasts, nor did they see anyone else from the House of Ares. Yi Qinghan didn't ask too much. They didn't dare to fly. Battle chi surged under their feet as they rushed towards Barbarian City. Along the way they encountered many magical beasts of the 7th and 8th level. However, Yi Qingyu and Yi Baihu were not in the mood to fight, so they avoided them and ran. 2 hours later, Barbarian City came into sight. Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyu looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, an incomparably powerful aura came from afar in the barbaric mountains. It was the aura of that divine beast as well as its enraged voice. The core region of the barbaric mountains is 100 miles away. No martial artist is allowed to enter. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyu secretly rejoiced. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was secretly laughing. It seemed that Little San was quite angry today. He wondered if the brute tribe and the demon tribe would all be smashed into minced meat under her wrath. When they reached the entrance of Barbarian City, they saw countless people standing there, looking in their direction. Seeing that the martial artists from the Yi family had come out safely, this group of people all relaxed. It seemed that they had been waiting for them. Old Neo White Tiger, I knew that you guys were tough. I'm glad that you guys came back. Let's have a few drinks later. Of course. Sky Dragon, Green Ox, and White Tiger were known as the three divine beasts of the Yi family. How could they die so easily? Let's go into the city and have a drink. This time we've all survived. We should celebrate. The saints from the House of Ares and Hidden Island greeted them first and chatted with Yi Qingyu and Yi Baihu. Meanwhile, Feng Zi, Long Sainan, and the others surrounded Yi Qinghan and started asking questions. Young Master Han, you scared me to death. When the divine beast came, I found out that your family was looking for you. I thought, well, let's not talk about this. It's good that everyone is safe. Feng Zi recalled what had happened a few hours ago and still felt a lingering fear. Yes, young Master Han, where did you go just now? The divine beast came and you didn't know how to run away? Are you stupid? Hua Hua was also scared and said worriedly. Young Master Han, I'm very happy that you can come back. Long Sainan had been watching Yi Qinghan silently ever since he appeared. She finally could not help but speak her mind. I accidentally got lost just now. I'm tired from walking, so I slept for a while. It's fine. Let's go in and have a drink. Yi Qinghan spread his hands and said casually, well, don't be so nervous. Isn't it just a mongrel beast? As soon as Yi Qinghan said this, 3 hands quickly reached out and covered Yi Qinghan's mouth. Feng Zi and the others were shocked and kept sneaking glances at the barbaric mountains. It was as if they were afraid that the divine beast in the mountains would hear them and teleport out to slap them into meat paste. Young Master Han, how dare you say that? Young Master Han, don't drag us down if you want to go against the heavens. Young Master Han, you can't say that again. Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 nervous and serious faces in front of him and blinked helplessly, indicating that he understood. They heaved a sigh of relief and released their hands. Sighing, Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. If he were to tell them the truth, no one would believe him. If he were to tell them that he had F***ed the mythological beast in front of him, wouldn't that scare them to death? Life was really as lonely as snow. Chapter 323. Behind the mountain of the Yi family by a small lake. Forefather, will Azure Bull, White Tiger and Little Han be all right? The divine beast Li Xiang hurried back to the barbaric mountains from the dark forest. Since it was in a hurry, it didn't hide its aura and flew directly over Tsang City. Ordinary experts might not have noticed it, but Yi Tianlong could easily sense it. Sensing that it was flying to the barbaric mountains, Yi Tianlong was a little worried. He hurried to send a message to Yi Ruoshui, asking about the situation and reminding her. It's okay. Yi Ruoshui's 2 white legs shook as she shook her head. Looking at the forest in the north, she smiled and said, Lord Jiao has left. I'm right. Lord Devour said that he wouldn't care about little Han's life or death, but I'm sure he's worried. Moreover, if little Han dies, she will have to pay a big price to separate Xiaohe. The divine beast in the barbaric mountains belongs to the dark forest. That's why I'm not worried and let little Han go to the barbaric mountains to look for treasures. It's not easy to become a god in 50 years. With such a treasure we must fight for it. I'm relieved. Speaking of becoming a god, Yi Tianlong blushed and felt a little ashamed. He had just comprehended the fourth occult of the law of earth, and becoming a god was still a long way away. Meanwhile, his grandchildren were improving at the speed of a rocket. Yi Qingyu was also comprehending the second occult, and she was about to break through to the Saint Realm to catch up with him. Although he was happy, he was also a little ashamed. Sky Dragon, you have to correct your attitude. If you still have this attitude, you will never become a god in this life. Yi Ruoshui saw through Yi Tianlong's mind and reminded him. A warrior's cultivation is to go against the heaven and change his destiny. Since you're going against the heavens, then you must have a heart of invincibility, and who else but you can be the strongest? The path of cultivation was filled with difficulties and obstacles, and it was filled with countless obstacles. Without the heart of an expert, one would never be able to attain great accomplishments if one was timid and indecisive all the way. Don't think that just because you're a heavenly god, let me tell you. This world is vast and boundless, and there's an even bigger and more magnificent stage, and the god realm is only the minimum requirement to step onto this stage. If you want to stand on this stage, dance a magnificent song, become an expert at the pinnacle and control your own destiny, then you'll have to continue working hard and advance bravely. Yi Ruoshui's words caused Yi Tianlong to feel extremely ashamed. At the same time, his fighting spirit was roused. The divine world. The immortal realm was the true magnificent battlefield for pinnacle martial artists. Those who had not reached the immortal realm did not even have the right to enter the battlefield to spectate. After resting in Barbarian City for a night, Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu bid farewell to everyone and brought Yi Qinghan alone to Tsang City. The rest of the families and forces also hurried back to their own clans. Of course, they no longer dared to take a step into the savage mountains, let alone enter the mountains to search for the divine sword and capture the civet fragrance beast. This treasure hunting trip was too exciting. Not only did they not find any treasure, but they also provoked 3 sacred beasts and a divine beast. How could they still search for the treasure? From then on, the savage mountains became the 4th most dangerous place in the continent. With a divine beast guarding it, the name of the most dangerous place could be considered true. While flying in the air, Yi Qinghan did not experience the thrill of flying, nor was he happy that he had obtained the most valuable treasure from the civet fragrance beast, which everyone in the continent wanted. Instead, he was somewhat absent-minded and depressed. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu thought that Yi Qinghan was frightened, so they comforted him a few times and ignored him. The reason why Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood was because something had happened to Dark Moon in the Carefree Pavilion. Dark Moon's soul seed had been stimulated by Tu Qianjun, and her body was temporarily out of control. At that time, Elder Lu had said that she would naturally wake up after some time. It's just that, the Dark Moon is still unconscious until now. Yi Qinghan is very worried. Although in the cave, the Dark Moon did not hesitate to stab him with a knife. At that time, Yi Qinghan was heartbroken and his heart ached. However, he had found out that Dark Moon had not betrayed him. Instead, she had been controlled by someone else. His heart did not hurt as much anymore. Instead, he felt that he had wronged Dark Moon, and at the same time he felt a deep pity for her. He had always believed that if a woman was unhappy, it was definitely not the woman's fault. It was the man who was not good enough and incapable. He believed that a man should not easily take off a woman's clothes. If he could not give her happiness, then he should put them on for her. Of course, if he took off her clothes, he would have to use his life to give her happiness. On the tranquil lake island, he did not accept Yu Qingqing's love. However, when his strength soared and he felt that he was capable, he unhesitatingly embraced Yu Qingqing at Duanren Peak. At the Yi family manor in the Divine City, he accidentally got into Yi Qingwu's bed when he was drunk. No. It was Yi Qingwu who got into his bed. Therefore, he had to be responsible for Yi Qingwu for the rest of his life. Dark Moon was his first woman. She was his first woman when he was still the worthless 7th son of the Yi family. Therefore, he had deep feelings for Dark Moon. Although Dark Moon had stabbed him, he still chose to forgive her. As a man, he had to be broad-minded in order to rule the world. If he was always fussing over trivial matters, he would only be able to wander around these trivial matters for the rest of his life. Don't worry, she is fine. She is just unconscious. I will transfer some energy to her from time to time, and that will keep her alive. Of course, if she wants to wake up completely, she will need to kill the owner of the soul seed. Elder Lu checked around the carefree house and transmitted his findings to Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan heard that Dark Moon was safe, he relaxed a little. However, he felt that the burden on his shoulders had increased. He definitely had to save Dark Moon. However, if the owner of the soul seed was a massacre god guard, it would be easy. He could just ask Elder Lu to kill him secretly. However, if it was that high and mighty divine master, it would be difficult to deal with. Would he have to carry the massacre god blade up the sacred mountain one day and fight a divine master at the peak of the divine city? After thinking hard for a while, he decided not to think too much. Since there was no escape, he could only fight. Since he was going to fight, he had to increase his strength first. He secretly made up his mind to cultivate hard and strive to become a god as soon as possible so that he could ascend the sacred mountain and kill the divine master. He believed that as long as he broke through to the god tier, with the combination of his and Xiao Hei's combat skills, he would definitely be able to dominate the Fire Dragon continent and become the second strongest martial artist in the continent. Lord Devour was one of them, so it didn't matter if he gave her the first place. A few days later, Song City was already in sight. The three of them flew into the city and didn't stop at Song City or the Yi family castle. Instead, they flew directly to the mountain behind the Yi family castle. The moment they landed, Yi Qinghan realized that Yi Ruoshui, Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingyu were already waiting for their return by the lake. Brother. Yi Qingyu didn't care about the people around her and immediately jumped into Yi Qinghan's arms. As for Yi Qingwu, she was embarrassed. She stuck out her pink tongue at Yi Qinghan and made an ambiguous expression. Yi Qinghan patted Yi Qingyu's back gently and comforted Yi Qingyu. After that, he winked at Yi Qingwu, whose body was getting more and more voluptuous. He gave her a you-know look. After going to the barbarian city for half a month, he missed Yi Qingwu's taste very much. Tonight he would have to dance with her. Chapter 324. He chatted with Yi Ruoshui and Yi Tianlong for a while, and left the rest of the details to Yi Qingyu and the others. Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu down the mountain behind the Yi family and returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion. The 8-door gods stood at the entrance of the Cold Heart Pavilion with their heads held high and their chests puffed out as they scanned the surroundings, guarding against any thief or mouse that wanted to sneak into the Cold Heart Pavilion. Ever since they became the gatekeepers of the Cold Heart Pavilion, they felt that the position of gatekeeper was becoming more and more glorious. If you saw an ordinary elder of the Yi family wanting to enter, do you still need them to inform you? Greetings, young clan leader. Greetings, Miss Wu, miss you. When the 8-door gods saw Yi Qinghan walk over with the two girls, their solemn and dignified faces immediately became charming. It was hard to imagine that 8 tall and strong men could smile so charmingly. Do a good job, I have high hopes for you. Yi Qinghan said with a smile as he walked in with his men and patted the shoulder of one of the door gods. Today he finally had the same feeling as Yi Qingxian. Seeing these faces, even the worst mood would improve a little. No wonder the Yi family always asked them to do reception work. When they entered the main hall, Cui Hua and 11 maids were already waiting there. After greeting them, they all got busy. Some poured tea, some carried fruits, some boiled water. They were very perceptive. Young Master Han had returned after such a long time, and he had even brought Miss Wu back. Tonight, the bed on the second floor would definitely be rattling non-stop. It looked like they were going to have a sleepless night again. They just didn't know if the cucumbers they bought would be enough. Yi Qinghan sat on a chair with Yi Qingyu in his arms. Yi Qingwu had the whole night anyway, so it was better to comfort Yi Qingyu now. He picked up a fruit and handed it to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu peeled the skin obediently and brought it to his mouth bit by bit. While eating, Yi Qinghan caressed Yi Qingyu's back, feeling the creamy skin on her back. He turned his head and chatted with Yi Qingwu. Xiao Wu, is there anything big happening in the castle recently? It's nothing big. A few small things happened. Elder Tianxing's granddaughter married young Master Lu from Phoenix City. Young Master Niu is not as handsome as you. Also, you know about Yu Wubian, right? Elder Tianqing's granddaughter recently slapped the young master of Tsang City's Shao clan, Xiao Yan. The Shao clan was furious. In the end, it was my Xiao Wujie who helped her settle it. The way Yi Qingwu called Yi Qinghan her had changed from Xiao Wujie to Xiao Wu. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt a little happy. Although she was older than Yi Qinghan by 4 years, her temperament was still that of a little hot pepper, a little tiger sister. Moreover, Yi Qinghan's mature manliness made her feel like she was Yi Qinghan's little woman. She liked to be a little woman. Oh, Yi Wubian? That little tiger sister who is as upright as you? Ah, Wubian is so mighty. She even dares to slap Xiao Yan's face. Yi Qinghan enjoyed eating the fruit that Yi Qingyu passed to him. Listening to Yi Qingwu's chatter, he felt very warm. This was the taste of home. Hee, I'm not a little tiger sister anymore. I've turned over a new leaf. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes. Her eyes were filled with charm, which made Yi Qinghan's heart burn. Then she seemed to have thought of something and her face turned unkind. She said in a deep voice, "There's something else. A few days ago Yi Qinghuang came back." Yi Qinghuang? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he stopped chewing and his face gradually turned cold. This name had been engraved in his heart for the first 15 years of his life. Beside him, Yi Qingyu was also slightly shocked. She had never cared about anything other than her brother, and this was the first time she had heard of it. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment and turned his head to ask, wasn't his cultivation crippled? According to the clan rules, trash can't stay in the Yi family castle. I also found it strange and went to ask around. I didn't expect that after Yi Qinghuang was crippled by you, he actually trained hard in a small city at the border. Now his strength has improved greatly and he's already reached the first level of the Marquis realm. When the third uncle saw that Yi Qinghuang had suffered outside for so many years, he felt compassion for him. Coupled with his strength, he helped to put in a good word for him to come back. However, the Elder Hall has already explicitly ordered him not to provoke you, so you can rest assured. Yi Qingwu reported the information she had gathered over the past few days. She told everything to Yi Qinghan. Of course, such a big matter should be decided by the man of the family. The first level of the Marquis realm? That's strange, very strange. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. Although he was arrogant at times, there was one thing that was true. However, there was one thing that was very good. Although he looked down on his enemies in terms of strategy, he never paid attention to any enemy in terms of tactics. As for Yi Qinghuang, he had never treated him as a brother. After a moment of silence, he said cautiously, "Ask Yi 13th and Yi 17th to come to the Chilling Heart Pavilion tomorrow. I want to see what tricks Yi Qinghuang has up his sleeves." Yi 13th and Yi 17th had formed a deep friendship with him during the residence battle. 6 years had passed, and the two had broken through to the Emperor realm and been entrusted with important tasks by the family. In fact, Yi Qinghan had secretly met the two of them a long time ago. These two were his trusted subordinates in the Yi family. Thus, he decided to have the two of them secretly watch over Yi Qinghuang to prevent anything from happening. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qinghan's well-defined face. They were slightly intoxicated by the imposing and domineering aura that he exuded. It's so good to have a man in the family. With a man around, they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. No matter what, even if the sky collapsed, there was still a man up there to hold it up. After comforting Yi Qingyu, he danced with Yi Qingwu for a night and watered her 3 fields that had been dry for half a month. In the next few days, Yi Qinghan didn't immerse himself in the land of love. Instead, he entered the Chilling Heart Pavilion to cultivate. There were still 2 months before he went to the Yu family to propose. He planned to use these 2 months to refine the spirit skins. In the cultivation room, Yi Qinghan held 2 pieces of sparkling and translucent spirit skins that emitted a faint glow and a rich fragrance. He examined them carefully. Elder Lu sat cross-legged beside him. His goat-like face looked as if he was asleep. "Elder Lu, didn't this civet beast say that its inner core contained the mysteries of the laws? How did it become a spirit skin?" Yi Qinghan had heard that Long Hufu had swallowed the civet beast's inner core to increase his cultivation speed by leaps and bounds. He hadn't had the time to ask about it, so he asked curiously now. "Nonsense. The inner core is barely considered a good thing. However, after 1,000 years, the civet beast will shed its skin. The spirit skin is 100 times better than the inner core." Elder Lu opened his eyes slightly and shook the few strands of beard on his chin as he spoke disdainfully. 100 times? Why do you say that?" Yi Qinghan was astonished and asked in confusion. Can a 10-year-old ginseng and a 10,000-year-old ginseng have the same medicinal effects? The civet beast's inner core may increase the speed of comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. However, the spirit skin is different. You only need to refine it and you can easily comprehend the space laws contained within it. However, the spirit skin of the civet beast and its mother contain the same profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. It's just like refining a divine crystal. There's no need to comprehend it. All you need to do is learn it like reading a book. It's easy to comprehend a profound mystery of space without any side effects. Do you think it's the same? Elder Lu chuckled and secretly envied Yi Qinghan's luck. This thing was considered a treasure even in the divine realm. In this ordinary plane, it was definitely a treasure. Ah. Then if I refine it, I can reach the third level of the Emperor realm in a short period of time? Then, after I finish comprehending the profound mystery of space that I comprehended in the Luotian mountain, won't I be able to break through to the Sage realm? Yi Qinghan was shocked and asked in disbelief. The difference in strength of an Emperor realm was very simple. First level of the laws. Great mastery of a profound mystery or comprehension of two profound mysteries. Second level. Great mastery of one profound mystery and comprehension of the second and third level at the same time. Great mastery of two profound mysteries at the same time would allow one to break through the Emperor realm and enter the Sage realm. In theory, that's it. This spirit skin can help you achieve great mastery of one of the profound mysteries of space. Of course, when you can enter the Sage realm depends on how fast you can comprehend the profound mystery of space that can predict your enemy's attack. The faster you can enter the Sage realm, the faster you will enter the Sage realm. If you can't comprehend it, you will only be a third-level emperor for the rest of your life. Elder Lu nodded and pointed out the path of cultivation for Yi Qinghan. Damn it! What am I waiting for? Elder Lu, hurry up and teach me how to refine the spirit skin. I will cultivate to the third-level emperor realm first. Yi Qinghan didn't care so much. He had to refine and comprehend the existing profound mystery first. Once he comprehended the profound mystery and cultivated his battle aura, he would be a third-level emperor realm expert. Chapter 325. Spirit hides have a special name in the immortal realm. They are called heavenly spirit jades. They are treasures that contain the mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. These things are very precious. Some are contained in jade stones, some in spirit trees, and some in divine beasts. Of course, the spirit hides you have are of the lowest grade. They are only useful to martial artists below the immortal realm. They only contain the basic mysteries. If they contain the elementary or intermediate mysteries, they would be treasures in the immortal realm. When I followed my master to snatch a high-grade heavenly spirit jade, that scene was unforgettable. When Elder Lu talked about the immortal realm, there was a look of nostalgia and excitement on his face. In his heart, he had come to the Fire Dragon continent to travel far. The immortal realm was his home and his stage. After a while, Elder Lu realized that he had gone too far. He quickly changed the topic and started to explain to Yi Qinghan how to refine the spirit hides. Yi Qinghan listened carefully. After listening, he realized that the spirit hides were easy to refine. However, the speed of comprehending the mysteries contained within depended on one's own comprehension ability. He nodded to show that he understood completely. Then he asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Elder Lu, do all the spirit hides contain the same mysteries? If they are not the same, can I refine the other one as well? Won't I be able to comprehend the two mysteries and enter the Sage realm? Also, can I comprehend the other two mysteries contained in the spirit hides at the same time? When Elder Lu heard this, his beard stood up in anger. T. How can there be such a good thing in the world? The spirit hides of the Lixiang beast all contain the same laws. Even if you refine the other one, you will only gain some pure energy. Will be a waste. As for the other two mysteries, you won't be able to comprehend them. If you choose to comprehend the mysteries of space, the other two mysteries will disappear naturally. Stop daydreaming and work hard to comprehend. Working hard to comprehend the profound mysteries is the way of the king. This kind of opportunity can only be encountered by chance. Well, don't get angry. I'm just asking casually, right? I'll refine it right away. The moment Yi Qinghan saw that Elder Lu was infuriated, he didn't dare to ask any more. He sat down with crossed legs and calmed himself down. Holding a piece of spiritual skin in his hand, he released his battle chi and wrapped it up. Battle chi continuously circulated and permeated the spirit skin. The light emitted by the pink spirit skin became brighter and brighter, and the fragrance it emitted also became more and more fragrant. Gradually, the spirit skin became more and more transparent, and finally disappeared from Yi Qinghan's palm. At this moment, three enormous memories and knowledge appeared in Yi Qinghan's empty mind. These three types of knowledge were like three lumps of sponge floating in his sea of consciousness. One was red, one was green, and the last one was colorless. At the same time, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt a very pure and enormous energy emerging in his body, slowly dissolving into the battle chi flow in his meridians. This was the same energy that Xiaohe received when he refined the dragon crystal, but it was stronger and purer. Profound mysteries of fire, wind, and space? Yi Qinghan didn't care about the energy in his meridians. Instead, he sensed the three lumps of sponge. The red sponge was like a raging fire, the green one was like a gust of wind, and the colorless one was ethereal and omnipresent. He easily determined the attributes of these three profound mysteries. He glanced at the red and green mysteries with pity. Without any hesitation, Yi Qinghan focused his mind and permeated it into the colorless sponge. Upon contact, the colorless mystery easily integrated into Yi Qinghan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Yi Qinghan's sea of consciousness received countless pieces of knowledge. These pieces of knowledge were enormous, messy and complicated. Yi Qinghan's mind was in a mess and he felt slightly dizzy. Yi Qinghan didn't panic. He had experienced this kind of inheritance of knowledge and memories before. Back then, when Xiaohe transmitted the knowledge of the body fusion technique, it was the same situation. However, the amount of knowledge he received this time was greater. Without any distracting thoughts, he patiently organized the knowledge in his mind. This was akin to finding the pages of a messy book and arranging them neatly. Finally, pinning them together with a tack would allow the book to become a complete book. This way, one could start reading from the first page and slowly comprehend the principles within. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged in the carefree pavilion for 3 days before he finished organizing the vast amount of knowledge in his mind. He opened his eyes, feeling slightly exhausted. However, his eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. The corners of his mouth curled into a joyful smile. It was evident that he was in a good mood. How is it? What kind of profound mystery is this space mystery? Elder Lu asked curiously. Although he hadn't started to comprehend the mystery, Yi Qinghan had a rough idea of the content of this mystery. He hadn't read the book, but he had read the introduction and outline of the book. Naturally, he had some understanding of the content of the book. He smiled faintly and said, I feel that this mystery is very awesome. How should I put it? It is probably able to lock down a space and prevent the enemy in that space from moving. It is equivalent to imprisoning that space. Spatial lock. Spatial lock? How can there be such an awesome mystery in the law of space? Are you sure? Elder Lu blinked in disbelief when he heard this. Yi Qinghan's previous comprehension of the spatial fluctuation mystery had already shocked him. The spatial fluctuation mystery could detect the frequency of an enemy's attacks and allow one to react quickly and evade them. However, this one was even more heaven-defying. It could directly lock down an enemy's space and imprison them. How could others fight? They could only wait for death. Hee. Do you think I'm lying to you? However, this mystery is probably only effective against martialists of the same level. Furthermore, if martialists of the same level have a good understanding of the law of space, they won't be able to imprison them. This is somewhat useless. Yi Qinghan sighed regretfully. After all, he had the body fusion technique which allowed him to instantly kill martialists of the same level. Now that he had this mystery, he felt that it wasn't necessary anymore. Useless my ass, you silly brat. Do you know that you've hit the jackpot? Do you really think that your body fusion technique can instantly kill martialists of the same level? Let me tell you, martialists of the same level are very weak. Very few of them cultivate their souls. If you encounter someone with a strong soul, your body fusion technique will at most cause some trouble for the enemy. They might even be completely unaffected. However, with this spatial shackle, things will be different. If you encounter someone with a strong soul, you can use the law of space. If you encounter someone with a strong law of space, you can use the body fusion technique. This way, you will be practically invincible among martialists of the same level. Lu Shi's beady eyes suddenly widened when he heard this. He rapped Yi Qinghan's head and cursed, F***ck, this old man has decided. I will comprehend the law of space for my next law. How is this law of space useless? It is simply a super powerful law. This old man should have thought of it long ago. Space is a supreme law, so it can't be useless. I miscalculated. Chapter 326. Does this mean that this spatial lock is very powerful? Yi Qinghan listened to Elder Lu's words and realized that it made sense. If he met someone with a strong soul, he could use spatial lock. If he met someone with the law of space, he could use body fusion. Coupled with his profound mysteries of space fluctuations, which made him invincible when it came to escaping and evading, he was practically invincible among those of the same level. Good stuff. Good stuff. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more delighted he became. The smile on his face became more and more lustful. Don't get too excited. It's not that I want to pour cold water on you, but a battle is not a competition. What's the use of being invincible among your peers? If someone is a level higher than you, they can kill you easily. Work hard on your cultivation, young man. Diligence is the only way to success. Elder Lu's words immediately extinguished the fire in Yi Qinghan's heart. However, he did not blame Elder Lu for always pouring cold water on him when he was daydreaming. He knew that Elder Lu was very kind to him, telling him not to be arrogant and rash, and to always maintain a heart of improvement. Only then would he be able to advance steadily and eventually reach the peak. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu. I understand. I've been here for a few days. I'll go out for a while before coming back to comprehend the esoteric art. Yi Qinghan bowed. Elder Lu was his mentor and helpful friend, and he had taught him many philosophies about life. Elder Lu narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, indicating that he should go. He admired Yi Qinghan very much, especially his temperament. It was no wonder that he was able to achieve so much at such a young age. A person's temperament determined what kind of achievements that person would eventually achieve. If you were a weakling, even if you became a king, you would still be a slave. If you were ambitious, you could still become a king. After leaving the carefree pavilion, Yi Qinghan appeared on the second floor of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. He found that it was morning. He went to Yi Qingyu's room to take a look. Seeing that there was no one there, he went downstairs. When he walked into the hall, he discovered that Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu were sitting and drinking morning tea. Yi Qingyu was dressed in white, and her silver hair made her look like a white lotus. Yi Qingwu's whole body was fiery red, like a blooming fire rose. Both of them were pretty and had their own unique styles. As the morning light shone in through the door, Yi Qinghan was dazzled. Such beauties were the most precious treasures that the heavens had bestowed upon him. Even if the House of Aries offered it to him, he would not exchange it. Morning, young Master Han. When Cui Hua saw Yi Qinghan gracefully walk down and saw the faint smile on his face, her heart palpitated. She hurriedly covered it up and saluted in a low voice. Brother? Yi Qingyu was the first to notice Yi Qinghan. She stood up and threw herself into Yi Qinghan's arms. After not seeing Yi Qinghan for a few days, she began to miss the smell on Yi Qinghan's body. Humph, you only know how to cultivate all day. You don't even play with us. I thought you forgot about us. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan and said angrily. It was obvious that she was somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Qinghan for going into the carefree pavilion to cultivate on his first day back. How could a day of watering be enough to satisfy the spring after a long drought? Hee Xiaowu, don't be angry. It's my fault. Today I will accompany you to have fun. Yi Qinghan looked at the two of them with some shame. Although his career was important, he couldn't ignore his family, right? It was hard to be a man. On one hand, he had to go out and work hard. On the other hand, he had to come back to his father-in-law and work overtime. It seemed that it was very difficult to realize the days when the red flag at home did not fall and the colorful flags fluttered outside. Great, great. What are you waiting for? Let's go out and play. When Yi Qingwu saw this, she quickly turned from anger to joy. Her character had always been lively and she couldn't calm down. Let's go, Xiaoyu. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu with a hint of excitement on his face. He patted her back lightly and was in a good mood. In this world, was there anything more important than making his woman happy? Turning out of the Yi family castle, the three of them strolled on the streets of Tsang City. Looking at the people coming and going, the carriages running back and forth, and feeling the warmth of the rising sun, Yi Qinghan's mood was very cheerful. Tsang City was huge and prosperous. After thousands of years of baptism, Tsang City had become ancient and prosperous. Without a doubt, the Yi family had become the #1 power in Tsang City. After thousands of years, big and small families in Tsang City continued to emerge and disappear from time to time. However, the Yi family castle was always located in the north of Tsang City. Tsang City had 13 main streets and 130 side streets. Of course, at this moment, Yi Qinghan wouldn't bring Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu to the 13th main street for a stroll. Once again they came to Nyolan Street, which had the most miscellaneous antiques and rare items. Nyolan Street was one of the 130 side streets, but it was the most famous street in Tsang City other than the first street in front of the city lord's residence and the 13th main street where prostitutes gathered. This street was a collection of rare items from the entire Fire Dragon continent. This was the commercial street and all kinds of strange items could be found here. There was a saying in Tsang City, if you come to Tsang City but don't go to the 13th main street and Nyolan Street, it would be a waste of time. Brother, let's go. There's an antique shop over there, let's go take a look. Yi Qingyu walked on the street like a fairy that had been released from a cage. She walked in and out of here and there. Her happy laughter spread throughout the entire Nyolan Street, and the number of passers-by turning their heads to look at her increased to 300 to 400%. Qinghan, do you think I look good wearing this? Yi Qingwu stopped in front of a headwear shop, picked up a small demon horn bun, and put it on her head, looking forward to Yi Qinghan's praise. Yes, Xiaowu looks good wearing anything. I'll buy it, our family doesn't lack money. Yi Qinghan said with a smile. Looking at the familiar Nyolan Street, he recalled the time when he and his sister went shopping 6 years ago. However, at that time they didn't have the strength or the money. His sister wanted to buy something, but he didn't have the money. He couldn't help but feel that things were still the same, but people had changed. He still remembered that 6 years ago he was sent flying by Shui Wuhan with one palm, and humiliated by Yi Qingquang and Yi Rong in public. Then he made up his mind to cultivate the divine blood secret book left by his father, and by chance he summoned Xiao He and had the opportunity in the future. Now Yi Rong had been killed by him in the Garden of Enchantment, and Shui Wuhan had been killed in the God-slaying mountains Heaven Road. As for Yi Qingquang, he probably couldn't be arrogant in front of him. Let me go, brother. He was feeling the ups and downs of the past 6 years. Yi Qinghan heard a very familiar shout from 6 years ago. His body quivered, as if he had returned to the moment when his sister was molested by Shui Wuhan 6 years ago. He looked over angrily, but found that his sister was still in front of him, walking briskly. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Let me go, brother. At this moment that voice rang out once again. Just as Yi Qinghan looked over in astonishment, a youth behind him suddenly dashed forward like a crazed leopard. Chapter 327. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and awkwardly sighed. Back then he had also charged forward like a crazed leopard, but in the end, let's go, there's a show to watch. Before Yi Qinghan could finish sighing, he was pulled by the excited Yi Qingwu and started running. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly and walked forward, pulling Yi Qingyu. Let go of my sister, earth-splitting chop. In front of them, a young master wearing embroidered clothes and holding a folding fan was entangled with a young girl's hand. The young man who just ran was filled with anger. Leaping high into the air, Lin Fan used his palm as a saber and used the earth-splitting chop to smash down on the young master. Earth-splitting chop? A descendant of a clan? Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingwu in confusion, but Yi Qingwu giggled, indicating that she knew him. However, she didn't explain. Instead, she pulled Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu and hid in a corner to watch the show. Swoosh. The young master was still holding the young girl's hand, ignoring the young man who was attacking him in the air. Instead, a strong man in black behind the young master leaped forward with one leg and exchanged a palm strike with the young man in the air. However, it was obvious that he didn't use much battle chi and only sent the young man flying. Xiaoyan, let go of my sister. Do you want to die? The young man flipped and landed on the ground, roaring at the young master with a face full of anger. Yu Shuang, I'm just chatting with my fiancé. Is it against the law? Are the young masters of the Yi family so awesome? Can't you do anything else other than using your power to oppress people? The young master smiled coldly and looked at the young girl as he spoke to the young man with resentment. The young lady who was grabbed by Xiao Yan was about 15 or 16 years old. Her appearance was very pretty, but her temper was not small. Unable to struggle free, she actually raised her hand and gave Xiao Yan a resounding slap. She said angrily, Xiao Yan, who is your fiancé? I'm telling you, don't even dream about it. I'd rather die than marry a playboy like you. Wu Bian, you actually slapped me again? Let me tell you, in this life you belong to me and in death you belong to me. This marriage was decided by my grandfather and your grandfather, and it was approved by your elder hall. Don't even think about going back on your word. The young master named Xiao Yan still didn't let go of Yi Wu Bian. His other hand was covering his face. His face was filled with shame and anger. Gritting his teeth, he said, That's right. I was a playboy in the past. I was trash. But don't look down on me. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. This is the boundless night you told me about a few days ago? Yi Qinghan found it funny. He turned his head and said to Yi Qingwu. It seemed that this matter was quite amusing. He, it's Elder Tianxing's granddaughter Yi Wu Bian. That young man is Elder Tianxing's grandson Yi Wu Shuang. Back then, Elder Tianxing and Xiao Yan's grandfather decided on their marriage and reported it to the Elder Hall. In the end, not only was Xiao Yan a trash, he was also a playboy fooling around on the 13th Street every day. Wu Bian was about to come of age, so of course she wanted to go back on her word. However, this Xiao Yan kept pestering her. Last time she slapped him. In the end, I had to personally take care of it. Yi Qingwu proudly explained to Yi Qinghan. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with her battle results. That Xiao Yan isn't a good person. Yi Qingyu was also watching from the side and said unhappily. Let's continue watching. Can the Xiao clan go against the heavens in Song City? Yi Qinghan chuckled and didn't mind. Now that his strength and status were high, he naturally had the mentality of watching a fight of this level. Pa. Another resounding slap. Yi Wu Bian obviously hated Xiao Yan. Once his temper flared up, he didn't care about anything else. He slapped Xiao Yan first and said with disdain, "Don't bully the young for being poor? How is your Xiao clan poor? You are the young master of the Xiao clan. Aren't you living a luxurious life? I don't blame you for your poor aptitude and low cultivation. However, you rely on your identity every day to loiter in brothels and bully the weak. Let me tell you, I Yi Wu Bian hate you from the bottom of my heart. Even if I die, I won't marry trash like you." Well said, sister. Don't worry, I will definitely think of a way to help you break off the marriage. The young man Yi Wu Shuang looked at Yi Wu Bian with admiration. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to go to the elder hall and kneel for a few days and nights to help his sister break off the marriage. You two. You two siblings are awesome. Let me tell you, Yi Wu Bian, don't even dream about breaking off the marriage. I'm not afraid to tell you that now that my cousin has returned, the glory of the first branch will definitely reappear in the Yi clan. Moreover, I heard that my uncle is about to break through to the Saint Realm and will come out from the back mountain soon. This marriage is already set in stone and can't be changed. Yi Wu Bian, just you wait. After you get married, I will serve you with whips and candles every day. Xiao Yan seemed to be dizzy because of Yi Wu Shuang. He was extremely arrogant and roared hysterically with a ferocious face. Yi Wu Shuang and Yi Wu Bian looked at each other and saw a trace of helplessness and loneliness in each other's eyes. Xiao Yan's aunt was Yi Jian's wife. Although the first branch had declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Yi family was still very powerful. Now that Yi Qinghuang had returned to the Yi family castle and it was said that Yi Jian was about to come out, the first branch seemed to have the intention to stand up again. Although his grandfather Yi Tianxing was also an elder, he had climbed up step by step from a branch disciple. Back then he was muddle-headed and decided on this marriage. Now he was powerless to change it. Brother, they are so pitiful. Help them. Yi Wu Bian and Yi Wu Shuang's encounter reminded Yi Qingyu of them in the past. She looked at the two lonely people with pity and felt pity for them. Hee, I don't need to do anything for such a small matter. Just watch Xiao Wu's performance. Yi Qinghan was both annoyed and amused as he looked at Yi Qingwu, who was about to give it a try. He understood that when the family got bigger, there would be more conflicts of interests and more schemes in the dark. Of course, it was fine if he didn't see it. But now that he saw it, he couldn't just ignore it. He smiled and waved at Yi Qingwu. Xiao Wu, go over and give him a few slaps. Also tell him that this marriage is over. If he continues to pester us, make his Xiao family disappear from Tsang City. We will watch Sister Xiao Wu's performance here. Hee, just watch. Sister Xiao Wu is going now. When Yi Qingwu heard this, her eyebrows immediately lit up. This was her favorite thing to do. Now that Yi Qinghan was supporting her from behind, of course she would walk over with her head held high and chest out without any scruples. Let me tell you clearly, I've seen my cousin. My cousin, young Master Kuang, said that this matter cannot be changed. You guys better be more courteous to me now. Otherwise, when you enter our Xiao family Yi Wu Bian, you will be tortured every day as young Master Ben. Xiao Yan became even more arrogant when he saw Yi Wu Bian's and Yi Wu Shuang's desolate expressions. His originally handsome face had become a little distorted. Clearly, Yi Wu Bian's repeated humiliation had dealt a great blow to him. Even his mentality had become a little abnormal. Xiao Yan, you should go back and torture your mother. Yi Qingwu was originally walking forward slowly. But when she heard Xiao Yan's words that were getting more and more outrageous, she finally couldn't help it. Her fiery temper rose and she cursed. At the same time, her battle chi surged and she leaped into the air. Her slender snow-white legs slashed toward Xiao Yan's face. Chapter 328. Yi Qingwu's current cultivation had already reached the second level of the Marquis stage and was about to break through to the third level. This kick came with her surging anger. Of course, it was majestic and extremely savage. Xiao Yan's cultivation was slightly lower and was clearly frightened by this sharp kick. He stood there dumbfounded. However, the black-clothed man behind him was the first to wake up. He smiled bitterly as he looked at Yi Qingwu in midair. He knew that he was no match for Yi Qingwu, but he had to go up. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would definitely be smashed into meat paste by the furious Yi Qingwu's kick. Circulating the battle chi in his body, he squatted down slightly. His fingers intertwined and his battle chi formed a super strong shield, preparing to take on Yi Qingwu's attack. Bang! The battle chi energy collided with a muffled sound. Soon after, a powerful shock wave erupted. Yi Qingwu did a backflip in midair and landed firmly on the ground. The black-clothed man, on the other hand, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and flew backward. Finally, he landed heavily on the stone floor and fainted. Cough cough. Xiao Yan was also hit by the shock wave from the explosion and took a few steps back. Only then did he barely avoid falling. He felt a tightness in his chest and a mouthful of fresh blood surged up his throat. Forcefully suppressing it, Xiao Yan looked at Yi Qingwu with an ashen face and angrily roared, "Yi Qingwu, you are trying to kill me. I'm not done with you today. I'm going to your elder hall to report you. You can prepare to be confined for 3 years." Xiao Wujia. Yi Wubian was not injured under Yi Qingwu's intentional care. He happily looked at Yi Qingwu as tears uncontrollably flowed out of his eyes. "Greetings, Miss Wu." Yi Wushuang also had a pleasantly surprised face and hurriedly came over to pay his respects. "Yes, you guys stand aside. Watch how I teach this beast a lesson." Yi Qingwu nodded indifferently. Her good mood today had been ruined by Xiao Yan. Today, with Yi Qinghan behind her, she decided to play a little bigger and vent her anger. "Sister Qingwu, don't make it too big." Yi Wubian watched Yi Qingwu fiercely walk toward Xiao Yan and involuntarily became a little worried. Although Yi Qingwu was the eldest daughter of her family, it would be hard for her to explain to her family if someone were to die. At the same time, her future would be even more difficult. Yi Qingwu waved her hand. Without even turning her head, she suddenly increased her speed and pounced in front of Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. She lifted her hand and sent a sweeping slap across. "Paw." When Xiao Yan saw Yi Qingwu coming over, he naturally wanted to hide. However, with Yi Qingwu's strength, how could she dodge the sudden acceleration? After a flash of white light, he felt a huge force sweep across his face. He forcefully suppressed the mouthful of blood and 2 of his front teeth. At the same time, his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Bang! His head collided with the ground and another muffled sound rang out. Shaking his dizzy head, Xiao Yan originally wanted to glare angrily at Yi Qingwu and let her feel his anger. He didn't expect to see a snow-white and seductive long thigh. However, just as he was about to take a closer look at this beautiful thigh, he discovered that this thigh had actually been lifted up high, and then heavily stomped down on his face. "Yi Qingwu, you stinky woman, you're finished. You actually dare to treat me like this, the Shao clan will not let you off." Xiao Yan was stepped on by Yi Qingwu, but he didn't care about the burning pain on his face. Instead, he felt that he had received the most serious humiliation from his body to his heart. He, the young master of the Shao clan, was stepped on by a woman on the street in front of everyone. His face was completely ruined. Even the Shao clan's face was completely ruined. "What qualifications do you have to let me off? What qualifications does your Shao clan have to let me off?" Yi Qingwu coldly looked at this trash-like young master. Her face revealed an extremely disgusted expression. She clapped her hands as if slapping Xiao Yan just now had dirted her hands. She didn't want to waste words with this kind of person. She withdrew her foot and coldly said, "Xiao Yan, you better listen carefully. The marriage between you and Wu Bian is cancelled. If you pester Wu Bian again in the future, I will beat you up every time I hear about it. If you make me angry, I will make your Shao clan scram out of Tsang City." Yi Qingwu withdrew her foot. Xiao Yan hurriedly climbed up and wiped the footprint and blood on his face. Hearing Yi Qingwu's tyrannical announcement, his head was dizzy from anger. Bending his waist, he pointed at Yi Qingwu with a trembling finger and angrily said, "Yi Qingwu, you stinky whore, who do you think you are? You think you can do whatever you want just because your grandfather is the Grand Elder? You think you can represent the Elder Hall of the Yi clan? You think we can cancel the marriage just because you say so? Do you think you can make our Shao clan disappear from Tsang City? You are a woman who rides thousands of people. You are finished. Do you know that? You have gone too far. Do you want to die?" This was the first time Yi Qingwu was cursed with such dirty words. Her voice became colder and colder. The killing intent in her eyes suddenly rose as she coldly said. Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Today he had completely lost his face. In the past, he relied on his identity as the young master of the Shao clan and Yi Jian's nephew to be considered a respected young master in Tsang City. Now that he felt Yi Qingwu's killing intent, he not only didn't cower, but instead roared even more crazily, "What's wrong? I'm right. You are a whore. Come kill me. I want to see if you have the guts, whore." Yi Qingwu couldn't bear it anymore. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. Her battle chi surged. She raised her hand high and was about to slap Xiao Yan to death. "Brother? Xiao Wujia, she is angry. I'm afraid she is going to kill someone. What should we do?" At the corner, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinghan were originally watching a good show, admiring Yi Qingwu's domineering aura. Unexpectedly, the situation had developed a little too much. Yi Qingyu worriedly looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "So be it. This kind of trash, if it was me, I would have slapped him to death." When Xiao Yan first scolded Yi Qingwu, Yi Qinghan's killing intent was aroused. However, he knew that Yi Qingwu was angry. It was better to let her vent her anger. He would deal with the aftermath for her. Otherwise, if Yi Qingwu didn't vent her anger, she would feel uncomfortable for a period of time. Xiao Wujie is going to attack. When Yi Qingyu saw Yi Qingwu raise her hand, her killing intent soared. She hurriedly turned her face away in fear and hugged Yi Qinghan tightly. She couldn't bear to continue watching. Yi Qinghan was used to killing. Naturally, he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable with such a small scene. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the aftermath, he saw 3 people rushing over from afar. After being stunned for a moment, the corner of his mouth immediately turned cold. He smiled evilly. "It's fine. Someone is here to save the scene. Hee, things are getting more and more interesting." It wasn't that Yi Qingwu had never killed before. In the residence battle, she had killed the Demon Clan and the Brute Clan. However, she had never killed anyone from the House of Aries. At this moment, she was burning with anger. In addition, with Yi Qinghan behind her, she had no more worries. She raised her palm and was about to slap down. Bang! However, a person pounced over from behind Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. He directly bypassed Xiao Yan and met her with a palm. The strength of their battle chi seemed to be about the same. Neither of them hurt the other. Instead, both of them took a few steps back. Yi Qingwu steadied herself and glared at the person who came. Originally, she thought that it was an expert from the Xiao clan. She didn't expect it to be someone from the Yi clan. Moreover, it was someone she didn't like. She coldly snorted and angrily said, "Yi Qinghuang, what do you mean?" That's right. The person who came was Yi Qinghuang, who had just returned to the Yi clan castle not long ago. After living in a small city for a few years, Yi Qinghuang's elegance was still the same. It was just that his expression was much calmer. He pulled Xiao Yan behind him and faced Yi Qingwu's questioning. He faintly said, "Miss Wu, I still want to ask you. Under such a bright day, you actually want to kill someone in public? Even if my cousin is guilty, he is under the jurisdiction of the Tsang City's law department. Miss Wu, it's not your turn to torture him, right?" Chapter 329. Cousin brother, you have to seek justice for me. This woman slapped me, stepped on my face, and now she wants to kill me. She even said that she represents the Elder Hall to dissolve the marriage between me and Wu Bian. She also said that she wants the Xiao clan to get out of Tsang City. It doesn't matter if I lose my face, but the Xiao clan and the first branch cannot lose their face. Cousin brother, you have to ruthlessly punish this bitch. Xiao Yan was originally able to endure under the cover of Yi Qingwu's murderous aura. However, when Yi Qingwu slapped him, he became extremely terrified. At this moment, he was suddenly saved by someone. Moreover, it was his greatest support, the first young master of the Yi clan, Yi Qinghuang. Of course, he was extremely happy. He hurriedly cried and complained with snot and tears. What responded to him was Yi Qinghuang's increasingly cold face and a heavy slap. When Yi Qinghuang heard Xiao Yan's words, his originally gloomy mood became even more furious. He shouted in a deep voice, "Shut up. Haven't you lost enough face?" Swoosh. Another 2 figures quickly rushed over from behind. They were the second young master of the Yi clan, Yi Qingxian, and an emperor from the first branch. Seeing that the situation had become so tense, Yi Qingxian did not dare to say anything more. He pulled Xiao Yan to the side. "Miss Wu, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Yi Qinghuang helplessly sighed. This matter concerned the reputation of the Xiao clan and the first branch. He had to step forward. Moreover, his strength had soared and he had returned to the Yi clan castle. A few days ago, he went to the back mountain to see Yi Jian and discovered that Yi Jian was about to break through to the Saint Realm. Coincidentally, he also wanted to use this matter to restore the reputation of the first branch. He wanted to let the people of Tsang City see that although the first branch had declined, they were not someone that everyone could trample on. "Yi Qinghuang, this has nothing to do with you. Are you going to stand up for him?" Yi Qingwu hated Yi Qinghuang to begin with. Back in the Warbeast Academy, she had only helped Yi Qinghan suppress Yi Qinghuang once. Now that she heard Yi Qinghuang's unfriendly tone, of course she didn't have a good expression. She said angrily, "Humph. Anyone can kill trash like Xiao Yan. If you step forward today, I will let him off. If Sister Boundless marries this kind of person, her life will be ruined. So let's call off this engagement today. In the future, if he doesn't provoke me or Boundless World, I'll spare his worthless life. Anyone can be killed? Forget about the marriage just like that? Ah. Yi Qinghuang didn't get angry after hearing Yi Qingwu's scolding. Instead, he laughed wildly and said coldly, Yi Qingwu, who do you think you are? Do you think you can kill him just because you say so? Do you think that Song City's Ministry of Justice is just a decoration? Do you think the clan torture hall exists in name only? How arrogant. Spare his worthless life? Do you think you're a god-level expert? That you can ignore some laws? Forget about the marriage just like that? Since when can you, Yi Qingwu, represent the clan elder hall? Today I'm going to fight with you. Even if we go to the torture hall or the elder hall, I will still dare to question your grandfather face to face. Who gave you the courage to treat human lives as worthless? Treat the laws of Song City as worthless? Treat the rules of the clan as nothing? Are you going to rely on your grandfather's prestige to cover the sky with one hand in the Yi family? Or is your grandfather preparing to betray the Yi family and establish his own family? Why don't you kill me as well? It's just the right time to silence me. Do it. Yi Qinghuang had been exiled from a small city by the border for 6 years, but his mind had become extremely mature. After thinking for a while, he caught the mistake in Yi Qingwu's words and magnified it infinitely. His questioning was reasonable and righteous, directly raising a small matter to the level of Yi Qingyu preparing to betray the Yi family. Yi Qingwu obviously didn't expect that Yi Qinghuang would be able to use her words in a moment of anger against her and even implicate her grandfather. She wanted to refute but didn't know how. She was so angry that her whole body trembled and tears uncontrollably fell from her eyes. She looked very helpless. Let's go. Qingxian, take Xiaoyan with you. Today we'll go to the elder hall to beat the drum and complain about our grievances. I'd like to ask the elders, Yi Qingwu, whose power is she relying on to be so bold and reckless? Is this Song City still the Yi family's city? Yi Qinghuang was unforgiving and wanted to slowly break down Yi Qingwu, forcing her to lower her head and apologize. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, 3 loud claps sounded out from behind Yi Qingwu, dispelling the tense atmosphere. At the same time, a cold voice caused Yi Qinghuang, who was just about to turn around and leave, to stop in his tracks. There's no need to ask. I'll tell you whose power Yi Qingwu is relying on. She's relying on my Yi Qinghan's power. Yi Qinghan originally didn't want to bully the weak. Therefore he didn't do anything even though Xiaoyan had angered him. After all, his status was different now. There was no meaning in bullying such a small character. It wasn't until Yi Qinghuang appeared that he became a little interested, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he wanted to carefully observe how Yi Qinghuang had changed in the past 6 years. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. With one observation, he had a whole new level of respect for Yi Qinghuang. Back then, he had crippled Yi Qinghuang's cultivation, but now he had really reached the level of a marquis. Furthermore, he didn't have the arrogance of the past, and his mind had become extremely mature. Look, he made his woman cry from anger with just a few words. Since his woman was being bullied, it wouldn't make sense if he didn't stand up for her. Therefore he didn't hesitate and directly walked out with Yi Qingyu. Yi Qinghan? I was wondering why Yi Qingwu was so arrogant? So it's because of your young clan leader's power. Young clan leader, you're so impressive, using your power to oppress others and bully the weak. The Yi family's reputation is growing in your hands. When Yi Qinghuang saw Yi Qinghan's expression gradually turn grim, he had a bone-deep hatred for Yi Qinghan. It was just that, in the past 6 years he had learned to endure and forcefully suppress the hatred in his heart. He continued to latch onto Yi Qingwu's mistakes, as well as Yi Qinghan's even more idiotic declarations the moment he came out. He was prepared to humiliate Yi Qinghan just like how he had interrogated Yi Qingwu just now. He wanted to make Yi Qinghan lower his head in front of him so that he could first get back some interest. He had always thought that Yi Qinghan had only gotten lucky and summoned a holy beast. Then he had gotten lucky and obtained a body fusion battle technique. That was how he had gotten to where he was today. Therefore he was very unconvinced. He felt that if he had a holy beast he would definitely be 100 times more outstanding than Yi Qinghan, no, 1,000 times. The Yi family's reputation is, of course, growing in my hands. There's no doubt about this. Yi Qinghan did not sense the hidden meaning in Yi Qinghuang's words. He did not care about Yi Qinghuang's ridicule at all. He nodded and replied in a serious tone. Of course he was not putting on an act about this. He had indeed earned a lot of face for the Yi family in the prefecture battle, in the god-slaying mountain, and in the barbarian city. He pulled Yi Qingwu over with one hand, gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and then handed her over to Yi Qingyu to comfort. He then turned his head and looked at Yi Qinghuang and Yi Qingxian mockingly and said coldly, "Since you said that I'm the young clan leader, why didn't you kneel down and salute me when you saw me?" According to the 5th and 8th rules of the clan, the status of the young clan leader is second only to the supreme elder of the clan. Except for the elders, all the disciples of the clan must kneel down and salute you when they meet. Since you and Yi Qingxian are not the elders of the clan and have not made any contributions to the clan, why didn't you kneel down when you saw me? Could it be that you two are ready to betray the clan? Chapter 330. Yi Qinghan's words reminded everyone that Article 58 of the Yi family's rules did state it clearly. If a member of the family didn't become an elder and didn't make any contributions to the family, he had to kneel before the young master and the grand elder. However, the rules were dead, and the two grand elders of the Yi family didn't care about these complicated etiquettes. Except for when Yi Qinghan had just returned to the Yi family, he had never allowed anyone to kneel before him after he accepted the family's disciples' kneel in the Ranjiating pavilion. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan didn't respond to Yi Qinghuang's taunts and ridicule. Instead, he didn't play by the rules and suddenly emphasized his identity as the young master according to Yi Qinghuang's words. This was obviously a show of strength to Yi Qinghuang first, and it was an impeccable and unavoidable show of strength. "Greetings, young master." Yi Wuxia looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing calmly and dignified without being angry, and a trace of admiration flashed through his eyes. He immediately pulled Yi Wubian and was about to kneel before Yi Qinghan. No need. As soon as they bent their knees, Yi Qinghan waved his left hand and released a trace of battle aura to support their bodies. He smiled at them and then turned to look at Yi Qinghuang and Yi Qingxian. He said again, "What? Why aren't you bowing? Do you want me to summon the Tsang city guards to take you down and send you to the torture hall? Or punish you for breaking the family rules?" "Yi Qinghan, don't go too far." Yi Qinghuang's shrewdness that he had been holding back for a long time was completely shattered by Yi Qinghan's casual play. He shouted with a pale face. Today he wanted to restore the prestige of the first branch, but if he knelt down to Yi Qinghan now, then the first branch's face would be ruthlessly swept to the ground again. However, if they didn't kneel, Yi Qinghan had every right to have them taken down. For a moment they could only glare at Yi Qinghan angrily. What's wrong with that? They were both core disciples of the clan. If Yi Wuxia and Yi Wubian can kneel, why can't you? Could it be that my identity as the young patriarch is fake? I'll ask you again, are you going to kneel or not? Yi Qinghan's tone was still calm, and his expression did not change much. However, his words revealed a boundless domineering and majestic aura. Yi Qinghuang was so angry that he fainted. His handsome face contorted slightly. He knew that Yi Qinghan was taking revenge for what he had done to him in the past. He mocked Yi Qinghan on Yolan Street back then, but he did not expect that he would suffer a greater humiliation at the same place today. There were people coming and going on Yolan Street, and there were so many people watching the show. If he really knelt down, he would be too ashamed to stay in the clan. He could only bite the bullet and endure it. Yi Wuxia, send the clan's signal flare and gather all the guards in Tsang City. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and did not force Yi Qinghuang anymore. Instead, he turned around and said to Yi Wuxia, "I'll do it." Yi Wuxia was a little hesitant, but Yi Wubian, who was next to him, shouted excitedly. Although she was a tiger girl with a bad temper, she was not a fool. Yi Qinghan had obviously stood up for her. If she still did not know how to fight for it, she would really be a fool. She knew very well what kind of power this handsome young master with a gentle smile had in the clan. Of course, she had to seize the opportunity. Bang! A beam of fiery red light flew out of Yi Wubian's hand and shot into the sky. Following a dull explosion, half of Tsang City was illuminated by fireworks. It was an emergency signal flare for the core disciples of the Yi family. As soon as they saw the signal, the highest-ranking guards and guardian elders of Tsang City had to be on the scene. The fireworks that filled the sky shocked the surrounding onlookers who did not know what was going on. It also made Yi Qinghuang and the rest look as pale as snow. Yi Shanhu was very helpless. When he saw the fireworks that bloomed in midair, his bitter face instantly turned bitter. 6 years ago, when he was still a small team leader of the Tsang City Guards, he encountered a dispute between the young masters of the clan on Yolan Street. At that time he wanted to help the poor seventh child, but in the end, his words carried little weight and he was not of much help. Instead he was reprimanded by Yi Rong. 6 years had passed and he had become a team leader from a small team leader. His strength had also soared to the first level of the Duke realm. However, there was another dispute between the young masters of the clan on Yolan Street. As early as when Jianghu flipped out, he had already received the news. However, he did not come over. Instead, he brought some people and hid at the side, quietly observing the situation. He understood that this kind of dispute between the young masters and the young mistress was not something he could intervene in. If he did not handle it well, he might offend both sides and become the punching bag in the end. However, now that the emergency signal flare had been sent, he had no choice but to go. Helpless, he could only put on a long face and wave his hand. He led a large group of people hidden behind him and rushed forward. Yi Shan, who greets young master, Miss Wu, Miss Yu, Master Child Kuang, and young master Xian. This subordinate greets young master, Miss Wu, Miss Yu, Master Child Kuang, and young master Xian. A large group of people, all armed with blades and armor, rushed forward in an imposing manner. Then they knelt on one knee in front of Yi Qinghan and the rest and shouted in unison. Their orderly footwork and cold expressions all displayed the toughness of the Yi family's high-level guards. Rise. Yi Qinghan had long known of the existence of Yi Shanhu and the rest. Nonsense. If the Tsang city guards did not receive the news after such a commotion, then they would be freeloading. Young master, may I know why you have summoned us? Yi Shanhu looked at the young man standing calmly in front of him. A complicated feeling flashed across his eyes. This young man had left a deep impression on him. Back then he was isolated and helpless, bullied and humiliated. Today he stood there proudly, accepting the worship of the crowd. Life was unpredictable. Tsang city guards, listen up. Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian have violated the clan rules. Xiao Yan has insulted Miss Wu. As the young master, I order you to arrest all of them and bring them to the clan's punishment hall. Yi Qinghan seemed to want to play big today, so he didn't waste his breath and directly faced Yi Shanhu coldly and shouted in a deep voice. It was just that, the moment this order was given, everyone was shocked. Yi Shanhu was stunned. The Tsang city guards were stunned. Yi Wushuang, Yi Wubian, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingyu were speechless. Yi Qingquang, Yi Qingxian, and Xiao Yan's faces turned green. Their bodies began to tremble. They had originally thought that Yi Qinghan had summoned people to suppress Yi Qingquang. They did not expect him to give such an unbelievable order. Asking the Yi family's guards to arrest the first young master, second young master, and the first young master of the Yi family? Wasn't this a little too much? Young master, this. Yi Shanhu had a bitter face just now, but at this moment when he heard Yi Qinghan's order, his bitter face directly turned into a loofah face. Asking him to kill the Yi family's first young master and second young master, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. Yi Qinghan still didn't waste any words, nor did he explain. He directly took out a black token from his unfettered ring. There were only 2 big words on the black token, Yi Huang. This was the highest level token in the clan leader's token. Yi Qinghan waved the token in the air. His face gradually became cold. He shouted in a deep voice, arrest them. Chapter 331. Whoosh whoosh. When Yi Shanhu and the Tsang city guard saw the black token, they merged with their battle beasts without hesitation and unsheathed their swords. Yi Shanhu gritted his teeth and his expression turned cold. He shouted and led his men toward Yi Qingquang. Take them all down. There was only one black token in the Yi family. It was the highest token in the family. Seeing the token was like seeing the family leader. The person who held the token could order all the powerful warriors in the Yi family, except for the Grand Elder, to do anything. At this moment, even if Yi Qinghan ordered them to kill Yi Qingquang, they would grit their teeth and do it. Yi Qingquang, Yi Qingxian, and the Emperor Realm warriors behind them turned pale when they saw Yi Qinghan show the Night Emperor's token. They didn't dare to resist. Because the third rule stated that anyone who disobeyed the Night Emperor's order would be treated as a traitor and would be killed on the spot. Dozens of people rushed forward and tied up the 3 quickly. As for the Emperor Realm warrior, since Yi Qinghan didn't give the order, Yi Shanhu and the others didn't do anything. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a person suddenly flew over from the sky at high speed. He glided across the sky behind Yi Qinghan and landed on the battlefield. Facing Yi Shanhu and Yi Qingquang was an elder in gray. He was an Emperor Realm warrior from the Yi family since he could fly in the sky. He looked at the people surrounding Yi Qingquang and the others. They were tied up and their faces were ashen. Furious, he shouted at Yi Shanhu, how dare you? How dare you tie up the young master of the family? Hurry up and untie me. Greetings, Elder Yi Quan. But we can't just tie them up. When Yi Shanhu saw Nightwing, he felt even more bitter. Yi Quan was the guardian elder in charge of guarding Tsang City during this period of time. Obviously he had rushed over after seeing the signal flare. Yi Quan was the elder in charge of the first branch. After being scolded by Night Spring, he lowered his body and winked at Night Spring, signaling him to look behind him. Yi Quan had flown over from behind Yi Qinghan. When he saw that Yi Qinghuang was tied up, he was anxious and didn't pay much attention to the others. When he saw Yi Shanhu winking at him, he quickly snapped out of his daze and turned around. When he saw Yi Qinghan standing there coldly, his expression became complicated, and when he saw the Night Emperor token in Yi Qinghan's hand, his expression became even more complicated. After pondering for a moment, he hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting and said very politely, "So the young clan head is also here? How did Master Child Kuang and young Master Xian offend the young clan head? Why did the young clan head use the Night Emperor token?" Yi Qinghuang had just returned to the Yi family castle, so he didn't know how much Yi Qinghan was favored by the Yi family. But Nightwing knew very well. Just by looking at the Chilling Heart Pavilion, which was built with purple crystal coins. So he didn't dare to be impolite to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan understood the meaning behind Nightwing's words. Nightwing was asking him why he used the highest level Night Emperor token for such a small matter? He didn't have a good impression of Nightwing. Back in the Enchanted Garden, Nightwing had cursed him on behalf of Yi Jian. At the same time he had felt Yi Jian's murderous intent. So now that Nightwing was mocking him, he naturally didn't give him a good attitude. He put the Night Emperor token into his unfettered ring and said, "Elder Nightwing, do I need to answer to you? Of course I will give the family an explanation, but not you. You don't need to give me an explanation. But you are both young masters of the family, so I don't think you need to be so ruthless. Can you give me some face and let this matter go? If outsiders see this, it won't be good for the family's reputation. Don't you think so?" Nightwing didn't show any dissatisfaction in the face of Yi Qinghan's impoliteness. Instead he acted as a peacemaker, giving Yi Qinghan enough face. "Brother, let it go." Yi Qingyu saw that the situation was getting more and more complicated, so she said worriedly. However, Yi Qingyu didn't care. This was a small matter to her, but she knew that it was nothing to Yi Qinghan. "Well, young master, let it go. This matter started because of Wu Shuang and his sister. If it gets out of hand, Wu Shuang and Wu Bian won't know how to explain it to the family." Yi Wu Shuang and Yi Wu Bian knelt down in front of Yi Qinghan again. When he saw Yi Qinghan taking action, he thought that his sister's marriage was going to be settled today. However, the situation was getting more and more complicated. He was very worried that Yi Qinghan and his grandfather Yi Tianxing would be implicated. "Stand up." Yi Qinghan waved his hand at Yi Qingyu, telling her not to worry. He turned to look at Yi Wu Shuang and Yi Wu Bian on the ground and said calmly, "As a disciple of the Yi family, you should have an unyielding fighting spirit and a will that is not afraid of any difficulties. You must have a domineering aura that even the heavens want to suppress you, and you must dare to pierce through the heavens. Today I will help you and your sister to make the decision. In the future I can't help you with everything. You can only rely on yourselves." He didn't care about the brother and sister whose faces were flushed and who were full of fighting spirit because of his words. Yi Qinghan glanced at Yi Qinghuang, who was tied up by Yi Shanhu. He didn't want to suppress them with his power today. He didn't want to show off his power as the young master. He decided after careful consideration that he wanted to find out Yi Qinghuang's background. Yi Qinghuang was disabled by him. Now, his strength had increased miraculously and he had returned to the Yi family castle. He didn't know what happened during this period of time, but he instinctively felt a sense of danger from this strange incident. He knew very well how difficult it was for a cultivator whose dantian and meridians were destroyed to cultivate back to their original realm. However, Yi Qinghuang did it now. Moreover, he had reached the powerful strength of a level 1 duke. He didn't have a treasure like his soul ring. How did he do it? Therefore he made a move today. He didn't hold back at all. Could even be said that he attacked unreasonably. He wanted to find out Yi Qinghuang's background. He wanted to find out why he could return to the Yi family castle even though the clan knew that they didn't get along. Who exactly was helping him in the dark? He wanted to force these people out. He had never been afraid of fighting openly. However, he was very afraid of conspiracies and plots behind one's back. After all, there were far too many people he needed to protect now. Therefore, he opened his mouth and didn't respond to Yi Quan's plea. Instead, he waved his hand at Yi Shanhu and said, "Untie Yi Qinghuang and Yi Qingxian. Bring Xiao Yan to the punishment hall. At the same time, inform the Xiao clan to come to the clan's punishment hall." Yi Shanhu acted as though he had been pardoned when he heard this. He hurriedly untied Yi Qinghuang and Yi Qingxian. Yi Quan also sighed in relief. After all, if the guards really escorted Yi Qinghuang and Yi Qingxian to the punishment hall, the face of the first branch would be completely ruined. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had not taken things too far. Humph! Yi Qinghan, just you wait. We will meet at the punishment hall. Today's matter will not end. Yi Qinghuang had completely lost his face today. Originally he wanted to suppress Yi Qingwu and Yi Qinghan. In the end, he viciously stared at Yi Qinghan and left with Yi Qingxian and the Emperor's stage bodyguards. Yi Qinghan ignored Yi Qinghuang's vicious gaze and threat. He wanted to force Yi Qinghuang to attack and expose his trump card. He turned his head to look at Yi Wubian and faintly said, "Let's go to the clan's punishment hall. I will help you dissolve this marriage." Chapter 332. For such a big matter, even the emergency signal flare was used. Of course, the Yi family castle received the news. The elders also received the report immediately and roughly knew the ins and outs of the matter. When everyone arrived at the punishment hall, the hall was already filled with the elders of the clan. Yi Rong was dead, and the deputy elder of the punishment hall was given to the elder of the war beast hall, Yi Tianqing, by Yi Tianlong. The head elder was still Yi Baihu, but if it wasn't a big matter, he wouldn't be disturbed. At this time, Tianqing was already sitting on the main seat. The second seat was occupied by the scholarly deputy elder of the war beast hall, Yi Qiangang. Beside him were more than 10 elders with real power. This matter wasn't big at first. It was just that Yi Qingwu beat up a young master of a small clan in Song City. However, Yi Qinghuang's attack and Yi Qinghan's attack escalated the matter. It had become a direct collision between the older generation of the Yi family and the new generation's popular young master, Yi Qinghan. On one side there was the number one power of the old clan, which was incomparably powerful in the open and in the dark. Moreover, Yi Jian was about to come out of his closed-door training and it was very likely that he would rise again. On the other side there was a new power. Although it didn't form a complicated entanglement of interests and relationships, because of the existence of Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu, no one dared to look down on them. The first to arrive were Yi Qinghuang, Yi Qingxian, and Yi Quan. Yi Qinghuang directly walked to the punishment hall of the clan. He faced the big drum at the gate, raised his fist and randomly smashed it, causing the entire Yi family castle to shake. After that, he angrily walked in with his people. Yi Qinghuang greets Elder Tianqing, greets all the elders. I beg all the elders to help me and my cousin. I want to sue Miss Wu for committing violence in front of everyone and even wanting to kill Xiao Yan. She also ignored the clan rules and looked down on the punishment hall. Please punish her severely. I also want to sue young clan leader Yi Qinghan for using his power to oppress others, harming his fellow clansmen, and humiliating the three of us. I beg the clan to strip him of his position as young clan leader. Although everyone present had received some news, they were still shocked by Yi Qinghuang's words. He was shocked by Yi Qinghuang's accusation and request. Yi Qingwu was going to kill someone? Furthermore, he had killed the young master of the Shao family. And Yi Qinghuang actually begged the torture chamber to punish Yi Qingwu for a serious crime? Asking the family to strip Yi Qinghan of his position as young clan head? Yi Tianqing looked a little old after a few years. His hair and beard had turned even whiter. He had always been known as an honest and just person in the family. Now that he had received an accusation, he naturally had to do things according to the rules. He nodded and coughed softly. Yi Qinghuang, you have to take responsibility for what you said. This is not a small matter. It's of great importance. I'm asking you, do you insist on your accusation? I insist. Yi Qinghuang nodded heavily without hesitation. Good. Where are the guards of the punishment hall? Go and invite young clan leader and Miss Wu over. Yi Tianqing's face was expressionless as he directly threw out a token. The word Yi and the word punishment were engraved on both sides, representing the supreme authority of the Yi clan's punishment hall. Even the elders and the castellans of small cities could be taken down. No need. We're coming. Before the guards left, Yi Qinghan's indifferent voice came from outside. Then Yi Qinghan walked in with Yi Qingwu, and the boundless siblings. Behind them, Yi Shanhu walked in with Xiao Yan, whose face was covered in blood. Greetings, elders. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands in greeting. Yi Qingwu greets elders. Although Yi Qingwu's position was special, she didn't have any position or power. She still had to follow the rules of the punishment hall. Yi Qingyu held Yi Qinghan's hand. She didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Similarly, she didn't have any position in the Yi family. However, the elders didn't dare to blame her. After all, her position in the Yi family was the most special. She was someone who was going to become a god. Night Mountain Tiger pays his respects to all the elders. Young clan leader, the person is here. I'll go back to my duty first. After bowing, Jianghu immediately prepared to leave. He couldn't participate in this matter. Of course he had to leave first. Elders of the Yi family, please help me. Yi Qingwu beat me up in public and wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for Child Kuang's timely arrival, my life would have been long gone. Our Shao family has always been the most loyal partner of the Yi family. We've always followed the Yi family's lead. Miss Wu actually wanted to kill me in public today. This sob. Elders, please help me. Otherwise, I'd rather kill myself in the punishment hall. When Xiao Yan mentioned the punishment hall, he was already trembling in fear. However, a moment later he began to howl and complain about Yi Qingwu's crimes. It was obvious that he received instructions from someone. Yi Wushuang and Yi Wubian greet elders. Actually, today's matter was caused by us siblings. It has nothing to do with young clan leader Miss Wu. If the family wants to punish us, Wushuang is willing to bear the punishment together with us. We won't complain about it. Yi Wushuang and Yi Wubian knelt down heavily. Yi Qinghan's words at Nyolan Street just now had a huge impact on Yi Wushuang. He actually mustered his courage and voluntarily begged for forgiveness. Wushuang, Wubian, you two bastards. What stupid thing did you do? You actually made young clan leader and master Child Kuang at odds? If you cause any trouble in the family, you won't be able to escape death. I'll definitely kill you with my own hands. As soon as Yi Wushuang finished speaking, an old man stood up beside him. His face was filled with anger as he scolded loudly. He was the elder of the Warbeast Academy, Yi Wushuang's grandfather, Elder Yi Tianxing. Elder Tianxing, don't be angry. They didn't do anything wrong. Instead, I admire their temperament and way of doing things. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with Yi Tianxing's scolding in the name of reprimand, but it was actually a protective scolding. He hurriedly took over and performed a two-man show. He didn't feel the slightest bit worried or afraid about the torture hall. Instead, he was very interested and excited to fight a vigorous lawsuit. All right, Tianxing, sit down first. Young clan leader and everyone else, please calm down. Yi Wushuang, since you said that this matter was caused by your siblings and you were at the scene, tell us everything that happened. Remember, you must tell the truth. Otherwise, I'll punish you for lying. Tianxing spoke. He knew that Yi Tianxing and Yi Qinghan were performing a two-man show. Since he was in this position, he could not be partial to either side. Everything was based on the clan's rules. Otherwise, everyone would be dissatisfied. Hence, he stopped the two from acting. This is what happened. Today, my sister and I went to Nyolan Street to buy some demonic crystals for my sister's battle beast. We didn't expect to meet young Master Xiao Yan. Then, young clan leader brought us to the punishment hall. That's what happened. I swear I didn't change anything. Although Yi Wushuang wanted to help him and Yi Qinghan hide something, there were so many people at the scene. Of course, he could not distort the truth since there were so many people at the scene. Hence, he told them everything that happened. Idiot. Once everything was clear, Tianqing and all the elders looked at Yi Qinghuang. Their first thought was, idiot. Regardless of whether they belonged to the first branch or the neutral elders or the opposing elders, they all thought the same. Yi Qinghuang, you were the first to accuse us. What do you have to say? Tianqing did not say much. He did not ask the other elders to speak or make things difficult for Yi Qinghuang. Instead, he followed the procedure and asked about Yi Qinghuang first. The truth is obvious. Yi Qingwu beat up Xiao Yan in public and even wanted to kill him on the street. This is extremely bad. If we don't punish him severely, we won't be able to appease the public. However, Yi Qinghan used his power to suppress us and tied us up in public. The impact of this is even worse. Not only did he discredit the first branch, but he also showed the Yi family's internal strife to the world. He seriously damaged the reputation of the Yi family. If we don't get rid of such an immoral and incompetent young clan leader, how can we convince the public? Yi Qinghuang's words were filled with righteousness and righteousness. It was as if the Yi family did not punish the two of them. The entire first branch would not be convinced, and the whole continent would see the Yi family as a joke. They would mention Yi Qinghan's moral character and swore to pull Yi Qinghan off his high horse. Otherwise, they would not let it go. Young clan leader, do you have anything to say? Before the elders could say anything, Tianqing sighed again. He turned to look at Yi Qinghan and asked solemnly, I don't have anything to say. Yi Qinghan also sighed. He looked at Yi Qinghuang with some disappointment. He did not explain anything. Instead, he asked with great interest, I am very curious. Who allowed this idiot to return to the Yi family castle? Chapter 333. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, everyone present had a complicated expression on their faces. Everyone knew that Yi Qinghuang was an idiot, but there was no need for the young clan leader to say it out loud, right? It was obvious that Yi Qinghuang had been exposed to the sea breeze in the small city by the sea for a few years. Although he seemed to have matured a lot, his mentality had not improved at all. His stupidity was in his arrogance. Did he think that he could continue to be as arrogant as before after returning to the Yi family castle after his great increase in strength? Did he think that Yi Qinghan was still the seventh son of the Yi family from back then? Did he want to make a move without even knowing the strength of the enemy? What was he if not an idiot? Putting aside the fact that Yi Qingwu was the granddaughter of Yi Qingyu, many elders had secretly learned that Yi Qingyu would become a god in a few years' time. This news carried a lot of weight. So what if Yi Jian had broken through to the Saint Realm and left the back mountain? One Yi Qingyu alone was worth 10 Yi Jians. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had been bestowed the status of young clan leader by the elder ancestor, and it would never change. How dare you come here to make a fuss without even knowing this? The clan had secretly warned Yi Qinghuang not to provoke Yi Qinghan. Who would have thought that he would be so arrogant and start a fight within a few days of returning? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Cough cough. Young clan leader, please watch your words. The unity of the clan is the most important. Tianqing looked a little helpless. He coughed lightly and gave Yi Qinghan a look, meaning to give him some face and not make things too difficult for him. After all, this was the clan's torture chamber. If they caused a ruckus here, the torture chamber would lose its prestige, and it would be difficult to manage the younger generation of the clan in the future. Yes, Qinghan was wrong. It was just a moment of inspiration. Please don't take it to heart. I'm ashamed. Tianqing had always treated Yi Qinghan quite well. Back then he had even spoken up for him in the infatuation garden. Of course Yi Qinghan had to give him face. He was very straightforward and directly admitted his mistake. Did everyone see that? Yi Qinghan actually insulted me in front of everyone in the disciplinary court. With such conduct and talent, how could he be a role model for the younger generation of the family? How would he lead the Yi family in the future? Yi Qinghuang boldly begged to convene an elder council to revoke Yi Qinghan's young clan patriarch status. Otherwise I'll be the first to be dissatisfied. Yi Qinghuang saw Tianqing reprimanding Yi Qinghan, and he admitted his mistake in front of everyone, so he quickly cupped his hands and said indignantly. From the looks of it, he was prepared to use this matter to pull Yi Qinghan down from the position of young clan patriarch. In the small city, someone had planted a soul seed in him. With the help of that person, his strength had been forcefully raised. Moreover, he had used all the hidden forces of the first branch to return to the Yi family castle with great difficulty. This time, of course, he wanted to use all methods to take revenge. Therefore, he wanted to use today's matter to first pull Yi Qinghan down, collect some interest and then slowly kill him. Yi Qinghuang's emotional accusation caused many people's faces to be filled with black lines, and the word idiot could be seen on their foreheads. However, this matter was not something that could be said openly. The elders of the first branch couldn't help but want to stop Yi Qinghuang's speech several times. However, they were afraid that Yi Qinghan would find out. He could only frown deeply. How could it be worse than the word worry? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, felt that life was as lonely as snow. He had originally thought that Yi Qinghuang would be a strong opponent. Now, it seemed that the forces behind him had helped him. He had overestimated him. Such an idiot had become his opponent. He felt a faint sense of sadness. At this moment he thought of a famous saying from his previous life. He no longer paid attention to Yi Qinghuang, who was getting more and more excited. He looked through the door and softly murmured, no matter how awesome Chopin is, he can't play out my sadness. Idiot. Before Yi Qinghan could finish lamenting, a deep roar sounded outside the torture chamber. The two words that everyone had wanted to curse out were said unscrupulously by the person outside. For a moment, everyone was shocked. When Yi Qinghuang heard these two words, his expression became incomparably angry. Then he was stunned for a moment before he became ecstatic. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Father!" The elders rose from their seats and looked at the door of the torture chamber with complicated expressions. Although they had not heard this voice for a few years, it was still fresh in their memories. This voice was Yi Jian's voice. Of course, they were shocked that Yi Jian could appear here today. This was very significant. This meant that he had walked out of the condemnation cliff. This meant that he had successfully broken through to the Sage Realm. This meant that the Yi family had one more Sage Realm powerhouse. Greetings, elders. Greetings, young clan leader. Yi Jian greets everyone. A tall middle-aged man walked in from the door. His expression was calm and his steps were steady. He had the temperament of an expert. 6 years of imprisonment did not change Yi Jian's appearance much. It was just that his face was a little pale. It was probably because he had not been able to see the sun for many years at the condemnation cliff. Big brother. You finally succeeded? Congratulations, big brother. You have finally taken this step. Pass down my order, prepare a celebratory feast. The first person to speak was the silent Yi Chang. He had seen Yi Jian some time ago and knew that he was only one step away from the sage realm. He did not expect him to achieve it so quickly. Congratulations, congratulations. The family has gained another sage realm powerhouse. We do need to celebrate. Yi Jian, I guess it won't be long before you become the third supreme elder of the Yi family. Tianqing also smiled. No matter what mistakes Yi Jian had made, it was the Yi family's blessing that he could enter the sage realm. Great news, great news. For a moment, all the elders left their seats and congratulated Yi Jian. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes when he saw Yi Jian. He was secretly shocked, but he did not show it on his face. When he saw Yi Jian come in, he did not say anything. Instead, he politely addressed him as young master. Although Yi Jian was his enemy, it was still a great thing for the Yi family that he had broken through to the sage realm. Therefore, he sincerely cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, first uncle, on breaking through to the sage realm." Yi, you are too polite. I just broke through by luck. If you work hard, this day will come sooner or later. Third brother, you have to work harder and take the last step. Celebratory feast. I think we should skip it. I am focusing on Dao now. Everything else is just dust. Yi Jian was praised and flattered by everyone, but his expression did not change at all. He still looked calm and gentle, like a master who had achieved Dao. Father, you have to help me. Yi Qinghan Yi Qingquang was like a king. Yi Jian had returned with great power. His expression immediately became extremely excited. After Yi Jian and the other elders finished exchanging greetings, he hurriedly interjected. He wanted to use the momentum of Yi Jian's return to settle this matter completely. Slap. The response was a loud slap. Yi Jian's expression did not change. He directly sealed Yi Qingquang's mouth with a slap. Then he gently retracted his hand and turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "Young master, Qingquang has been spoiled by me. Don't mind him. Yiquan, why don't you take this idiot back? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?"